In every war, truth becomes the first casualty. Tonight, we listen not to the thunder of battle, but to the murmurs beneath it, to the deceits that protected millions, and the silences that still haunt the air between transmissions. You're listening to echoes of war. This is secrets, deceptions, and silence. The truth fades quietly, behind coded words, sealed envelopes, and radio waves that hum like ghosts in the night. Nations build their victories on whispers, and men and women disappear into the fog of their own inventions. These are the quiet architects of illusion, those who forged corpses into stories, turned machines into minds, and buried their triumphs beneath silence. From the flicker of lamps in Bletchley Park, to the cold corridors where false papers changed the course of history, from the still rooms where maps were drawn in secret, to the bunkers that heard only static. Their work was unseen, but it shaped the world we live in. Part 1. The Enigma War. The Codebreakers. It's late. Or maybe early. Time doesn't keep its shape here. Light leaks in through narrow windows, carving the room into slivers of gold and shadow. Dust drifts like snow in the beam of a single bulb. You reach out, and your fingertips brush the edge of the machine's casing. Cool, solid, alive. The Enigma sits before you like an altar. Wood, brass, electricity, and silence. It was built to keep secrets, but tonight, it feels like it wants to speak. You press one key. The lamp board answers with a faint pulse of light. A letter that isn't the one you typed. Another key. Another light. Each click is a question whispered into the dark. Who are you? What are you hiding? The war has many fronts, but this one has no trenches, no uniforms, no glory. Only the relentless rhythm of typewriter keys, the hiss of paper sliding into files, the hum of machines that never tire. Somewhere far away, men are dying for messages written here, sentences that arrive too late, or just in time. The people in this room will never see the ocean battles they change, or the cities they save from fire. They will never be thanked, never named. Their victories will vanish into silence, the kind that outlasts even memory. You close your eyes. Behind the lids, the sound becomes rhythm, part heartbeat, part metronome, part prayer. It's the sound of logic trying to save a world that's already burning. Outside, rain slicks the English countryside. A bicycle bell rings in the distance. Someone walks past the window, coat collar turned up, carrying a folder marked "Most Secret." The path they walk will someday be called Bletchley Park, but tonight it's just another quiet place full of tired people and impossible hopes. Inside, the Enigma waits. Its rotors shimmer faintly under the light, circles within circles, an alphabet of infinite combinations. Every letter it scrambles is a heartbeat lost to the storm. Every mistake it hides costs someone a name, a face, a tomorrow. And yet, the same machine that hides truth will also reveal it. Because somewhere, far away, in another dimly lit room, someone else is listening. Their fingers move through equations instead of triggers. Their battlefield a desk covered in chalk dust and coffee stains. They don't carry rifles. They carry patterns. And in those patterns, they will find a way to see through the fog. You can almost feel the moment approaching, the point where human thought begins to outpace destruction, where silence becomes signal, where the mind itself becomes a weapon sharper than any blade. The sound in the room grows louder now, not noise, but purpose. It fills the walls, the lungs, the space between heartbeat and breath. It's the sound of resistance born in numbers and logic, not in gunfire. The sound of people deciding that understanding can be an act of defiance. Chapter 1. Before Enigma. The Codebreakers' War begins. Part 1. The Language of Machines. It begins, as all wars do, with a sound. Not gunfire, not marching boots. Just the quiet click of a key being pressed for the first time. You're standing in a dim Berlin workshop, sometime around 1920. The world has barely begun to rebuild itself from the ruins of the Great War. The air smells of varnish and solder. Copper wire coils glint under the flicker of a lamp. At a wooden desk sits Arthur Skerbius, engineer, dreamer, and believer in the promise of order. He moves slowly, deliberately, tightening a screw, adjusting a switch. He doesn't see the future in the way prophets do. He builds it, one circuit at a time. On the table before him rests a strange contraption, a box of brass and bakelite, fitted with a keyboard and a series of rotating discs. When a key is pressed, the current passes through the rotors, and a different letter glows on a small panel. Every press creates a new cipher, an alphabet constantly reborn. Skerbius smiles faintly. He calls it Enigma. Outside, Berlin is alive again. Jazz clubs, trams, and the faint smell of coal smoke drifting from chimneys. Germany is wounded but restless, inventing its way toward the next disaster. And in this small workshop, something dangerous has been born, a machine that can make language itself untrustworthy. At first, Skerbius tries to sell it to banks and corporations, promising security in a world obsessed with secrets. But he finds no buyers. Only the military understands what he's built. They see not a curiosity, but a weapon, one that can speak in silence. Within a few years, the German armed forces adopt Enigma for their communications. Skerbius doesn't live to see what his invention will do. He dies in a horse accident in 1929, his name already half forgotten. But his machine will outlive him, and for a time, so will his illusion of perfection. You can almost feel history pause, as if holding its breath. The gears begin to turn. The letters start to dance. And in the space between signal and silence, a new kind of war begins. Part 2. Poland's Quiet Revolution. Now the air smells different. Chalk, ink, winter. You're in a lecture hall at Poznan University, 1932. 3 young mathematicians sit in the front row, barely 20 years old. Their names are Marian Rejewski, Jerzy Rosicki, and Henryk Zygalski. They are not soldiers, not spies, not even linguists. They are puzzle solvers, graduates of a course in applied mathematics designed to test one simple question. Can logic defeat secrecy? Outside, snow falls in slow spirals. Inside, a chalkboard is covered with tangled alphabets and substitution grids. Rejewski stares at them as if they were constellations. He has the quiet patience of a man who believes that even chaos has rules. You just have to listen long enough to find them. By the end of the year, the Polish Cipher Bureau assigns them to a secret office in Warsaw. Their task: decipher the unbreakable German Enigma. The office is small, the air thick with tobacco smoke and uncertainty. Each morning they arrive in silence, hang their coats, and begin again, rewriting alphabets, redrawing circuits, mapping the invisible. Rejewski builds mathematical models of the machine without ever having seen one. He studies intercepted messages, looking for patterns hidden in repetition. He notices that German operators, being human, make mistakes. They repeat greetings, names, phrases, and within those imperfections, he finds rhythm, the ghost of structure. It's not a eureka moment. It's hundreds of small realizations stacked like dominoes. In 1933, he does it. He reconstructs the Enigma's wiring using pure mathematics. No machine, no blueprint, no key, just the symmetry of thought. When the news reaches his superiors, they don't celebrate. They simply nod. There is no victory yet. Only a door quietly opening in a long corridor of secrets. You can hear it now, the first sound of resistance. Not the roar of engines, but the scratch of pencil on paper. The war hasn't started, but the counterattack already has. Part 3. The Gift in the Rain. 6 years later, the world trembles again. It's July 1939, and you're standing in a clearing outside Warsaw, near the village of Pyry. The summer air is heavy with thunder. The forest hums with insects and fear. A small wooden building sits in the clearing, guarded by Polish soldiers who pretend not to exist. Inside, 3 nations have gathered: Poland, France, and Britain. Each sends its quietest minds, not its generals. On the table rests a wooden crate. Inside, a complete replica of the German Enigma, built by Rejewski's team. Beside it, diagrams, code sheets, notes. Years of work condensed into fragile paper. The Polish officers explain everything: the wiring, the settings, the mathematics that made it possible. They know war is coming. They also know they will be crushed first, so they give the secret away. Outside, thunder cracks like a gunshot. The delegates shake hands in silence. There are no speeches, no signatures, only the understanding that what has been shared may someday save the world. The British courier wraps the crate in canvas, loads it into a car, and drives toward the border. Rain begins to fall, a steady, rhythmic downpour, like the tapping of keys. By the time the convoy reaches Paris, the code has already changed again. But the gift endures. Months later, Poland will be invaded from both east and west. Rejewski and his colleagues will flee through Romania, leaving behind everything but the knowledge in their heads. That knowledge will outlive nations. It will cross borders unseen, like a signal that refuses to fade. You can still hear it, the rain on the roof of that safe house in Pyry, the sound of a small country giving the world its first defense against darkness. Part 4. The Threshold. Now you're standing on British soil, autumn 1939. The war has begun. The air smells of damp leaves and diesel, the horizon bruised with smoke. In the distance, a mansion rises beyond the mist, ivy-covered, quiet, improbable. Bletchley Park. No one knows it yet, but this will become the beating heart of Britain's invisible war. You follow a path lined with puddles and bicycles. A guard at the gate nods you through. Inside, the place hums with a strange mixture of panic and precision. Linguists, chess champions, mathematicians, even poets. The rooms are small, the tea weak, the heating unreliable. But the energy is relentless. Somewhere in these halls, a wooden crate from Poland is being unpacked. Its contents are handled like relics. Fingers trace the edges of the Enigma replica, its brass letters worn smooth from use. The rain outside taps against the window like a code waiting to be read. You stand in the doorway, listening to the sound of it all. The machines, the pencils, the breath between thought and discovery. The war of steel and smoke has only just begun, but the war of silence is already halfway won. The first hum of understanding fills the room, the sound that will carry through the rest of the war. The low, steady heartbeat of minds refusing to give up. Chapter 2. Bletchley Park. The Secret Brain of Britain. Part 1. The Mansion That Shouldn't Matter. It doesn't look like a weapon. A rambling Victorian house in Buckinghamshire, its brickwork streaked with moss, its pond full of reeds and secrets. You stand at the gate on a grey morning in 1939. Rain beads on bicycle handlebars lined up like a regiment of patients. The air smells of damp wool, coal smoke, and ink. Inside, the corridors breathe a different weather. Warm, close, humming. Typewriters chatter through the walls. Somewhere, a kettle whistles, the one reliable sound of comfort in a place built entirely on tension. It shouldn't work, this odd collection of minds. Linguists, chess champions, Egyptologists, debutantes who once translated poetry for fun. But war has a strange talent for rearranging purpose. Here, every eccentricity becomes a strength. They call the new arrivals the cleverest crowd that ever forgot to comb its hair. No ranks, no medals, only the unspoken vow that what happens inside these rooms will remain invisible until the end of time. You listen to the floorboards creak as people pass, notebooks pressed tight to their chests. Outside, the rain thickens, blurring the windows until the mansion looks like it's sinking into fog. This is where thought will fight back. Part 2. The Mind of Alan Turing. Down one corridor, bare bulbs, the scent of machine oil. You find him, a young man in an ill-fitting suit, cycling clips still on his trousers. Alan Turing looks more like a distracted schoolteacher than the mind that will tilt the war. He sits hunched over diagrams scrawled on scrap paper, pencil tapping out rhythms only he can hear. Letters, rotors, probabilities, all turning in his head faster than the machines can spin. He's designing something that doesn't yet exist, a thinking engine to outthink the German Enigma. People find him odd. He finds most people slower than mathematics. But when he speaks about logic, his words gather light. When he pauses, it feels like the air itself is calculating. On his desk sits a mug stained with tea, beside a half-eaten apple that's already browning. The small details of a man building eternity in miniature. Outside, bicycles clatter over gravel as more recruits arrive. Inside, Turing redraws the possible. Every few hours he stands, walks the corridor once, then returns to the paper as if the walls themselves have whispered a new equation. He isn't chasing glory. He's chasing clarity. And somewhere in that chase, the first sketch of the bomb begins to breathe. Part 3. The Women of the Park. Listen closely and you'll hear another rhythm. The lighter tap of typewriters, the soft rustle of uniform skirts. They are the unseen backbone of Bletchley. The wrens, the clerks, the translators, the radio listeners. Most are barely 20, carrying more responsibility than the world will ever credit them for. You can picture them at dawn, cycling through fog, singing quietly to keep warm. They file into the huts, hang damp coats by the stove, and sit before the machines. Their fingers move faster than thought, recording, sorting, punching holes in paper tape. One of them, Mavis Beatty, keeps a notebook of Italian words she likes the sound of. She'll use them later when she helps crack a naval cipher that saves an entire Mediterranean fleet. Another, Margaret Rock, jokes that she dreams in letters now, rows and rows of them, marching behind her eyelids. They work long shifts, their laughter thin but stubborn. Sometimes, when the pressure breaks, someone tells a joke about romance in Hut 6, and the whole room erupts in giggles before falling silent again. They know the enemy listens, even to joy. At night, they walk back to dormitories lit only by blackout lamps. The path glows faintly under frost. Their breath clouds the air like Morse code for hope. Part 4. The Visitors and the Geese. One afternoon, a black car arrives, unannounced. Out steps Winston Churchill, rain dripping from his hat. He strides through the corridors with the impatience of a man who's lived too long among generals and finally found real brains. He studies the rows of young people hunched over ciphers, the clattering machines, the walls of intercepted messages pinned like constellations. When someone apologizes for the cramped conditions, he grins. These are the geese that lay the golden eggs and never cackle. 4 weeks afterward, morale soars. The workers still pedal through rain, still live on weak tea and ration biscuits, but the Prime Minister's words hum like electricity in the huts. They aren't invisible anymore. Not entirely. Someone at the top knows what they're doing and will protect it. Part 5. The first cracks in the code. Evening descends early in November 1939. A storm crawls across the sky. Wind presses the blackout curtains flat against the glass. Inside Hut 8, a small team gathers around Turing's desk. The bomb prototype, wheels, wires, relays, spins and coughs, the sound halfway between a clock and a heartbeat. Hours pass. Paper piles up. Fatigue becomes background noise. Then a shout, quiet but certain. I think we have it. A message unravels on the page. One sentence suddenly legible after weeks of static. It isn't dramatic, just a German weather report. But it means the system works. For a moment, no one speaks. They just listen to the rain outside and the steady thrum of the machine, as if history itself is exhaling. Part 6. A Day in the Huts. Morning again. A kettle whistles, bicycles squeal, boots stamp the cold from their soles. Steam fogs the windows. The smell of porridge seeps through the corridors. Someone's lost a slide rule. Someone else hums a waltz. It could be any office in England, until you notice the piles of messages marked top secret, most immediate. You take a seat by a window and watch the rhythm unfold. Coffee, calculation, code, silence. A bell rings for tea break. Laughter spills out, short and bright, then dies as another signal arrives. They live suspended between monotony and revelation. Each minute could change the war, or nothing at all. When night falls, the mansion glows faintly, an island of thought in a darkened country. The fields around it are silent except for the hum of generators and the click of bicycle wheels heading home. Above, the sky clears. Stars appear like pins in a vast encrypted map. You breathe out, the air misting against glass. Tomorrow the same rhythm will return. Tea, code, silence, hope. And that, more than anything, is how the war will be won. Part 7. The Weight of Knowing. It's late again. The huts creak. The typewriters rest. In the cafeteria, a single bulb burns over empty mugs. A few workers linger, talking in half sentences about weather and ration cards, never about work. The rules forbid it, but habit enforces it. They've started to measure time not in hours, but in decrypts. One clear message means another convoy saved, another 1,000 lives still breathing. But each success carries the quiet ache of what can't be shared. A young woman closes her notebook and whispers, "It feels like being alive in someone else's dream." No one answers. They just sit, listening to the wind slide across the roof. Outside, frost forms on the bicycles. Inside, the machines sleep. Tomorrow they will wake, hungry for patterns. Part 8. The Living Brain. From above, if you could see it, Bletchley Park at night would look like a giant circuit board, huts glowing like nodes, paths connecting them like wires. Messages flow in, conclusions flow out, energy loops back to begin again. It is a living mind made of flesh and light and silence. Each person a neuron. each letter a pulse, each act of understanding a small defiance against oblivion. And if you listen closely, beneath the wind and the whisper of trees, you can still hear it, the hum that began with Scourbius's machine, traveling now through human hands and human fatigue, growing louder, clearer, unstoppable. The mansion doesn't know it yet, but it has already changed the course of the world. Chapter 3: The Machine Against the Sea. Cracking U-boat codes. Part 1: The Ocean's Cipher. The sea speaks in fragments, a low frequency, endless, undecoded. You're standing on a windswept dock in early 1941. Cranes groan, cables whip, gulls wheel in circles above the grey. Salt cuts the air. Diesel fumes hang like a memory of thunder. Somewhere beyond the horizon, hundreds of submarines prowl. They move silently through corridors of cold water, hunting convoys that crawl from America toward the British Isles. Each U-boat carries an Enigma machine bolted beside the radio set, its rotors gleaming like wet teeth. Every night the captains send messages, brief, encrypted, perfect. The sea swallows them whole. And far away, in a landlocked mansion filled with tired minds, someone tries to listen. The Atlantic is the code made manifest, patternless, violent, and full of meaning you can't yet read. Every wave hides a message, every silence a secret. Part 2: The Listeners. Now you're on a cliff in northern Scotland. A small wooden hut clings to the edge, its walls lined with coils of wire. Inside sits a girl no older than 20, headphones pressed tight, pencil poised. She belongs to the Y service, the network of silent ears scattered across the empire. Through the static she hears faint Morse, dots, dashes, pauses like held breath. She writes what she can before the signal fades. No context, just rhythm. Outside, the wind screams. Inside, her world is the hum of the receiver. Each intercepted pulse is a thread she will never see woven into its final pattern. At midnight she folds the sheets, labels them, sends them south by teleprinter. No signature, no thanks. The next shift takes her place. Somewhere in Buckinghamshire, another operator will read her lines and begin the next layer of translation. Together they are a single, unseen organism, the human antenna of a desperate island. Part 3: Convoy HX 229. It's spring 1941. Convoy HX 229 stretches across the Atlantic like a fragile necklace of light. 40 merchant ships, guarded by a few weary destroyers. The men on deck scan the water for shadows that move the wrong way. They sleep in boots. They dream of home. You can smell wet rope, burnt coffee, engine oil. You can taste metal in every breath. Above, the sky is starless. Below, the black water gleams like polished coal. In Hut 8, the intercepts arrive, encrypted reports from U-boats coordinating attacks. The Enigma settings have changed again. New rotors, new plug board. Turing's team works through the night, trying to catch the pattern before the convoy vanishes. Back at sea, the first torpedo hits before dawn. The horizon blooms briefly, then folds into darkness. Ships scatter, radioing half-coded pleas that dissolve in static. By the time the new settings fall into place at Bletchley, the water is already full of oil and fire. Victory and failure arrive in the same message, only hours apart. Part 4: The Sea's Reply. For every convoy lost, a new codebook is found. It happens by chance more often than by plan. One morning in May 1941, HMS Bulldog hauls a crippled U-boat to the surface. Smoke, shouting, gunfire, surrender. In the scramble, a boarding party leaps below deck. The air is thick. Diesel, fear, the stench of burnt insulation. They search by feel and flashlight until they find it. The Enigma, still warm, still alive. Beside it lie the day's key sheets, damp but legible. They carry the prize to the open air, wrapping it in canvas as though shielding it from shame. The ocean heaves beneath them, ignorant and immense. When the crate reaches Bletchley, the park holds its breath. Fingers trace the salt-stained pages. For the first time, the German Navy's private language is naked before them. Within weeks, Allied convoys begin arriving intact. The balance shifts by millimeters, but at sea, millimeters mean survival. Part 5. The Blackout. Success never lasts. Early 1942. The Germans adapt. A new version of Enigma, Triton, the Shark Cipher, enters service with the Atlantic Fleet. 4 rotors now instead of 3. Billions of new combinations. The sea turns dark again. You're back in Hut 8. The machines grind and whir, but no patterns emerge. Weeks pass. Months. Convoy reports vanish into silence. The operators stop marking maps. There's nothing left to mark. A kind of exhaustion takes hold. Too quiet to be despair, too constant to be hope. Turing paces the corridor at night, counting steps, rehearsing probability formulas under his breath. The sound of the bomb machines once filled the air. Now their rhythm feels hollow, like heartbeats lost in echo. Outside, the blackout deepens. Even the stars seem encrypted. Part 6. The Boy in the Radio Room. Cut now to the other side of the silence. Inside U-boat U-247, a 21-year-old radio operator adjusts his dials. Sweat runs down his neck. The air is thick with oil and unspoken fear. He sends his coordinates, signs off, waits for reply. None comes. He retunes, convinced it's interference. He sends again. Still nothing. He looks at the captain, who shrugs. No reason to worry. But the boy feels the weight of absence pressing in. In his headphones, the static sounds like breathing. He imagines the Allies have gone deaf. He doesn't know that above him, across 1,000 miles of dark water, someone is already working to hear again. When their boat is finally found months later, it goes down without resistance. The operator's log is recovered, the last line smudged by salt. Silence continues. Part 7. The Long Return of Meaning. December 1942. In a cold hut thick with cigarette smoke, a message decrypts cleanly for the first time in nearly a year. It gives the position of 3 U-boats. The Admiralty reroutes a convoy before dawn. Every ship arrives. No one cheers. They're too tired for celebration. But when the operators step outside, the air smells sharper, cleaner. For the first time in months, the frost glittering on the grass looks like hope rather than ash. The blackout begins to lift, letter by letter. Each new success shortens the war by an invisible inch. Part 8. The Weight of Water. Still, the cost lingers. Those who read the messages see what others never will. Lists of names, ships lost before warning could reach them. They carry that silence like ballast. In the evenings, some walk to the lake behind the mansion. They stand at its edge, watching wind ripple the surface, pretending it's the sea. One woman drops pebbles into the water, each one a name she'll never speak. The ripples spread, collide. disappear. Inside, the bombs start again, wheels spinning, lights blinking. Outside, the world waits for meaning. You listen to the two sounds merging, the mechanical heartbeat of Bletchley and the distant pulse of the ocean. Together they form the same rhythm: endurance. Part 9. The Machine and the Sea. By 1943, the tide has turned. Convoys move under cover of intelligence invisible to the enemy. Ships that once died nameless now glide through fog unharmed. The ocean, once owned by the U-boats, becomes a mirror again, reflecting not dominance but uncertainty. In a final twist of symmetry, the same science that built Enigma now dismantles it. A machine born of precision defeated by another born of persistence. Metal against metal. Thought against arrogance. You picture it, the storm-swept Atlantic, the moon hidden, the hum of the bomb echoing faintly even here, translated by imagination into the rhythm of waves. For a moment, the two fronts, the sea and the hut, are one continuous mind. Every rotation of a rotor above the water answered by a turning gear below it. And then silence again. Not defeat, not victory, just the sea resuming its language of patience. Part 10. Aftermath. Morning breaks pale and colorless over the park. A message arrives. Another convoy safe. Someone yawns, stretches, pours tea into a chipped mug. The extraordinary has become ordinary. They don't know yet that historians will call this the Battle of the Atlantic. They only know that tonight they'll sleep a little deeper, that somewhere out their sailors will see dawn. The war still roars on other fronts, but here, in the hum and rain and paper, one front has quieted. The machine keeps turning, the sea keeps breathing, and between them lies the thinnest thread of human will, fragile, stubborn, unbroken. Chapter 4. The Bomb and the Mind. Building a Thinking Machine. Part 1. The Machine Room. The first thing you notice is the heat. It rises from the floor, from the machines, from the sleepless effort of thought turned mechanical. The air tastes faintly of ozone and oil. Paper curls in the humidity. You're standing in the bomb room, the beating heart of Bletchley Park. Rows of great metal frames fill the space, their panels crowded with rotating wheels and colored wires. When the switch is thrown, a low growl begins, soft at first, then steady, rhythmic, hypnotic. The operators wear headphones to muffle the roar, but the vibration still climbs through their boots, up their spines, into their minds. The machine's rhythm becomes their own. Each wheel represents a possibility. Each rotation, a guess at truth. One by one, the bombs eliminate impossibility until only a handful of answers remain. It is the sound of reason chewing through chaos. A woman in uniform moves between the rows, clipboard in hand, pencil behind her ear. She checks the settings, notes the clicks, resets the wires. She doesn't know exactly what the machine is solving, only that its answers mean lives. Her fingers are inked with graphite and determination. She hums quietly, as if to calm the machines. The room smells of work, hot metal, paper, sweat, the ghost of electricity. This is what intelligence sounds like when it has no time to rest. Part 2. The Architect. A few huts away, Alan Turing sits alone at his desk. The room is barely wide enough for him to stretch his legs, yet he's built universes inside it. On his wall hang sketches of wiring patterns and logical diagrams drawn in a hand that wavers between genius and exhaustion. He is not thinking of war tonight. He's thinking of process, of how thought itself could be broken into sequences. Input, decision, outcome. He's building the architecture of the modern mind without knowing what to call it. His colleagues talk of encryption and keys. Turing talks of states and machines, of logic stripped of emotion. He believes that everything, music, language, even love, could be expressed as a sequence of decisions if one only knew the rules. Outside, the night murmurs with the sound of bombs turning. He listens, hearing not machinery but rhythm, the pulse of an idea larger than war. He begins to write in his notebook. Can a machine think? He pauses, then crosses out think and writes decide. On the desk beside him sits an apple, half eaten. The fruit is beginning to brown, yet it seems to glow under the lamplight, a small, perfect metaphor for impermanence. Part 3. The Engineers at Dollis Hill. 10 miles away, at the post office research station in Dollis Hill, engineers work through the night. Their workspace is a chaos of wires, soldering irons, and half-drunk cups of tea. Tommy Flowers, quiet, practical, stubborn, oversees the build of Turing's design. He has the calm patience of a man used to coaxing order from stubborn circuits. He doesn't talk about philosophy. He just makes things work. While mathematicians dream, Flowers constructs reality. Metal frames, relay boards, spools of cable that look like arteries. The heat from the lamps turns the air thick. Someone opens a window. London's fog slides in, cold and heavy. It smells of coal and rain and exhaustion. When the first bomb prototype runs, it doesn't sound heroic. It clatters, grinds, hesitates, like a beast unsure of its purpose. Then, finally, the rhythm stabilizes. Wheels turning, contacts clicking, lights winking in sequence. Flowers doesn't smile. He just nods once, wipes his hands on a rag, and says quietly, "That'll do." He doesn't know it yet, but his work here will lead directly to something even greater. Colossus, the first electronic computer. The idea of speed without fatigue. Of calculation faster than imagination. The line between code breaking and creation blurs forever. Part 4. Gordon Welchman's Lines. Back at Bletchley, mathematician Gordon Welchman leans over a sheet of graph paper. The lamps flicker as he sketches diagonal lines across a grid of letters. To an outsider, it looks like nothing. To him, it is revelation. The diagonal board, his invention, allows the bomb to compare possibilities in parallel. It saves hours, sometimes days, of work. When he explains it, even Turing blinks, as if seeing the machine learn to reason. The test run begins at midnight. The new circuitry hums in a lower tone, smoother, calmer, almost confident. In less than an hour, a message decrypts cleanly. The operators exchange glances but don't cheer. Instead, they look at the machine with something close to awe. For the first time, it feels as though the logic itself has caught fire. Part 5. The people who feed the machine. To outsiders, this war would seem mechanical, bloodless, abstract. But behind every relay, every calculation, are hands and eyes and nerves. The operators endure 12-hour shifts in heat that buckles paper and melts chocolate in pockets. They log every result, check every connection, listen to the same noise for weeks without rest. The sound infiltrates dreams. Some wake at night to phantom clicking, hearing the bomb even when the world is silent. Tea cools on desks. Sandwiches go stale. Still, no one leaves early, because when the machine stops, people die. That truth hums beneath every rotation. There are no medals, no pay raises, no speeches. Only the quiet camaraderie of those who understand the scale of what they're saving, without ever seeing it. At shift's end they walk home through empty streets, faces lit by blackout lamps. The sky above is dark and starless, but the hum follows them in memory. The rhythm of purpose. The music of survival disguised as noise. Part 6. The Cost of Thought. As the months wear on, the operators begin to blur into the machines they serve. They move with the same precision, breathe in unison, sleep in fragments. The language of numbers becomes their native tongue. In the cafeteria, conversation drifts toward abstraction. If every pattern can be broken, is anything truly secret? If a machine can mimic choice, what becomes of faith? They never find answers. But the questions stay, like echoes in the humming air. One night, a wren named Elsie sits by the open window of her quarters, unable to sleep. The wind carries the faint vibration of the bomb hall. She wonders if somewhere, miles away, the enemy hears a similar sound. If somewhere in Berlin, another mind is listening to the same rhythm. Logic against logic, endurance against arrogance. She writes a single line in her diary before dawn. It feels as if the world itself is thinking. Part 7. The Night Walk. Turing walks the grounds alone. Frost crunches beneath his shoes. In the huts, the machines still spin, their muffled roar blending with the sigh of the wind. He pauses by the lake, where ice has begun to form along the edges. The surface glows faintly in the moonlight, flat, mathematical, infinite. He thinks about the patterns inside the water, the geometry of ripples, the equations that describe them. He thinks about consciousness, whether what he's building could one day surpass his own capacity for wonder. He smiles, a tired, private smile. Then he whispers, half to himself, "They'll outthink us one day, and they won't need sleep." The sound vanishes into the fog. He turns back toward the mansion, his silhouette dissolving into darkness. Behind him, the lake stills again, holding the reflection of the sky, a code only nature can solve. Part 8. The Living Thought. Dawn filters through the frosted windows of the bomb hall. The machines slow, their motors cooling, their lights dimming to amber. A new shift takes over, fresh eyes on tired miracles. From above, the rows of bombs look like organ pipes, each tuned to a different note. Together, they hum the sound of intelligence becoming self-aware. No one here will call it that, of course. They'll call it computation, pattern analysis, cryptography. But the truth is simpler. The machines have begun to mirror their makers. They imitate patience. They replicate logic. They endure. And somewhere inside that repetition, something very close to thought begins to glow. Quiet, steady, unblinking. The line between tool and mind fades. The war goes on, but beneath it all, a second creation has begun, the birth of reasoning itself. Chapter 5. Secrets Within Secrets. The German Counterintelligence War. Part 1. The Whisper in Berlin. Berlin, 1943. Snow drifts between searchlights. Tram lines hiss with sleet. You climb the steps of the Abwehr headquarters. Limestone slick, echoing boots, the smell of wet wool and tobacco. Inside, the corridors glow with the cold light of bureaucracy. Maps on the walls, pins in red. Silence disguised as order. At the far end of the hall sits Admiral Wilhelm Canaris, hands folded, eyes sunk deep behind wire-rimmed glasses. He reads the latest reports. Convoys sunk, others mysteriously missed. The mathematics of war no longer add up. He exhales smoke through a half-open window. The air tastes of iron. Someone, somewhere, is listening, but the enigma is unbreakable. He repeats the phrase like prayer, though faith is thinning. Each intercepted failure feels too precise, too deliberate. Even the walls seem to lean closer. You can sense the tremor beneath the calm, a regime beginning to doubt itself, but forbidden to admit the doubt aloud. Part 2. The Technicians of Silence. Downstairs, in a small laboratory that smells of oil and cold coffee, technicians dismantle Enigma machines piece by piece. Rotors glint under fluorescent light. An engineer in spectacles adjusts a wire, wipes grease from his fingers, and mutters that nothing is wrong with the design. They test, recalibrate, retest. Each time the result is the same. Perfection. The flaw, then, must be human. Reports arrive from U-boat flotillas, operators reusing daily keys, mistyping greetings, sending messages twice. Tiny cracks in discipline widening into catastrophe. A young operator confesses he sent his sweetheart's initials at the end of a coded message. The confession earns him a transfer to the Eastern Front. No one speaks of him again. In the static between their machines, the engineers can almost hear the quiet laughter of fate, the might of empire undone by sentiment, logic defeated by loneliness. Part 3. The Shadow of Canaris. Canaris walks home through Tiergarten after dusk. The park is nearly empty, its statues powdered with snow. He pauses beneath a dead tree and listens to the hum of distant trams. Berlin still moves, but slower now, like a body losing blood. He thinks of the men he's helped smuggle from Germany, the letters he's hidden, the careful double meanings threaded through his reports. A patriot to none, loyal only to conscience. Yet even he cannot say aloud what he suspects, that the Allies are reading everything. To question the machine is to question the Führer's infallibility, and doubt has become treason. When he returns to his office, he writes a memo recommending stricter procedure, fresh keys, shorter transmissions. He signs it without hope. By morning it has vanished into the labyrinth of signatures and stamps. Somewhere a clerk files it under resolved. Part 4. The Café of Rumors. A few streets away, near Friedrichstrasse, officers gather in a smoke-thick café. Their uniforms are immaculate, their laughter brittle. They talk of convoys lost, of a new Allied weapon that sees through clouds. Someone swears he heard the British have built a machine that listens to thought itself. They drink schnapps to silence the absurdity. Outside, a siren wails. The lights dim for an air raid. In the dark, conversation falters. No one mentions Enigma. The word has become dangerous, like saying the name of a ghost. When the all-clear sounds, they finish their drinks in silence. One leaves a cigarette burning in the ashtray, its ember glowing like a single red letter that refuses to fade. Part 5. The Mathematician. In a basement office near Potsdam, a mathematician named Friedrich Keller runs endless permutations on paper. He's been ordered to prove that Enigma remains secure. He fills notebooks with numbers until the ink bleeds through. He knows the truth already. Any code made by men can be unmade by men, but he cannot write that sentence. He stands before his superior, a colonel with a blank face. "We are losing convoys," Keller says quietly. "Perhaps there is a statistical." "Enough." The colonel's tone is calm, final. "You will not speak of statistics again." By evening Keller's office is empty. His name disappears from the personnel list. The silence around him becomes official. Part 6. The Collapse of Faith. Spring 1944. The walls tremble as Allied bombers pass overhead, their engines beating like distant drums of judgment. Inside the Abwehr building, officers shuffle papers that no longer matter. The Reich's edges are unraveling, but the language of control persists. Reports, signatures, seals, denials. In one corner office, an engineer opens an Enigma for the last time. He runs his fingers over the keys, feels the smooth wear of thousands of messages. Love, orders, lies. He realizes the machine has outlasted its empire. He types a final test line, the mechanical clack echoing through the empty hall. Glaub nicht alles, was du hörst. Don't believe everything you hear. Then he powers it down. The lamps fade one by one until only the reflection of his face remains in the glass. Part 7. The End of the Abwehr. July 1944. After the failed attempt on Hitler's life, suspicion devours the Abwehr. Files vanish. Officers vanish. Canaris is arrested, taken to Flossenburg, and left to contemplate the irony of loyalty measured in silence. When the guards come for him, he asks for a few minutes to write. They grant him a pencil. He writes one line: "Better to die for conscience than to live for deceit." He folds the paper, places it in his pocket, and walks out without looking back. Weeks later, his body will be hanged with piano wire, his memo lost, his doubts vindicated by history. But that night, in the quiet between executions, one guard claims he heard him humming softly, something that might have been a hymn, or perhaps just the rhythm of a typewriter remembered in dreams. Part 8. The Last Transmission. April 1945. The Reich is ash. In a bunker near Potsdam, a lone radio operator sends one final message before abandoning his post. He doesn't know if anyone is still listening. He types slowly, mechanically, as shells fall in the distance. An Alles Stationen. Keep faith. The machine still works. He waits for a reply that never comes. When the power fails, the room fills with the smell of hot dust. He removes the rotors, places them in a tin box, and buries it behind the bunker wall. Years later, archaeologists will find it, rusted but intact. The letters still visible on the metal edges. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. 26 symbols. Enough to tell every story ever hidden, if only you know how to listen. Part 9. The Echo of Doubt. Back at Bletchley, months later, a decrypted message crosses Turing's desk. It's one of the final German transmissions, broken easily now, almost anticlimactic. He reads it once, sets it aside, and feels an unexpected sadness. There's something human in the enemy's last attempt to be heard, the same stubborn refusal to surrender to silence. He wonders if they, too, sensed the paradox. That faith in perfection is what destroys it. That secrecy is strongest only when shared between minds brave enough to question it. Outside, the spring rain begins again. The same rhythm as the one that fell over Pyre years ago when the first secret was given away. The same rhythm that will fall long after the last machine stops. Chapter 6. The Decoder's Burden. Secrets that couldn't be shared. Part 1. The Room of Knowledge. The war outside has changed rhythm again. The Allied tide is rising. Yet inside Bletchley Park, the rooms grow quieter, not louder. You're standing in Hut 6, walls lined with intercepts, maps pinned with red string, the air thick with smoke and concentration. Every sound seems too loud. The rustle of paper, the creak of chairs, the faint hiss of the radiators. The operators are tired beyond measure. They know too much to celebrate. Each day brings new messages, ship sinkings, troop movements, casualty lists hidden in code. They decipher them, record them, file them away. Then another message comes, and another, and another. Each decoded line is a thread in a tapestry of loss. The people here have learned to read death without flinching. Part 2. The Mathematics of Mercy. One afternoon, a small group gathers in the corner of the hut. A message has just been broken. Coordinates of a convoy headed toward an ambush. The information is clear, but to act on it would reveal their secret. They sit in silence, staring at the numbers on the page. A colonel from the Admiralty stands nearby, expression unreadable. He explains it calmly. If we save them, the Germans will change their keys. We'll lose weeks, maybe months, thousands more after that. No one speaks. The operators look down at their hands, the same hands that hours ago fed the bomb its questions. Now they must decide who will die to keep others alive. A young woman named Elsie whispers, "They'll never know we could have warned them." No one answers. The colonel leaves. The machines resume. That night, the convoy vanishes. The next morning, a memo arrives with the words, "Do not discuss this matter further." The paper is filed away like all the others. Work continues. Part 3. The Letter Never Sent. In a small rented room near the railway, one of the cryptanalysts, Peter Shaw, keeps a drawer full of unsent letters. They begin with words like "Dearest Mother" and "My Darling Anna," but they never get past the first page. He writes to explain, to confess, to make sense of what he does, but each sentence collapses under the weight of secrecy. He tries again. There's a sound that never leaves your ears, the click of meaning arriving too late. Then he stops, tears the page, and burns it in the small grate. Every evening he walks the same path back to the park. He sees the lights glowing in the huts, the silhouettes moving behind papered windows. To the outside world they are clerks, typists, office staff. No one knows they are writing the invisible history of the war. He wonders if he'll remember how to speak honestly when this is over, if truth, once coded, can ever be restored. Part 4. The Confession. In the canteen one night, after the tea has gone cold, two operators linger. The room smells of cigarettes and boiled cabbage. They speak in half-whispers, careful, testing the edges of permission. One says, "I dream of ships, always ships. Sometimes they sink before I can read the message." The other nods. "I dream of the sound, that hum. Even when it stops, I hear it." They laugh quietly, but the laughter dies fast. Neither is sure whether what they're doing is saving or sacrificing. They're not even sure there's a difference anymore. Before leaving, one of them slides a note under the sugar tin, a single word written in pencil: "Forgive." Part 5. The Ghost in the Machine. Sometimes, when the hut is empty, someone leaves the bombs running overnight. Not for work, just for the sound. The rhythm of the wheels has become a kind of lullaby. It fills the silence that otherwise feels unbearable. A cleaner arriving before dawn once swears she hears voices under the mechanical whir. Not words, just the cadence of thought, the echo of all those who've listened too long. The machines have begun to mirror their masters. restless, relentless, haunted. The hum is no longer just electricity. It's memory. Part 6. A message they can't read. June 1944. The invasion of Normandy begins. In Hut 8, someone receives a coded message from the German High Command. They decrypt it in record time, deliver it up the chain, and go back to work. Hours later, a second message comes in. Not military this time, but personal. It's from a German operator sending his last words to his wife before his station falls. The translation is short, heartbreakingly simple. "Tell our son I kept faith." The room falls silent. For a few moments, no one breathes. Then the supervisor clears his throat and says, "File it." The page slides into the cabinet. The drawer shuts with a sound like finality. That night, no one in the hut speaks. Part 7. The illusion of distance. To outsiders, Bletchley is a place apart from war, a sanctuary of intellect far from mud and blood. But those inside know better. They live with death at one remove, close enough to feel its heat, far enough never to see the faces. Some begin to dissociate, seeing the codes not as people but as puzzles. It's the only way to keep working. Others keep small rituals to stay human. A photo pinned to a typewriter, a prayer written on the back of a memo. One woman keeps a jar of lavender by her desk, the only scent not claimed by ink and sweat. She says it reminds her that something somewhere is still alive. But most stop talking about the war altogether. They talk about weather, about bicycles, about tea. Anything except the ghosts they've learned to translate. Part 8. The message in the fire. In late 1944, a fire breaks out in one of the storage huts. It's contained quickly, but not before a few coded papers are destroyed. Watching the flames, an officer mutters that perhaps it's better that way. Too many truths in one place can make a country sick. When the embers die, the smell lingers for days. Burnt paper, scorched secrets. The workers keep their distance, walking around the blackened patch of floor as if it's sacred ground. Someone jokes that the fire burned only lies, not truths. No one laughs. Part 9. The letter that arrives too late. Winter again. A notice appears on the bulletin board. Telegrams may be delayed due to weather conditions. For most, it's a minor inconvenience. For one woman in Hut 3, it's everything. Her fiancé serves in a naval convoy. When the news of his ship's sinking arrives, she's at her post, decoding enemy traffic that includes the coordinates of that very attack. She reads them without realizing what they mean. Only later does she connect the time, the place, the silence that followed. She continues working until her shift ends, then walks into the snow, stands by the frozen lake, and whispers his name once. Then she goes back inside. The machines are still turning. The war hasn't paused. No one ever mentions it. The next day she returns to her desk, hair damp from melting snow, expression unreadable. On her notepad she writes, "Meaning must wait." Part 10. The weight of silence. By early 1945, the corridors of Bletchley are full of ghosts, not supernatural, but psychological. People move through them like sleepwalkers. The sound of machines has become so constant that silence feels wrong, almost frightening. When the war ends, many will find it impossible to speak of what they did. They'll take their secrets to small cottages and quiet marriages, their minds still half-tuned to the hum of rotors and relays. Some will spend years flinching at the sound of a typewriter. Others will wake in the night, convinced they've missed a code that could have changed everything. Knowledge, once gained, never lets go. It becomes part of your breath, your heartbeat, your silence. Part 11. The Dawn After. The first morning after Germany surrenders, Bletchley Park is strangely still. The air smells of rain and dust. No messages, no deadlines, no secrecy, only absence. People wander the grounds, unsure what to do with freedom. Some cry quietly, some laugh in disbelief, others just sit under the trees and stare at the empty sky. A few of them gather by the lake, skipping stones across the surface. Each ripple feels like the past fading into water. Someone says, "We won." Another answers, "Did we?" No one knows how to measure peace anymore. Part 12. The Quiet Reckoning. A week later, a memo circulates. Destroy all remaining code sheets. Dismantle machines. Maintain silence under the Official Secrets Act. The workers read it, sign their names, and return to their stations. They begin to dismantle the tools that define their lives, unscrewing panels, cutting wires, feeding years of history into fire. The bombs die one by one, their hum replaced by the crackle of burning paper. The smell of smoke drifts through the park, mixing with spring air. For some, it feels like purification. For others, like erasure. When the last machine stops, the silence is almost unbearable. It's the loudest sound they've ever heard. Part 13. The Final Entry. In a small notebook hidden beneath her mattress, one operator writes, "We built a weapon that no one will ever see. We spoke in silence. We carried truths too heavy to tell. The world will forget our names, but not our work. We broke a code, and it broke us back." She closes the notebook, wraps it in brown paper, and places it in a drawer. Years later, her grandchildren will find it and wonder what it means. They will think it's poetry. In a way, it is. Chapter 7. The Shadows Beyond Victory. Operation Ultra and the Hidden Legacy. Part 1. The Day the Machines Went Quiet. The war ends without ceremony here. One morning the rotors are turning, lights blinking, papers flowing through hands. By evening, the switches are flipped, the fans stop, and the air stills. You stand in the machine room as the last bomb winds down. Its final clicks fade like a heartbeat finding rest. The silence that replaces it feels alive, enormous. No bells, no flags, no crowds. Just the sound of boots on linoleum, chairs being pushed back, the low murmur of disbelief. A technician wipes her hands on a rag and whispers, "That's it." Someone answers, "That's it." Outside, the countryside smells of wet earth and blooming fields, the first spring in years that isn't shadowed by fear. But inside the park, the air smells of metal and memory. Victory feels less like triumph and more like a deep exhale that no one dares release. Part 2. The Bonfires of Knowledge. Within days, new orders arrive. Top secret. Destroy all materials related to Enigma and Ultra. The workers gather in the courtyards, each carrying what they built their lives around. Code sheets, wiring diagrams, intercepted messages. They stack them in barrels and feed them to flame. The fire burns blue and gold, hot enough to twist metal. Paper curls like dry leaves, words dissolving into sparks. The air smells of ink and smoke and finality. They stand watching in silence. No speeches, no photographs. Just the knowledge that the greatest intelligence achievement in history must leave no trace. One woman drops her notebook in last. It flares briefly, then turns to ash. For the first time in years, her hands are empty. You can hear the crackle of the pages collapsing, the sigh of rotors melting, the whisper of history erasing itself. And yet, the fire doesn't feel like loss. It feels like protection, as if the truth is too powerful to survive peace intact. Part 3. Ultra. The Secret Victory. For 30 years, the name Ultra will not be spoken. Even those who lived it speak around it. The work, the office, the thing we did. It becomes a shared ghost, an invisible badge carried by people who can never show it. The British government seals the files in vaults marked to be opened at a later date. That date keeps moving further away. The silence becomes policy, the secrecy institutional. Within those sealed boxes lie not only blueprints and intercepts, but something far more fragile. The proof that intelligence, not firepower, shortened the war. That minds, not armies, turned the tide. When Churchill's post-war memoirs are published, he writes only a single oblique sentence. It was thanks to the secret sources of the highest importance that we were often well informed of the enemy's intentions. He never names Bletchley. He never names Ultra. Even gratitude is encrypted. Part 4. The Ghost Profession. The Codebreakers return to ordinary lives. They work as teachers, librarians, engineers, housewives, postmen. No one around them suspects the scale of what they've done. At dinner parties, when conversation turns to the war, they smile politely and say they did clerical work in the countryside. No one asks more. No one would believe it anyway. Some never truly return. They live half in memory, half in the invisible networks they helped design. 4 years after, when they hear static on the radio, they still listen for patterns. The habit never fades. They see the rise of new machines, smaller, faster, stranger, and recognize the echo. They never say it aloud, but each transistor, each flicker of binary feels familiar. Their secret has evolved without them. They built the skeleton of the information age, and then were told to forget it ever existed. Part 5. The Silence of Alan Turing. Alan Turing returns to a quieter war, one fought not with codes, but with prejudice. His brilliance remains, but his world has no place for it now. He works on new designs, dreams of universal machines, of intelligence without limits. He runs by the river each morning, his breath forming clouds in the cold air. Sometimes he stops mid-stride, lost in equations only he can see. He imagines a future where machines will converse, create, perhaps even care. But the country he saved turns against him. His difference becomes his crime. They take from him what they cannot understand: freedom, dignity, trust. He faces it with quiet grace, but something inside him dims. The same mind that broke the unbreakable cannot survive the cruelty of conformity. One summer morning in 1954, they find him gone. On the table beside his bed lies an apple, bitten once. Some say it was poisoned, others say it was symbolic, a quiet rebellion, a final act of logic. The newspapers barely mention his name. The machines he inspired keep humming. History moves on, leaving him behind. But somewhere in the circuitry of every computer, in every coded language that followed, his pattern remains: patient, exact, humane. Part 6. The New Silence. Decades pass. The world becomes noisier. Radios, televisions, satellites. Information flows faster than thought. But beneath the noise lies the same foundation of secrecy that Bletchley built. The Cold War inherits Ultra's bones. Britain's GCHQ, America's NSA, both born from the mansion's ashes. Encryption becomes empire, data the new territory. What began as defense turns into surveillance. You can trace the lineage, from the click of Enigma's rotors to the pulse of fiber-optic cables under the sea. The hum never stopped. It just changed frequency. Somewhere, in a room much like Hut 8, someone still listens, still watches, still believes that knowledge must be hidden to keep the world safe. And maybe they're right. Or maybe the lesson was never learned, that the pursuit of understanding always carries a shadow, the temptation to keep too much for ourselves. Part 7. The Return of Light. When the secret finally breaks, it happens quietly. The year is 1974. A journalist uncovers fragments. A retired officer confirms a rumor, and the first book about Bletchley Park appears. The world is astonished. People who once passed unnoticed on buses and in shops are suddenly hailed as heroes. Old women in cardigans, men with quiet voices, their memories opening like drawers long sealed. Yet for many, the revelation brings no relief, only confusion. The story belongs more to others now, to historians and headlines. Their own experiences feel smaller, paler, as if exposure has bleached them. Still, something tender blooms in that moment. Recognition, gratitude, and a faint sense that justice, however late, can still arrive. Part 8. The Hidden Legacy. You walk through the empty rooms of Bletchley as they are turned into a museum. Dust lies thick on the floors. Sunlight catches the air like gold thread. The machines are gone, but their ghosts linger. The smell of oil, the faint vibration in the walls. Plaques will be mounted, tours arranged, voices recorded. Visitors will stand where the operators once sat and marvel at the idea that thought itself once changed the world. But the real legacy isn't in the displays. It's in everything that came after. The computers, the satellites, the algorithms, the endless appetite for information. All of it born here, in a place that pretended to be invisible. You can almost hear the hum again, not from the past, but from the present, from every device that listens and calculates, each one an echo of that first attempt to make logic human. Part 9. The File That Remained. Years later, archivists discover a single folder that survived the fires. Inside, faded memos, fragments of equations, a photograph of a young woman at a typewriter. No name written. On the back, in faint pencil, a single line. We never worked for glory. We worked for understanding. They place it under glass. Visitors pass by, reading the words without knowing the faces. But you do. You've seen them, in the flicker of lamplight, in the rain-soaked bicycles, in the quiet rooms where thought became salvation. And as you stand before that glass, you realize, this was never a story about war. It was a story about what the human mind can bear, and what it must sometimes forget. Chapter 8. Echoes in the Wires. The Birth of the Digital Age. Part 1. After the Static. The war ends, but the sound does not. You hear it in the walls, in the faint hiss of every radio, in the soft tick of power grids waking at dawn. The world is learning to hum again. You're standing in a laboratory lit by cold fluorescence. It smells of dust, hot metal, and possibility. The chalkboards are covered in equations, circles, lines, strange hieroglyphs of thought. Where once men broke codes, now they try to build minds. The silence of Bletchley has evolved into a new kind of noise, the whisper of invention. Wires sprawl across tables like veins. Vacuum tubes glow with a dim, reddish pulse. Somewhere, a fan begins to turn, and with that simple motion, the future starts. Part 2. The Children of Logic. They call them computers. Not machines, not yet, but people. Rows of women in cardigans and spectacles, seated before adding machines and paper ledgers. They calculate trajectories, statistics, the movement of economies. The war may be over, but precision is still a form of survival. Soon, though, the word computer changes its meaning. Metal replaces muscle. Circuits replace patience. The machine begins to take over the arithmetic of existence. In Cambridge, Manchester, and Princeton, the veterans of code-breaking reassemble under new names and new purposes. They talk not of Enigma now, but of memory, of processing, of intelligence divorced from exhaustion. They see a path ahead, lit faintly by the glow of vacuum tubes, a path that leads beyond war, beyond language, beyond the limits of flesh. Somewhere between fear and fascination, humanity begins to teach its reflection how to think. Part 3. The First Sparks. In a basement in Manchester, 1948, a new kind of hum fills the air. The Manchester Baby, the first stored program computer, flickers to life. Its screen glows with phosphor light, showing patterns no one yet understands. The engineers cheer quietly, like men at a birth who don't yet realize what they've brought into the world. The machine has just performed its first calculation. It has remembered something. It's small, imperfect, but alive in its own way. A heartbeat in circuits, a thought in numbers. Someone jokes that it sounds like a radio tuned between stations. Another replies, "That's the sound of the future thinking." They are right, though they can't yet know how right. From these fragile beginnings, the world will build empires made entirely of code. Part 4. The Mind of Turing. Alan Turing, still haunted by secrecy and loss, writes from his small office in Manchester. The window sticks. The paint is flaking. Outside, the city hums. Trams, factories, electricity. Inside, he dreams of something no one else can yet see. He calls it the automatic computing engine. To most, it's just another project proposal. To him, it's the beginning of a philosophy, a world where thought can exist without body. He writes, "It is possible to conceive a machine that will carry out any operation which could be done by a human computer. The line is modest, but within it hides the birth of artificial intelligence, the echo of Enigma transformed into imagination." He sketches circuits that mimic reasoning, algorithms that simulate memory. His colleagues smile politely, not realizing they are watching the dawn of something vast. He believes that machines will one day learn, not because they are clever, but because they are patient, because they can repeat the same act of thought until the universe reveals its pattern. Outside, rain taps the window like Morse code. Inside, the man who once taught logic to save lives now teaches it to dream. Part 5. The Ghost of Colossus. At Dollis Hill, the engineers who built the wartime Colossus machine work quietly under new titles. Their wartime creation, the first electronic computer, has been dismantled, its plans burned, its existence denied. But the knowledge remains in their hands, in their fingertips. One of them, Tommy Flowers, walks through the remains of the old laboratory. He can still hear the machine in memory, the warm crackle of tubes, the clicking of relays, the pulse of progress. He builds new machines now for civilian use, but each one feels like a descendant of that hidden ancestor. He knows that if Colossus had been allowed to survive, the world would have entered the computer age a decade sooner. But perhaps it wasn't time yet. Perhaps humanity needed to forget before it could learn again. He touches the edge of a broken relay, whispers, "You did well," and leaves. The hum lingers behind him, softer than memory. Part 6. The Birth of a New Language. In the early 1950s, something begins to shift. Mathematics turns into syntax. Instructions become language. The first computer programs are written, strings of numbers giving rise to motion, to response, to imitation. To write code is to command silence to speak. Every line becomes a prayer to logic. Every mistake, a small explosion of chaos. The programmers discover that the hardest part of creation is not machinery, but humility, the awareness that they are teaching something that might one day teach them back. They speak of loops, of memory, of decisions. They don't yet realize they are writing philosophy in binary. The room hums, the lights blink, and from the static, a new voice begins to rise. The first whisper of artificial thought. Part 7. The Age of Signals. By the 1960s, the world has woven itself in copper and light. Telephone wires stretch like vines across continents. Satellites orbit overhead, carrying invisible messages through airless night. The planet hums with communication, a single nervous system connecting billions. Governments call it progress. Poets call it noise. But beneath both lies something older, the same impulse that built Enigma, that drove Turing's equations, that sent signals across the Atlantic during war. The need to be heard, to be understood. You can stand anywhere now, in a city, a forest, a quiet room, and feel it in your bones. The faint vibration of connection, the invisible pulse of meaning traveling faster than thought. The code that once divided the world has become the code that binds it. Part 8. The Machine That Dreams. A computer in a research lab hums softly through the night. No one is watching. Its screens glow faintly, running endless calculations. In those numbers, it begins to simulate something astonishing, learning, not understanding in the human sense, but pattern, repetition, prediction. It finds rhythm in randomness, sense in noise. It is the direct descendant of the bomb, the child of logic, the echo of every mind that once stared into chaos and refused to look away. The scientists call it progress. But if you listen closely, the hum hasn't changed. It's the same note that filled the huts of Bletchley, the same rhythm that turned despair into comprehension. Only now, it belongs to machines that never sleep. Part 9. The Legacy of the Invisible. At Bletchley Park, decades later, the rooms are quiet again. The air smells of old wood and history. Tourists move slowly through the exhibits, whispering as if afraid to disturb the ghosts. In one display case sits a small brass rotor, blackened with age. Its letters are faded, but you can still read them if you lean close. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Next to it, a modern smartphone vibrates in someone's pocket. Different form, same principle. Encryption, connection, communication, the eternal dance of secrecy and understanding. The world has changed its machines, but not its nature. We still build logic to contain our chaos. We still speak in codes to feel less alone. Part 10. The hum beneath the world. You close your eyes. The decades dissolve. Enigma, Colossus, transistor, mainframe, microchip, all become one long breath. The hum is everywhere now. In the cables under the sea, in the satellites above, in the silent signals between devices. It's the sound of everything speaking at once. And yet, if you listen carefully, you can still hear the older rhythm underneath. The whisper of human patience. The pulse of intelligence born in fear but carried forward in hope. The war never truly ended. It only changed languages. From ciphers to circuits, from codebooks to codebases, the struggle remains the same. To find meaning before the noise swallows it. And as the hum deepens, spreading through every wire and wave, you realize you've been listening to the same story all along. The story of how thought learned to travel. Chapter 9. The Last Transmission. Remembering the Invisible War. Part 1. The Frequency That Never Sleeps. The airwaves are never truly empty. Even in silence, something moves, a vibration too faint for ears, a pulse of energy that refuses to die. You stand on a field that was once alive with cables and huts, now only grass and wind. This was Bletchley Park, though the name means little to those passing by. To them, it's a museum. To you, it's a heartbeat buried in the soil. If you listen closely, the earth still hums. Maybe it's the power lines beyond the trees. Maybe it's the echo of machines that once spun here without rest. Or maybe it's memory itself, remembering the shape of what it once carried. The world has changed its rhythm, but not its message. Every satellite, every server, every algorithm owes its lineage to this quiet place. The code continues, unbroken, disguised as progress. Part 2. The Operators Return. Decades later, they come back. Those who still can. Elderly now, walking with canes, their hands trembling not from fear but from recognition. They stand before the huts like people visiting an old friend's grave. The paint is peeling, the windows dusty, but the smell of damp paper and oil lingers, unchanged. One woman touches the door frame and whispers, "I can still hear it." Her granddaughter, holding her arm, smiles, not understanding. Inside, they find their past reconstructed. Typewriters behind glass, uniforms folded neatly, an Enigma machine waiting patiently on a table. They stare at it like a mirror that no longer reflects. A curator explains how it worked. They nod politely. They know already. They know what it felt like to hold the weight of a message whose meaning could end thousands of lives. Before leaving, one of them leans close to the machine and presses a key. A light flickers briefly. She exhales, almost a sigh. The sound it makes is the same as always, a single letter glowing in the dark. Part 3. The Unsent Message. In an archive, a historian finds a sealed envelope labeled Ultra, confidential. Inside, a transmission never sent, dated April 1945. Its content is simple, almost childlike. To whoever finds this, remember that the machine is not what matters. What matters is that we listened. The handwriting is careful, the ink faded to brown. No signature, no origin. The message is preserved, digitized, uploaded. Its journey finally complete, traveling through fiber optic veins across oceans, continents, time zones. It becomes data, then memory, then meaning again. You wonder if the sender ever imagined their words would live this long, that a message meant for no one would become a testament for everyone. Part 4. the other side of silence. Across the sea, in a forgotten German bunker, restoration workers uncover another Enigma machine. The metal is rusted, the wood swollen with age, but the letters are still legible. When they power it on for the first time, a faint click echoes through the chamber. Mechanical, human, eternal. It doesn't matter that it no longer encodes anything. The gesture itself feels sacred. The completion of a circuit between enemies who never met, each believing they fought for truth, each leaving behind only the same fragile relics. Metal, paper, silence. One of the workers says softly, "They were all just trying to be heard." The others nod. The machine hums once more. Part 5. The Code in the Blood. Generations later, people type on glowing keyboards, send encrypted messages, unlock devices with fingerprints. They never think of Bletchley, or Enigma, or the women and men who gave logic its voice. But every keystroke, every password, every byte of information carries their fingerprint. The code has entered the bloodstream of the world. It lives in every search engine, every GPS, every whisper that crosses a digital sky. The war that began in silence now fills every waking second with noise. And yet, underneath the algorithms and notifications, the same question lingers. Can knowledge ever exist without conscience? The machines inherited our logic, but not our empathy. Perhaps that was the last code we never cracked. Part 6. The Woman by the Sea. Somewhere on the English coast, an elderly woman sits by the shore at dusk. The wind smells of salt and kelp. Gulls cry overhead. She brings a small radio with her, an old one, scratched, humming faintly even when turned off. She doesn't listen to stations anymore. She tunes to the static, the in-between. She says it's where the past still lives. When the hum deepens, she closes her eyes. She imagines the messages she once transcribed, coordinates, weather reports, fragments of lives, and wonders if they're still out there, still bouncing between the stars, still waiting to be heard. She smiles faintly, whispering, "It's all still talking, isn't it?" The sea doesn't answer. It never has to. Part 7. The Museum of Sound. At Bletchley, a new exhibit opens, not of objects, but of recordings. Hidden microphones capture the sounds of reconstructed bombs turning. Visitors wear headphones and close their eyes. The noise fills their heads, rhythmic, insistent, endless. For a moment, they understand. This was what victory sounded like. Not drums or cheers, but persistence. Not triumph, but endurance. Children remove their headphones wide-eyed, saying it felt like standing inside a heartbeat. They aren't wrong. It's the pulse of logic, the same one that still runs through every device they hold. The hum continues long after they leave. It always does. Part 8. The Last Code. In 2013, a letter once written by Alan Turing is auctioned to a private collector. It contains a single equation and one line in his handwriting. The question is not whether machines can think, but whether we can still feel in their presence. It's unclear whether he meant it as philosophy, warning, or confession. Perhaps all three. You imagine him writing it, alone, half-tired, half-luminous, the same mind that once decoded destruction now pondering creation. You imagine him pausing, hearing the faint hum of a radio, smiling to himself, then folding the page, sealing it, and sending it into the world like a message in a bottle. It never reached its destination. But maybe it was never meant to. Maybe it was addressed to us. Part 9. The Last Transmission. There's a room deep beneath the museum, closed to the public. Inside it, one of the surviving bombs has been restored to working order. Every year, on the anniversary of victory in Europe Day, a technician switches it on for 1 hour. It spins slowly, its lights blinking, its rhythm steady and ancient. The room fills with that familiar sound, not the roar of war, but the murmur of persistence, of understanding, of faith in thought. Then, at exactly 11 o'clock, the technician types one sentence into the console. "We remember you." The machine answers as it always did, with light, with noise, with meaning hidden in motion. But for a heartbeat, the hum feels different, almost human, almost aware. Then the power cuts. Silence returns. But even after the lights fade, something remains. A resonance in the air. A tone too low to hear, but too deep to forget. The final transmission has already been sent. It's not in Morse, or binary, or code. It's in us. Part 10. The Sound of Forever. You walk outside into night. The air is cold, the sky heavy with stars. Somewhere in the dark, radio waves drift endlessly. Fragments of speech, bursts of static, the faint hum of a machine built 80 years ago. They travel outward at the speed of light, past the moon, past the planets, carrying our first great secret into the quiet. Maybe one day, something will hear it. Maybe they'll decode it. Maybe they'll understand that this is what we were. Creatures who turned silence into music, who turned fear into logic, who built meaning out of chaos. The hum continues, low, eternal, benevolent. It sounds like wind, like memory, like forgiveness. And if you listen long enough, you realize it's the same hum that's been there since the beginning. The one that started in a rain-soaked workshop in Berlin, moved through the hearts of mathematicians, crossed the ocean in invisible signals, and now lives quietly inside every machine that waits for you to speak. You breathe. You listen. You remember. The transmission never ended. It just found a new frequency. Epilogue. The Sea of Signals. Part 1. The Return to Silence. The wind is softer now. The war, the machines, the noise, all of it has dissolved into the air. You're standing once more before the horizon, where the sky and sea meet in the language of calm. The world hums, but quietly. Electricity moves beneath your feet, through cables that cross oceans like veins of light. Every pulse of energy is a message, every flicker a memory. Somewhere out there, the remnants of those first transmissions still travel. Waves of code drifting endlessly through the void, carrying fragments of love, orders, fear, hope. No one can call them back. No one would want to. They belong to eternity now. Part 2. The Beach of Wires. The shore is scattered with relics, bits of copper, glass, and corroded steel. You pick one up, a piece of wire, thin and twisted, the ghost of a signal that once changed the world. You imagine the voices it carried, the click of Enigma keys, the laughter of exhausted operators, the whispered prayers of those who never knew their messages were being read. The sea has softened it, made it harmless again. Salt has erased its sharpness. The waves have rounded its edges. Even the artifacts of war are forgiven, in time. You toss the wire back into the tide. It sinks quietly, vanishing without ripple. Part 3. The Language Beneath Waves. The sea has always spoken in code. Its currents shift in patterns too vast for human eyes to see. Its tides are the original encryption, rhythm without explanation, meaning without translation. The mathematicians once tried to describe it. They mapped its motion, measured its depth, charted its temperature, but no one has ever truly broken it. The sea keeps its secrets better than any machine. Perhaps that's why so many stories end here, because beneath the noise and invention, beneath all our equations and devices, there is this: water and silence, infinite, untranslatable. The machines tried to mimic this, to understand pattern as creation, to make thought flow like tide. But even they, for all their logic, could only come close. Part 4. The memory of the machine. You can still feel the hum sometimes, in the static between radio stations, in the electricity before a storm, in the quiet rhythm of your own pulse. It's the sound of everything we've learned trying to remember where it came from. The first spark, the first calculation, the first letter that glowed on a board in a dark room, telling no one and everyone at once that meaning had survived. You think of them all now. The Polish cryptographers in the forest, the women at the bombs, the German operators tapping their final words, the man who imagined machines that could love logic. All of them gone, yet all still here, folded into every circuit, every waveform, every quiet moment of connection that passes invisibly between strangers. This is how memory endures, not in names, but in rhythm. Part 5. The listener. You close your eyes. The air tastes of rain again, just like at the beginning. You hear the soft patter on the water, the same tempo as the rotors once turning, the same cadence as a message decoded in the dark. Somewhere, far away, another listener hears the same sound. On a ship, in a satellite, in a city still awake at midnight. They don't know you, but they're listening too. Across time, across distance, the signal finds its way. It always has. You breathe, and the breath becomes part of it. The endless network of sound, silence, and understanding. For a moment, you can almost hear them all. The operators, the engineers, the dreamers, the dead. They speak without words. Their message as simple as it ever was. We were here. We tried to understand. Part 6. The Ocean of Memory. The sun breaks through the clouds. The light ripples across the surface of the water like static made holy. Every glimmer feels like a signal. The sea reflecting back the thoughts of those who once listened beneath its waves. Convoys that never returned. Submarines that disappeared. Messages that never reached their destination. The ocean keeps them all. It remembers in rhythm, not in language. It speaks in the language of repetition, the way waves repeat themselves not because they forget, but because they forgive. You realize that perhaps everything we ever invented, the codes, the circuits, the logic, was an attempt to imitate that forgiveness, to make memory bearable, to make meaning eternal. Part 7. The Light That Remains. Night returns slowly. The last light fades across the horizon like a photograph developing in reverse. The air is still, the water calm. You feel the weight of silence again, not absence, but completion. Somewhere far beneath you, the cables still hum. Billions of messages cross the seabed, carrying everything we are. Love letters, arguments, news, noise. And through all of it runs a single invisible thread. The one that began with a wooden machine and a handful of people who refused to stop thinking. Their story was never about war. It was about the persistence of mind. About what happens when human beings decide that truth, even hidden, is worth seeking. That hum will never end. Not while there are signals to send. Not while there are ears to listen. Part 8. The Return. Rain begins again. Soft, familiar, unhurried. You stand still and let it fall. The sound on your coat, on the sea, on the earth. It's the same pattern that began everything. The first rhythm. The first message. You exhale, and the breath joins the wind. It travels across the fields, across the old mansion, across the world that grew from its silence. In that moment, you understand. The code was never just about secrecy. It was about connection. The fragile thread between thought and meaning, between noise and understanding, between one heartbeat and another. Part 9. The Last Line. The waves rise and fall, writing and erasing the same story again and again. The hum softens, the rain slows, and the air becomes still. Somewhere far beyond hearing, the last signal fades, not as an ending, but as an echo returning home. The wind carries it out over the water, where it dissolves into distance, becoming part of the sea of signals that never stop moving. And as you stand there, alone but not lonely, you understand what they all understood in their own way. Every message, every code, every act of translation was simply another way of saying, "We were here." The hum lingers. The sea breathes. The past listens. You take one last breath and let it drift away. Part 2. Operation Mincemeat. The corpse that fooled Hitler. It's 1943. The war has grown tired of blood and now turns to imagination. In the basements of Whitehall, men in uniforms speak of ghosts as if they were soldiers. Maps whisper of armies that don't exist. And somewhere, in a cold room under a single bulb, a body waits to be reborn into fiction. The corpse has no name yet, only the faint echo of a life forgotten, a man whose death will become a weapon. A photograph will give him love, letters will give him purpose. His heart no longer beats, but his story will move nations. Soon, he will drift through salt water carrying lies wrapped in truth. The Germans will read his words. Hitler himself will believe them, and thousands will live because one man could not. You turn your head toward the sea. The tide curls and unfolds, patient as memory. Somewhere beyond that horizon, another illusion is gathering, not in the depths, but in the fields. In the counties of Kent and Sussex, tents rise from empty meadows. Men build tanks from rubber and wood. Painters stain canvas with false shadows so that from the air, an army seems to breathe. A voice crackles through the static of a wireless set. Transmitting. Division strength confirmed. But no division exists. Only signal, wind, and belief. Two fictions, one of flesh, one of air, moving toward each other across time. The corpse and the ghost. Operation Mincemeat and Operation Fortitude. Deceptions so audacious they would alter the course of history. You close your eyes and listen. Beneath the hum of the city lies the rhythm of creation. The typewriter's click, the scratch of pen against map, the soft folding of paper into envelope. Ordinary sounds turned sacred by purpose. Somewhere, A young woman seals a letter that will never reach its reader. Somewhere else, a general rehearses a speech to soldiers who will never exist. The war has found a new kind of courage, the courage to invent. For in this quiet theater of shadows, courage is not the act of killing, but of convincing, and belief is the sharpest weapon of all. You walk through this world unseen, through tunnels smelling of metal and mildew, past desks stacked with forms stamped most secret, through an airfield where a single real plane sits among dozens of fabric shells. Everywhere, illusion hums like electricity. You sense its pulse, its precision, its strange mercy. A lie, if built carefully enough, can save the living. That is the gospel of these men, and soon of an entire generation. A voice echoes from a corridor behind you. Calm, clipped, British. If the enemy must believe, let him believe completely. The sentence fades, swallowed by the rhythm of typewriter keys. Outside, a lorry rumbles through fog, headlights dimmed. Somewhere in that fog, the truth is being rewritten. The sea and the wind conspire. Paper and ink become soldiers. It's a war fought without faces, a war where silence kills and imagination commands. You pause at the edge of the docks. A seagull drifts overhead, its cry lost in the rolling surf. Far below, the water glows faintly from the lights of submarines preparing for departure. Somewhere among them lies a canister and a body, ready to vanish into legend. Soon, his story will touch every coast of Europe, and as he sinks into the Atlantic's dark cradle, another army, made of nothing but air, will begin to march. Two lies, bound by a single truth. That victory, sometimes, belongs not to those who fight, but to those who imagine. The wind changes. You breathe it in, the taste of salt, oil, and rain. The faint sound of Morse code drifts from a nearby ship. Dot, dash, dot. The rhythm of faith disguised as information. A voice inside you whispers. The war's greatest weapons were never guns, but stories. You open your eyes one last time before the journey begins. The sea stretches ahead like an open book. The fields behind you wait like blank pages. Both will be written in deception, courage, and grief. Both will prove that imagination can be as fatal and as beautiful as fire. Now, let the tide pull you under. Let the wind guide you inland. Let the quiet teach you how truth dissolves. Chapter 1. The Spark of a Lie. The war had entered its middle age, that tired season when men stopped believing in endings. London, 1943. The air itself feels weary, worn down by 3 years of fear and rationed hope. You walk through the fog and smell the city's exhaustion. Coal smoke, wet paper, the faint scent of burnt sugar drifting from an empty cafe. Every sound feels measured. Boots on pavement, the echo of a distant siren, the crackle of wireless static announcing somewhere else's tragedy. In the heart of Westminster, behind stone walls and blackout curtains, another kind of war is being fought. One that leaves no craters, no smoke. A war of paper, whispers, and imagination. Down narrow stairwells and into windowless rooms, men of the XX committee gather around long oak tables littered with files. Their enemy is truth itself. Typewriters clatter like machine guns. Cigarette smoke curls through the air, coiling around maps pinned with colored strings. North Africa, Sicily, Greece. Each pin marks not just territory, but possibility. It is here, in these subterranean chambers, that the world learns to weaponize belief. Ewan Montague sits at the table's end, jacket slightly rumpled, eyes sharp behind round spectacles. Beside him, Charles Chumley, tall, awkward, brilliant in that eccentric British way, flips through reports from the Abwehr, Germany's military intelligence. Between them, on a sheet of paper, A single phrase. The Trout Memo. It was written months before by Admiral John Godfrey, but its ghost still lingers here. A curious document comparing deception to fishing. The trout fisherman casts patiently and waits for the enemy to take the bait. Most read it as a metaphor. Montague reads it as a blueprint. He taps the page lightly, eyes unfocused, as if seeing something behind the words. Chumley leans in, catching the glint of an idea. "What if the bait were real?" he says quietly. Montague looks up. "Real. A body," Chumley replies, "dressed as an officer. Documents in his pocket. A plane crash. A tragedy, believable enough to fool anyone who finds him." The room goes still. A strange silence hangs in the air, not disbelief, but intrigue. The kind of silence that falls when imagination dares to trespass into the unthinkable. Montague's first reaction isn't revulsion, it's curiosity. You can almost see the cogs of logic turning behind his eyes. How it could be done, what it would cost, what it might save. He speaks softly, like a man afraid of scaring off a fragile thought. If we could plant the right papers, and ensure they reach the right hands. Chumley nods. It would have to be perfect. A life so ordinary it feels true. The others murmur. Someone laughs uneasily. Someone else mutters, "Morbid business." But no one stops them, because beneath the shock, there's an undeniable truth. The idea could work. You linger by the door, watching the birth of a lie that will change the course of the war. The men don't know it yet, but this moment, this quiet, smoke-filled moment, will ripple through time. They are midwives to a deception that will save tens of thousands, and haunt them for years. Montague leans back in his chair, thinking of logistics. A body. Where to find one. How to preserve it. How to make it believable. How to ensure it washes ashore where the Germans will see it. He sketches a rough plan in pencil, his handwriting small and deliberate. Operation Mincemeat. The name means nothing now. Absurd, almost comic. But within months it will become sacred among the secret world's faithful. A legend of invisible hands and calculated mercy. Outside, rain drums softly against the glass. The city above continues its nightly masquerade. Lights dimmed, hearts cautious, every window covered in fear. No one up there knows that the next great weapon of the war has just been imagined. Later that night, Montague walks home along the embankment. The Thames moves sluggishly under the bridges, its surface reflecting the occasional flicker of passing headlights. He pauses by the railing, thinking of the men dying in Tunisia, the endless logistics of invasion. War has become mathematics, numbers of ships, calories, men, and yet, here he is, contemplating illusion. He lights a cigarette, watches the ember glow against the fog, and murmurs to himself, "We fight with ghosts now." The thought unsettles him. He doesn't know if that's progress or decay. Behind him, Big Ben strikes midnight. The city exhales. A train whistles somewhere beyond the river. And below, unseen currents carry the tide toward the south, toward Spain, toward destiny. The following morning, the XX committee reconvenes. Their brief: to formalize the impossible. Montague stands before the group, his voice low, deliberate. We need a man who died by accident, not in battle, not by violence. Someone unclaimed. He must be believable, ordinary enough to be invisible, but not so plain he's unremarkable. Chumley adds, "We'll create a complete identity. Family, rank, correspondence, even theater tickets in his pocket." A secretary in the corner hesitates before speaking. "And his name?" Montague glances at her. Major William Martin, Royal Marines. Let's make him real. The name lands like a heartbeat. Something human, something inevitable. You can feel the room shift. The unease gives way to fascination. The air buzzes with the energy of creation. Scientists building a myth, craftsmen forging a ghost. The war has found its poets again. Montague makes notes as the plan expands. The body must be delivered near Huelva, Spain, where German agents thrive under the pretense of neutrality. It must appear accidental, a plane crash at sea. The briefcase chained to his wrist must contain letters between Allied commanders, suggesting a diversion, an invasion of Greece and Sardinia instead of Sicily. A simple falsehood, dressed as tragedy. The table fills with details. A letter from Pam, his fiancée. A used ticket from a London club. A bank statement. Cigarettes. A key. A pencil stub. A life built backwards, from the pockets outward. At one point, Chumley remarks, half to himself, "We're not making a lie. We're making a person." And that's when you understand the brilliance of it, and its quiet horror. For every truth the war destroys, men like these create a better fiction to take its place. You watch them shaping it with reverence, not cynicism. They believe in the story they're building, and that belief is what will make it work. Hours later, the corridor's empty. Montague remains, surrounded by files. He removes his glasses and rubs his eyes. On the desk before him lies a single photograph. A young woman smiling, head tilted, eyes alive. She doesn't know that her face will soon belong to someone who never lived. He sets it down gently beside the new name, Major William Martin. Outside, the rain has stopped. The night smells of metal and damp paper. A lorry passes, headlights briefly illuminating the wall where the map of Europe hangs. Lines and pins, all the places where men will die, or not, because of what is being written here. Montague stares at the map. He traces a finger across the sea between England and Spain. For the first time, he imagines it, the corpse adrift, the waves carrying it toward destiny. He feels a chill that isn't from the weather. "If this works," he whispers, "it will be the kindest lie we ever told." In the corridor outside, the janitor hums a tune as he empties a bin. Somewhere far below, a train rattles through a tunnel. London moves on, unaware of the new weapon forming in its veins. The war above is fought with bombs. The war below is fought with belief. And belief, as Montague has just discovered, is infinitely more dangerous. "A lie," he writes later in his notebook, "is only immoral if it fails." The ink dries. The page closes. The first spark of Operation Mincemeat has been lit. The room falls silent except for the ticking clock. Patient, mechanical, impartial. It's counting down to the moment when truth itself will drown, quietly, for victory. Chapter 2. The Man Who Never Was. Part 1. The Cold Light. London breathes in grey. You step into a room that smells of phenol and winter. White tile to the ceiling, a single bulb trembling, metal trays softly chiming when moved. Time here is disciplined by thermometers and clipboards, by the slow stutter of a wall clock whose tick lands like a judge's gavel. Ewan Montague stands with his hands inside his coat sleeves. He watches the pathologist lift a corner of the sheet. There is the face, pale, softened by the brief humiliations of death, mouth surrendered, lashes clumped like wet threads. Ordinary, ageless, a man you'd never have noticed on a bus. A man the world allowed to drift past without learning his name. A voice, practiced and unstartled. Male, mid-30s. Ingestion poisoning. Minimal trauma. Sir Bernard Spilsbury doesn't look up from the form. His sentences are as tidy as the metal instruments gleaming beside him. He explains what the sea will do and what it cannot, how lungs hold stories, how skin remembers the temperature of a room, how even in death the body has a grammar that can betray a lie. Montague nods. He is a barrister by training. Evidence is his religion. He knows juries, how they weigh the tilt of a wrist, the crack in a voice. Now he must prepare a case for an audience he will never face. The enemy. The sheet falls back. Silence returns, heavy as frost. There are papers to sign that none of them will keep. There are arrangements that will float between offices on whisper and nod. A certificate that will not be filed, an authorization that will not be archived. The body will remain in official limbo, because limbo is safer than light. You watch Spilsbury's pencil trace a quiet permission across the page. A life is requisitioned. Anonymous death becomes state material. In another room, a steel canister waits with its lid open like an unblinking eye. Dry ice smokes along the rim, curling down the sides in slow ribbons. Someone has stenciled a lie across its face. Optical instruments. It will be the most honest thing about it. An instrument, yes, for seeing into another mind. The door closes against the cold. The bulb hums. The room resumes its patient chore of forgetting. Outside, London receives a thin snow that will not last. Part 2. The making of Major William Martin. You descend into an office where paper possesses gravity, where livelihoods, backstories, affections grow from the edges inward, a life drafted in abbreviations and T-rings. On the table, a wallet with nothing in it yet, a St. Christopher medal whose metal holds the day's chill, a silver pencil, a key without a door, 2 shillings and a 6pence rubbed thin at the Queen's face. Beside them, a sheet with a name written neatly in ink. Major William Martin, Royal Marines. Names are doors. This one opens smoothly, without splinter. Montague studies it the way a craftsman runs a hand along timber, searching for flaw. The rank must fit the plausible center, not so high as to invite portraits and dinner lists, not so low as to deny access to important paper. Major feels like a coat that warms without boasting. Across from him, Charles Chumley is arranging the mundane with almost priestly care. He repeats a principle the two of them have learned like liturgy. The enemy trusts the ordinary. Not seals or signatures, but lint in a pocket, a theatre stub with a coffee ring, a letter whose ink has blotted where the writer hesitated. A woman steps into the room with the unceremonious grace of competence. Jean Leslie, hair pinned, blouse practical. She places a small photograph on the table. Her own face, borrowed. The smile is not stage-managed, simply a moment that survived light and chemistry. The photograph will live in a breast pocket where it can be found by hands that are not kind. Pam, Montague says softly, as if the syllable might run if spoken too loud. Jean sits at the typewriter. The keys begin their warm weather. Click, click, shiver, click. She knows this letter must be as unremarkable as fog and twice as real. She chooses the simple sorcery of lovers. I miss you. I saw a hat in a window that would suit me if you'd object less to the price. I will keep your place at the dinner you promised to attend and did not. A smudge of lipstick at the bottom edge. A fold pressed by fingers that needed something to hold. Chumley assembles the pocket litter. A bill from a gentleman's club whose charges suggest someone neither frugal nor careless. A bank letter observing politely that an account has strayed into overdraft. A reused envelope with a penciled shopping list inside. Razor blades, matches, stamps. The briefcase receives letters between flag officers, written in the truant language of busy men. The memos are built from quiet inaccuracies that become their most convincing truths. A wrong form of address that only two friends would use. A date just misremembered enough to feel human. A joke about liver paste tucked into a margin. You stand near the window and listen to rain argue with the glass. In the corners of the room, coats steam gently. The radiator ticks like a distant metronome marking out caution. Montague lifts the identity card under a magnifying glass. The photograph they have chosen. Not too crisp, not dear. The stamp lands imperfectly, ink feathering at its rim. He breathes. Perfection is the enemy of belief. They age the ID with a thumb rubbed against the edge. A brief kiss of ash from the cigarette tray. The leather wallet receives the card. The pocket receives the wallet. The jacket receives the medal. The briefcase receives its lies as carefully as a tabernacle receives its bread. When it is done, they do not speak. A hush that belongs to altars and operating rooms settles. Will he like jazz? Jean asks, half smiling. Terribly, Montague answers, not smiling at all. He writes the last small entries in a notebook that will be found later, perhaps read by eyes that have not slept. Appointment, Taylor, 14:30. Oh Peter, 5 shillings. Pam's birthday. Remember, the ordinary has never felt so sacred. Part 3. The weight of borrowed life. He is dressed carefully, not lavished. Shirt stiff enough to have been ironed by someone in a hurry. Collar correct. The Royal Marines badge sits where it should, no brighter than any other man's. Buttons that do not clamour. Polished shoes that still remember an older mud. In the morgue, the body is as dignified as their caution permits. A comb drags through hair not his. The hands are arranged. A ring chosen for discretion. You note the small kindnesses that no report will mention. The way a medical attendant straightens a cuff. The way a clerk refuses to set her teacup anywhere near the body. Spilsbury murmurs instructions with the calm of a man who has taught unthinkable lessons for years. What the sea must be allowed to tell. What must be denied. The lungs, the sinuses, the chemistry of skin left to a certain air for a certain time. How long the cold can preserve the lie. How much warmth will endanger it. It is macabre work performed with the grammar of decency. No one hurries. No one lingers. At the final inspection, Ewan Montague stands alone for a moment. The room emits its reliable liturgy of sounds. A trolley's small squeal, the sigh of ice. He looks not at the face, but at the chest where the photograph waits. Pam smiles in the dark. What did Gentleman Michael believe as he walked toward the edge of his life? Hunger narrows belief to a point. The city is an animal that does not apologize. He fell through it, namelessly, and now the nation that did not see him will arm him with consequence. You feel the moral seam beneath your feet, the place the floorboards give because the house is old. Montague feels it too. The room is honest enough to allow it. He is not sentimental, merely awake. He sets a hand lightly against the fabric at the shoulder, as if steadying a fellow passenger on a moving train. It's an impulse without audience or reward. "Forgive me," he whispers, and the room refuses to answer because rooms are made of patience, not pity. The chain is fitted to the wrist. The briefcase lock click is very small, but the sound lands with a legal finality that belongs to verdicts. Paper and flesh are married. The lie receives its sacrament. A van idles in the laneway. Vapor leaves in low white banners from its exhaust. 2 ratings lift the canister by its handles. Breath fogging, boots crisp against wet stone. The lid lowers, bolts quarter turn. The label with its polite falsehood faces outward like a smile that refuses to show teeth. In the office upstairs, Montague signs the last authorizations in a hand that is resolute without bravado. He writes a single sentence in his private notebook before he closes it. We borrow from death what war demands of the living. You do not see tears. You see a man coaching his conscience into endurance. Part 4. The Paper Soul. You return to the desk, where the dossier breathes like a small animal sleeping. Its paper whispers when moved. Its corners have learned the ache of being thumbed. Here everything that seems unimportant is armor. A letter from a father, cordial, mildly critical in the way of men who cache tenderness in complaint. It mentions fishing on Sundays and a borrowed book never returned. It asks after church attendance with a sentence shaped to sound like a question and not a demand. The signature has a cramped tail on the last letter. The envelope flap carries 2 tiny fibers of someone's coat whose color cannot be named to anyone who will read it later. Perfect. A bank note that doesn't quite balance. A club chit with a grease bloom. 2 theater tickets clipped together with the absent-minded competence of a cashier. A dry cleaning stub so soft along its fold it might have lived there 3 weeks already. A used match, spent and returned to the box by a man who saves unnecessary things out of habit. In the briefcase, the letters that matter. Senior men mention movements in a way that underplays the important and overplays the harmless. One uses a pet name for another that the Germans, who are good at so many things, will never think to doubt. There is a map with penciled arrows that does not swoop like an illustrator's flourish, but crosses terrain timidly, the way rail planning does before it learns to be bold. There is a date in the wrong corner, a file number out of conformity by a single digit, a careless coffee ring, human truth applied like varnish. Chumley reads it all aloud once like a prayer, not for effect, for cadence. He listens to where the breath naturally falls. Deceptions that survive interrogation have music. Jean places the photograph into the wallet and says, almost to herself, "He looks like a man who would buy flowers and then spill the water on his shoes." The sentence hangs in the air, unnecessary and perfect. You realize they love him now, not the body on the slab, which would be sentimentality, but the person they have built in their hands. Love is too large a word, perhaps. Duty's tender cousin. The night arrives in the windows like an ink spill. The last act in the office is the smallest. Montague takes the fountain pen, dabs excess from its nib, and writes W. Martin on the inside of the briefcase strap. Barely visible, a habit mark. You think of how you have written your name inside things you feared to lose. Belief accumulates exactly this way, as small truths, layered until weight appears. He closes the case, listens to the lock settle, exhales. Somewhere down the corridor, a radio is tuned and tuned again and refuses to submit to a station, only static with a heartbeat hiding inside it. In the alley, a cat steps through puddles whose surfaces behave like film, silvered, slow. They leave the room as quietly as men leaving a nursery. Lights off. Door latched. Paper sleeps. The made life waits for the living sea. Days fold into each other like letters placed neatly into an outbox. The canister travels north by road passes signed out of existence, then south by rail whose timetables remember that war is the one customer who never complains and never forgives a delay. At the docks, men whose work is to lift and lower for pay that forgets them move the weight without asking what it is. The manifest is a story that does not sweat. Optical instruments. Always and again. You stand on the quay at dawn as HMS Seraph takes the canister like a promise it cannot tell anyone it has made. Her crew is average in the heroic way only average men can be. A petty officer scratches his neck, yawns, remarks about tea. A stoker thinks of a letter he should have written and did not. Courage lives comfortably in such bodies. It likes to be bored before it is needed. Montague watches departure from the place allotted to those who are no longer necessary. Plans are orphans the moment they begin to walk. For a time the world is only engines, rope, gulls, a cough, the clank in a pocket whose owner will never identify the coin by touch as well as he can now. London slides backward into smudge. The sea widens in the wind. He stands with his hands in his coat sleeves and the sentence he wrote in his notebook standing up quietly inside him. A guest who will not leave. We borrow from death what war demands of the living. You look once more at the life they made. The overdraft and the theatre tickets, the medal and the photograph with its small bruise of lipstick, the father who asks for church. It is complete in the way a weathered door is complete. True because it has been handled. The man who never was is ready. The morgue has emptied its cold light. The office has swallowed its own smoke. The canister rides the skin of water toward a latitude that will decide whether men meet their children again. And somewhere, as the submarine noses east through a seam of darker sea, the photograph in the breast pocket shifts the slightest fraction with the ship's roll, as if Pam, borrowed, imagined, necessary, has leaned in to listen to the ocean. The room where they made him is dark now. Only the map remains, pricked with its arguments and fears. A draught passes. One pin trembles, then is still. Outside, London exhales another night. Somewhere a violin is practicing a slow phrase through a wall too thin to keep secrets. The city will not remember this evening. The sea will. The man who never was waits inside a simple lie that has learned how to breathe. Chapter 3. The Drop. Part 1. The Long Night to Water. Night keeps its own clock at sea, not hours and minutes, but the rhythm of engines and the tug of tide. The men aboard HMS Seraph feel it in their bones, a low hum travelling through steel into muscle, a lullaby with teeth. You're on the casing just below the conning tower, wrapped in a wind that smells of iron and brine. The horizon has no edges yet. It's a bruise of dark against darker. Far astern, the wake writes a white brief sentence and erases it. Below, in the forward space cleared for the cargo that isn't, a canister sweats cold. Dry ice smokes around the seal, slipping down like a ghost that refuses to lie still. The stencil says optical instruments with the stubborn innocence of a practiced lie. A petty officer taps the lid with the back of his knuckles, the way superstitious men touch door frames. He doesn't know what's inside, not really. Special, the captain said. Special is a word that keeps a crew obedient and a conscience unoccupied. Commander Bill Jewell checks his watch under a shielded torch. 4:02. He has done brave things and boring things, and he knows they are often the same in uniform. He hears the sea before he sees it, oil-smooth, patient, heavy with miles. A chart is pinned near the helm. A small pencil cross wears the name Welver in a clerk's hand. Neutral on paper, helpful in practice. Neutral is another word the war has taught men to distrust. Stand by to surface, he says softly. The order travels like a thought made muscle. Valves shift, ballast whispers, the hull rearranges its weight. You feel a pressure move through your jaw and into your ears, as if the sea itself is swallowing, preparing its mouth for a truth it does not want but will keep anyway. The Seraph breaks the skin with the tact of a predator who has learned patience. Hatches spin, cold air knifes through. Dawn has not arrived, only its rumour, a chalky thinning of night near the east. Jewell descends to the canister and rests a hand on its rim as if greeting a sleeping animal. "All right," he says, To the men, to the metal, to fate. Wrenches bite. The lid loosens. Vapor exhales, sweet with the sterilized scent of laboratories and morgues. The interior gives up its quiet. A coat that remembers a tailor's iron. A chain that has forgotten its bicycle and learned the wrist. A face smoothed by time and water imagined. No one crosses himself. No one speaks a prayer out loud. But silence, here, is a liturgy that men conduct together without training. Part 2. The Ceremony Without Name. You watch as the crew receives instruction they didn't train for. They are practiced at torpedoes, at depth, at noise discipline. No syllabus prepared them for courtesy to the dead in darkness. They lift him with the kind efficiency of men used to moving weight. He is not heavy in the way of the living. He is specific, the kind of heaviness that teaches the hands something about consequence. Cloth whispers. The briefcase angles and bumps a rib of steel and makes a small sound that the night records and will never repeat. Jewel steps back, giving the few inches that mark respect. The chain's cuff is checked once more. A rating fumbles the key, catches it, looks secretly ashamed and a little frightened of something he cannot name. The captain's voice is low and level. Steady. It means everything at once. Weight, breath, the world. They carry him up the ladder, bodies twisting to make a corridor where none exists. The hatch mouth frames a slice of sky gone from coal to slate. The sea receives the seraph like a confidant, close, cold, complicit. On deck, the breeze runs through cloth and hair. The corpse lies along the rail a moment, facing a horizon he will not see, buttoned against a weather he will not feel. Pam's photograph rests over the quiet heart under the greatcoat. The lipstick bruise at its edge is now closer to salt than to skin. In the briefcase, letters with their small human stumbles, dates wrong in believable ways, salutations careless with rank in the manner of friends. It is astonishing, and right, that the smallest frauds tell the largest truths. The captain's mouth moves without volume. You cannot hear the words, but you can guess the tradition. A few lines learned in another life, when funerals belong to families and not nations. He stands with his hat in his left hand, the other touching the cold rail. One of the men bows his head. Not religious, exactly. Familial. On his mark, they ease the body over. For an instant, he balances on the edge of the world. One hand, one boot. The whole lie in a briefcase that gleams like a fish. Then gravity asserts its grammar. He drops, not hard, not loud. A low splash rolls outward, the sound of a secret choosing its first listener. The corpse rises, the sea negotiating, testing. The chain draws him again under and then up, letting the water decide the posture of belief. He settles into a drift the way papers settle in a file, by their own weight, by the desire of things to find their level. A gull lifts from somewhere, the wings beating once, twice, as if the air itself has remembered it as work. Part 3. The Three Shores. Across the water, a line of land waits without ambition. Spain is a color more than a shape right now, a deep graphite line with a promise scribbled beneath it. You cross-cut the way memory does when it tries to tell a story honestly. London first, a room with no windows, a lamp making a small island of yellow on an ocean of green bays. A telegraph operator flexes hands made arthritic by carefulness. The message sheet is clipped and waiting. Our friend has arrived. It does not exist yet. It is already true. Ewan Montague leans against a desk that has learned the slope of his palm. He looks at a clock he doesn't trust and the door he both hopes and dreads will open. Above his head, pipes tick as heat learns its route through a building that was never designed for secrecy and has become a cathedral of it. Spain next. Fishermen in boots that remember many winters. Nets drawn, rhythm older than nations. One sees it, a shape among weed and drift. He does not yet know the exact price of this morning. He knows the texture of death. They bring him to shore because that is what men do for other men, even when the state will eventually confiscate the gesture and declare it espionage. The Guardia's lanterns draw circles of authority on sand. A civil doctor bends over the body. His glasses bloom white with sea breath. He notes without emotion the plausible. Rank, cause, time. His pen scratches. A rosary changes hands and changes back. Somewhere in Welvar, a scribe sharpens a pencil that will put the date on the wrong day by accident and then cross it out. Even his mistake will help. Berlin finally. A desk that had belonged to someone very important before belonging to someone only important now. The paper arrives damp at the corners where the envelope was not true to discipline. A clerk lays it on blotting paper with the maternal care of those who handle consequence all day and sleep like stones. The first reader is not the final believer, but belief moves in him like a rumor hiring rooms. Sardinia, Greece. The words ring with the sound of the listener's prior desire. The map is already printed in his mind. The document is only the ink he needed. Back on the Seraph, the captain watches the drifting shape become a fact that no longer requires his attention. He nods once to no one. Ahead. The order takes. The boat turns in a curve as neat as a sentence written by a man who will not be edited. Foam peels away. The wake unfolds and is forgiven. Below, in the mess, a kettle ticks its way toward the question of boiling. The crew take their places without appointment. Mugs clack. Someone says something about a football side as if to repair the world. No one mentions what they just did. The silence they offered on deck has followed them down and sits among them like another rating, nameless, instructive. Part 4. The quiet that follows. Dawn at last. A grey that pretends to be light, but is mostly a lifting of obligation. The Seraph grows smaller to the gulls and larger to the men inside her. That is how vessels behave when they have just done something a nation will never thank them for. On the surface now there is only sea. But the sea is never only. Currents write their slow letters. The body learns its grammar, turns toward a coast already rehearsing its role. The briefcase knows the path better than anyone. Chain translating intention into geography. You look once more at the face, softened not by pity but by the work of elements. He is more himself as he leaves himself. Pam smiles against the heart. The ring sits where it should, shining enough to be found but not enough to invite theft by a man who is still a man in a poor town in a poor year. In London, a door opens without drama. A messenger's shoes carry rain and dust, and the thing Montague has been breathing toward for weeks. The paper is small. The sentence is smaller. Body found. Papers recovered. It does not yet confess whether hands other than Spanish hands have handled them. Ambiguity here is mercy. Certainty is ambition. Both are dangerous. He reads it twice, then once more, hunting the music of the words for discord. He looks at Chumley, at that face which can be comic and severe in the same minute, and both men nod as if they have agreed to a principle that has not been spoken aloud. We will not celebrate. Not yet. Perhaps not ever. On the beach near Welvar, a priest rubs sleep from his eyes and finds himself rehearsing Latin, whose meanings have lessened into syllables over a career of mornings like this one. He does not know he is blessing a weapon. He blesses the man. That is better. Berlin's first summary moves up a ladder of hands and titles. At each rung, certainty increases while knowledge remains the same. It is a miracle of organizations that belief rises faster than evidence. Someone pencils an arrow toward Greece. Someone else smiles with relief. Relief is the most credulous of emotions. At sea, the seraph is already otherwhere. The crew will remember this morning the way men remember certain breakfasts. Hot, quiet, nothing remarkable except that the day that followed would be. Jewel stands at the periscope later, not looking for the man. That would be folly, but looking because that is what captains do. He finds waves and the grammar of light and allows them to be enough. You stand at the rail that is no longer there. You watch a ripple that has already vanished. You listen to a prayer that was never recorded. You feel the world tilt a fraction of a degree toward a shore where boots will not land because other boots will. This is how mercy sometimes behaves in wartime. Ungentle, precise, ashamed of itself, necessary. When the telegram reaches the room beneath Whitehall, Montague exhales the way a man does who has been holding a note too long for anyone to hear. He sets the slip down as if it were an eggshell carrying heat. He writes the time in the margin because order loves witnesses. He does not smile. He allows himself a single sentence in a book. He will never show another living soul. The sea has agreed. Outside, London is rubbing light onto brick. Milk floats in the bottlenecks like a pale coin. A constable stamps a foot against a cold that has outlived its invitation. The city continues, that faithful indifference. Nothing in its streets says, a corpse has just become a general. The calm after the act is not peace. It is a held breath with a shape. You can feel it, in the way the lamp hums, in the way a paperclip rests, in the way two men decide to say nothing and mean everything. And far away, the body turns once and then again, as if to take a last look at no one. He is not Michael anymore, though he bears him. He is not William Martin either, though the world will address him as such. He is a hinge. He is a door the war will open. The tide does the rest. It always has. Chapter 4. The Lie That Breathed. Part 1. The Fisherman of Welvar. The sea gives things back without warning. Some mornings it returns driftwood, sometimes drowned fruit, sometimes an argument it lost with the wind. On this morning, it gives a man. The fishermen of Welvar know the grammar of bodies, how they float, how they turn, how they pretend to sleep. They approach without fear, but with the courtesy reserved for the dead. The man's uniform glints under the early light. His hand is chained to a briefcase. The insignia reads Royal Marines. They shout toward shore. A bell rings. Two more men wade in, trousers rolled, ropes in hand. Together they pull him from the surf and lay him gently on the sand. His head tilts toward the rising sun, eyes closed as if already listening to the prayers being whispered nearby. The guardia arrives, boots crunching over shells. A notebook opens. A cigarette smolders between two fingers that have written this same report too many times. The words are familiar. Body recovered. Male. Likely aircraft casualty. A cross is made. A form signed. Duty completed. But the briefcase refuses to be ordinary. Its lock gleams. The chain's polish catches every curious eye. A sergeant shakes it, frowns, and orders it delivered to the British vice-consul. The dead man will be given to the sea again soon, they think. Until then, he waits under a tarpaulin that flutters like a tired flag. You stand with them, smell the salt, the rust, the cheap tobacco. Everything seems simple until it isn't. The sea, the chain, the papers, each is a door pretending to be closed. Part 2. The First Reading. In an office above a cafe, British Vice-Consul Francis Haselden adjusts his spectacles and peers down at the dead man's effects. Sunlight stumbles through half-closed shutters, painting his desk in uneven stripes. He has seen death before, but not like this. Crisp uniform, lettered documents, the whisper of significance. He scribbles a memo to Madrid, requesting guidance. Downstairs, the Spanish civil governor sips coffee and watches the British man through slatted blinds. Outside, Huelva is already talking. Fishermen, barmaids, clerks. The rumor becomes its own kind of tide. An English officer has washed ashore, carrying secrets. Haselden sends a note to the local admiralty and then another, unofficial, to London. Body recovered with private correspondence. Spanish authorities cooperating. He seals it quickly, as if afraid of its own truth. But the secret is no longer his to guard. By nightfall, a German attaché in Madrid will know everything. A photograph will be developed in a darkroom smelling of vinegar and promise. And soon, in an office 500 miles away, another pair of eyes will begin to believe. Part 3. The Chain of Custody. Madrid. A city half-starved, half-listening. The war comes here not with sirens, but with whispers. The elegant murder of truth conducted in drawing rooms. Colonel Carl-Eric Kulenthal of the Abwehr receives the call. A Spanish contact reports that British papers have been retrieved from a drowned officer's body near Huelva. He doesn't smile. He lights a cigarette. He's been chasing ghosts for months. False trails, half-rumors, decoys. But something about this feels genuine. He can sense it in the tiredness of the voice on the other end. Men don't fake exhaustion. They fake enthusiasm. Secure the contents, Kulenthal says. Photograph everything. Send the originals to Berlin by diplomatic pouch. The papers make their slow pilgrimage north, from Spanish officers' hands to German intelligence, from smoke to smoke. Every step leaves a thumbprint of belief. In Berlin, Admiral Canaris reads the file twice. It smells faintly of salt. There are stains on the letter edges where C met ink. It is, in its imperfection, perfect. He nods to his aide. Prepare translation copies for the Führer. Elsewhere, other hands unfold the same sheets, tracing the familiar loops of British signatures, noting the informal tone between generals. It all feels real, because it is not trying to. A lie that wants to be believed tries too hard. This one simply exists. Part 4. The Believers. Hitler reads the file late one night in the Wolf's Lair, under a single bulb that paints his shadow across the map of Europe. The documents describe Allied intentions in Greece and Sardinia. Sicily, they imply, is merely a decoy. He circles Greece with red pencil. He circles it again. His staff murmurs. Some hesitate. But the Führer's conviction fills the room like smoke. The invasion plan he fears most, Sicily, suddenly feels safe. Troops are moved. Aircraft redeployed. A chain of decisions born from a corpse's pocket. Across the continent, in a London basement that smells of wet paper and tension, Ewan Montague receives a telegram. Spanish report. Documents reach German hands. He reads it once, then again. His pulse is steady. Chumley looks up from his desk. Do they believe it? Montague exhales through a thin smile. Not yet, he says. But they will. That night, he walks home through streets glimmering with blackout rain. Every puddle reflects the soft amber of a world that doesn't know what's just happened. He passes a newsboy shouting headlines about bombings in Italy. The war grinds on. But in the silence between headlines, history has shifted. Part 5. The Turning Tide. Sicily, July 1943. Dawn lifts itself over the horizon like an exhausted promise. The first Allied ships approach. The invasion begins. What they find is not resistance but confusion. German and Italian divisions positioned hundreds of miles away. The beaches, expected to be fire, are instead wind and sand. A corps in Spain has redirected an army. You see it now, the strange choreography of faith and folly. A fisherman's net, a diplomat's envelope, a general's pen, a dictator's belief. A body that never lived commands soldiers who will never know his name. In London, Montague receives confirmation. Enemy has accepted Mincemeat documents as genuine. Operation successful. He sits very still. No cheers. No applause. Only the hum of an office fan and the faint smell of dust warming on the bulb. For once, the world will not see victory coming from the sky or the sea, but from imagination itself. He writes in his diary, "The dead man has done more for us than many of the living." Part 6. The Quiet After Truth. In Welvar, the grave is simple. A white cross, a name, a date. Major William Martin, Royal Marines. Locals leave flowers because someone should. The British send thanks that sound more like apologies. Pam's photograph remains in his file, folded neatly among papers now locked away. No one will see her face again until long after the war is over. Jean Leslie will live to old age, unaware of how many lives her smile saved. The sea reclaims its rhythm. Waves erase footprints, names, even guilt. But somewhere in its depths, the lie still breathes, moving quietly, endlessly, like current beneath calm water. You can almost hear it. The sound of pages turning underwater. The hum of typewriters that once dreamed of mercy. The slow, steady heartbeat of belief. Sometimes, Montague would later write, truth needed to drown so that men might live. And as the chapter closes, the tide folds one last time against the Spanish shore. A soft, eternal applause for the man who never was. Chapter 5. Ghosts in the Fields. Part 1. The New Front. The sea has played its part. Now the land must learn to lie. You wake beneath a pale English sky, the colour of unsharpened steel. In the fields of Kent, dew clings to grass like static. Wind passes through hedgerows carrying the thin smell of fuel, oil, and rain-soaked canvas. It's 1944, and the war has discovered its second voice, a whisper loud enough to move armies. Trucks arrive in silence before dawn. Men climb down wearing overalls instead of uniforms, painters instead of soldiers. Their brushes, hammers, air hoses. What they build isn't real, but it must look real to the eye of a German camera. A tank rises from rubber and air. A fighter plane blooms from wood and cloth. From a distance, they are perfect. Up close, they breathe differently. Too soft, too clean, too patient. A corporal lights a cigarette and grins. Ghosts, that's what we are. He's right. The fields around him are haunted not by the dead, but by the living pretending to be something they are not. Operation Fortitude South has begun. Part 2. Invisible Architects. At Bushy Park, the deception planners meet beneath chandeliers blackened with soot from years of cautious light. The atmosphere is one part theater rehearsal, one part military conference. The goal, to convince Hitler that the Allied invasion will strike at Calais, not Normandy. To build an entire army that doesn't exist, an army of paperwork, radio chatter, and clever arrogance. The chief illusionist, General George S. Patton, the loudest personality in uniform. Suspended for insubordination, restored for reputation. He is now repurposed as bait. The Germans fear him more than any other commander. Therefore, he must remain visible. They will give him an army of air and rumor, the 1st U.S. Army Group, or FUSAG. It will breathe across the southern counties of England, while the true invasion sleeps under cover in Portsmouth and Devon. Signals officers begin their work. Morse operators tap sequences day and night, creating the heartbeat of a phantom force. Each message authenticates another, looping endlessly in perfect nonsense. Code names, logistics, requisitions, an empire of fiction. Every truckload of rations recorded for men who will never eat. Every bullet accounted for to feed an army made of smoke. A sergeant jokes that if anyone bombs these coordinates, they'll only puncture air. The laughter is brief. Laughter in wartime often is. Part 3. The Landscape of Lies. From above, the deception is immaculate. Luftwaffe reconnaissance planes glide over Kent's patchwork fields. Their cameras blink like indifferent eyes. The photographs show everything Berlin hopes to see: tank formations near Canterbury, fuel dumps near Dover, pontoons stacked along the coast. Every shadow has been arranged for them, every illusion rehearsed until it looks effortless. On the ground, soldiers pose as mechanics. They move between dummy aircraft, polish nothing, wave at passing scouts as though signaling reality itself. The roar of engines comes from hidden loudspeakers that play a recorded orchestra of war. To any listening ear, the coast hums with invasion. To anyone standing among the props, it's a pantomime. At night, lanterns are placed under tarps to simulate campfires. The men gather around them out of habit, warming their hands over light that gives no heat. Overhead, the same stars that guided Mincemeat's corpse now watch this other illusion unfold. The earth answers the sea with equal cunning. A private scribbles in his notebook. Sometimes I think the ghosts are watching us make them. He isn't wrong. The land, too, keeps its memories. Part 4. The Signal and the Silence. In a radio hut that smells of ozone and tea, a young operator named Arthur Bates sits before his set. His instructions are simple: transmit chatter, nothing important, everything convincing. He invents weather, deliveries, complaints about rations. Occasionally, he quotes scripture into the static. "Let there be light," he says, and the air obeys. Across the channel, German listening stations record his fiction with the reverence of scholars. Analysts translate his sentences into certainty. Tanks near Canterbury. Artillery massing east of Maidstone. Dates, names, call signs. All of it imaginary. All of it fatal in its consequence. Bates doesn't know that his fake messages will one day protect the soldiers in Normandy. He only knows the shape of exhaustion. The hours are long. The room is warm. He taps the key with the rhythm of a man praying by accident. Outside, wind combs through the grass and across the hulls of dummy tanks. The sound it makes is a sigh, the breath of an army dreaming itself into being. When dawn returns, the mist lays soft over Kent, blurring every line. A dog barks somewhere near an empty hangar. A sparrow lands on the canvas flank of an inflatable Sherman and rides it gently as it sways. From the sky, it will look perfect. The world believes what it needs to believe. And in this quiet theater of fields and fabric, belief is the only thing that kills. Chapter 6. The Generals Who Never Were. Part 1. The Man Made of Reputation. Every deception needs a leading man. For Operation Fortitude, that man was General George S. Patton. Flesh, blood, and theatre. A commander famous for his temper, his brilliance, his voice that could make fear stand to attention. Even in disgrace, he radiated inevitability. To the Germans, Patton was war in human form. To the Allies, he was the perfect ghost to command an army that didn't exist. You see him now, stepping from a jeep into the wind of a Kent airfield. His boots sink slightly into the damp earth. His riding crop hangs at his side like punctuation. Behind him, rows of inflatable tanks shimmer faintly in the morning haze. They salute him, as all good illusions should. Patton surveys his domain, the 1st U.S. Army Group, FUSAG, an army of painters, signalers, forgers, clerks, and shadows. He grins. If the enemy wants to see an army, let's give him one worth looking at. He knows his presence is performance. Each public appearance choreographed, every rumor seeded carefully. Newspapers whisper of his return to command. Allied press offices leak stories to reinforce the myth. The Germans, listening, record every word with hungry precision. A camera snaps. Patton turns toward it, chin lifted. The world's most dangerous decoy has taken the stage. Part 2. The Army of Paper. In London, a different kind of generalship unfolds, one conducted in ink. Colonel John Bevan and his team at the London Controlling Section construct an entire army on paper. Divisions with names, histories, insignias, even medical units. Every officer in this phantom order has a file, a salary, a record of conduct. There are letters between them, orders of movement, transfers, reprimands. Nothing is left unimagined. Railway clerks file requests for transport to non-existent depots. Paymasters sign checks for soldiers who will never eat. Quartermasters record rations for 150,000 men who have only ever lived in a filing cabinet. And above them all, a single typewriter key presses the future into shape. Fortitude South. Each false memo is designed to be intercepted. Each document a breadcrumb in the forest of espionage. To Berlin, they look like mistakes, and that is what makes them perfect. The best lies behave like accidents. In this world of ordered chaos, generals are made not by battle, but by rumor. It is a war fought in stationary cupboards and listening posts. A war where the stationary clerk becomes the quartermaster of destiny. Part 3. The Listeners. Across the Channel, in a room heavy with tobacco smoke and self-importance, German intelligence officers spread the latest aerial photos across a table. The images show rows of tanks, trucks, tents, and hangars, all where the enemy is supposed to be. One officer traces the outlines with his ruler. "Look," he says, "Fusag's build-up continues. Patton commands it himself." Another nods. They argue briefly over tonnage, divisions, fuel. No one questions the premise. In the corner, a young analyst clears his throat, mentions that the shadows of certain tanks look identical, that the spacing between units never varies. His superior waves him off. Patton doesn't make mistakes. Belief is a contagion. Once caught, it inoculates against reason. Outside the Abwehr building, Berlin lives in blackout. Trains carry soldiers east, not west, while on maps, the word Calais glows faintly like a candle behind parchment. The war has entered a phase where men no longer fight only for truth, but for the comfort of their own illusions. Part 4. The Voice of War. Night in Kent again. The wind carries a low hum. Generators, radios, the murmuring of men rehearsing authenticity. A single radio hut glows dimly under blackout curtains. Inside, operators exchange invented orders. Transfer fuel convoy to Sector 3 by 0800. Inform General Pattern Inspection delayed due to fog. Acknowledge. Every transmission is recorded, decoded, and believed by someone who desperately wants to. From these fragments, the Germans assemble the orchestra of invasion. They can almost hear it, the crescendo of guns, the thunder of engines, the prelude to calamity. All of it played by invisible musicians. Patton visits one of the dummy camps the next morning. He walks between rows of rubber tanks, brushing dust from his gloves. To any distant observer, it's a general inspecting his troops. To the men behind the illusion, it's theater with the highest stakes imaginable. He tips his helmet toward a photographer. "Make sure they see the stars," he says, referring to the insignia on his collar, knowing full well those stars are worth more than the entire army they represent. Behind the lens, the shutter clicks like a trigger. That photograph will travel faster than any bullet ever could. By the time it reaches Berlin, it will be prophecy. Part 5. The Irony of Command. At a small desk in London, Ewan Montague receives a copy of the intercepted German communiqué. Patton commanding Fusag, confirmed by multiple sources. Expect invasion at Pas-de-Calais. He laughs quietly, the kind of laugh that hides relief behind exhaustion. "They've learned nothing," he murmurs. Beside him, Chumley pours 2 fingers of whiskey. The men drink not to victory, but to absurdity, the strange grace of a world where belief kills faster than steel. Later, Patton himself is summoned to brief Eisenhower. He arrives in immaculate uniform, swagger intact. He delivers his lines flawlessly. When the meeting ends, he lingers at the doorway and asks, almost sheepishly, "Tell me, Ike, do I still get to be me?" Eisenhower smiles faintly. "You never stopped." That night, Patton writes a single line in his diary. "I've never led so many men I'll never see." Part 6. The Echo. From the cliffs near Dover, the sea looks endless, but the deception has boundaries as real as any coastline. Below, the wind stirs through dummy tents. Canvas ripples like breath. To the Germans, this shore will soon be the stage of their defeat. They just don't know which script they're in. You feel it, the symmetry with the corpse that floated months before. Different element, same idea. Imagination as weapon, faith as fuse. Across Europe, 2 ghosts now guard the living. One drifting in the Atlantic's slow current, the other commanding armies made of air. The war has become a contest of belief, and belief, once ignited, is almost impossible to extinguish. The generals who never were fought the loudest battle no one ever saw. Chapter 7. The Phantom War. Part 1. The Dawn That Lied. June 6, 1944. The air smells of salt and static. You stand at the edge of a world that doesn't yet know it's changing. The channel lies beneath a bruised sky, quiet as a held breath. Below the waves, engines murmur, the slow pulse of the largest armada ever assembled. And yet, across the continent, the German High Command sleeps. Because they believe the story, the one written in London, rehearsed in Kent, the story whispered by Patton's shadow army. They believe Normandy is a diversion. They believe the real blow will fall at Calais. They believe in ghosts. The first paratroopers descend like seeds scattered by the wind. The beaches erupt in thunder, smoke, and prayer. But in Hitler's bunker, the red pencil stays poised over Calais. He waits. He waits for the army that will never come. The lie is doing its work. Part 2. The Weight of Conviction. In Berlin, morning arrives slow and reluctant. Teletypes chatter. Reports stack. The news of Normandy lands like a rumor, not a revelation. Invasion at Cannes. Small-scale landing. Possible diversion. Kulenthal frowns. He knows the name from somewhere, an unimportant coastal region. He glances again at the Mincemeat files, now worn and faded. The handwriting, the familiar signatures, the comfort of old intelligence. He chooses belief. He must. The alternative, that the entire architecture of certainty was illusion, is too heavy to hold. He marks the report low priority. Sends reinforcements not to Normandy, but to Calais. Thousands of soldiers wait for enemies who have already passed them by. Faith can be an anchor. Sometimes it drowns you. Part 3. The theatre holds. Across England, the fortitude machine keeps humming. Radio operators continue their transmissions. Dummy trucks roll at night to keep the illusion alive. Weather balloons carry foil cutouts to mimic aircraft on radar. Clerks draft memos announcing the arrival of divisions that never existed. Even after D-Day, the play must go on. The Germans must still see what they want to see. At a fake airfield near Dover, a private leans against an inflatable jeep, listening to the distant echo of real war. He doesn't know if he feels proud or foolish. He only knows that every bullet not fired at the men in Normandy is a victory. Above him, reconnaissance planes glide silently through the clouds, cameras blinking like indifferent eyes. From their altitude, illusion and truth look identical. Part 4. The Silence of Command. In the Wolf's Lair, Hitler stands over the map table. His uniform immaculate, his hand trembling ever so slightly. Normandy is a feint, he insists. The main assault will come at Calais. Hold the panzer divisions in reserve. His generals exchange looks that weigh loyalty against logic. None dare oppose him. The order stands. 4:48 crucial hours. The tanks that could have thrown the Allies back into the sea remain idle, waiting for an army that does not exist. The room hums with the sound of maps dying. Part 5. The Real and the Unreal. At 6:31, on a beach codenamed Omaha, men step from landing craft into chaos. Bullets stitch the surf. The air is full of metal and salt. The sea, unbothered, carries both the living and the dead toward history. And yet, because of the lie, because of the phantom army still breathing in the south, the beaches are not the slaughterhouses they might have been. The deception has bought them hours, and hours in war are measured in generations. Somewhere, a corporal clutches his rosary and whispers thanks. He doesn't know he's thanking ghosts. Part 6. The Echo Across the Channel. In London, the message arrives coded but unmistakable. The landings have succeeded. The enemy still expects Calais. Montague reads it aloud, voice steady but eyes glinting with something between disbelief and grief. Chumley pours whiskey into 2 chipped glasses. Neither man speaks. They drink in silence, not to victory, but to vindication. To the man who never was. To Patton's invisible soldiers. To the theatre that held long enough for truth to arrive by sea. Outside, the bells of Westminster begin to ring. Hesitant, uncertain, as if the city itself fears to wake the dead too soon. Part 7. The Cost of Imagination. By August, the deception has done its work. The Allies push inland. France breathes again. The Fortitude camps are dismantled. Rubber tanks deflated. Wooden aircraft burned. The ghosts dismissed without ceremony. Patton rides east with a real army this time, leaving behind a landscape that once pretended him into existence. He never mentions the theater again. He doesn't need to. The cameras did the talking. Montague, too, moves on. The files of Mincemeat and Fortitude vanish into locked drawers marked Most Secret. The world will not know how much of its freedom came from paper, ink, and imagination. Not for years. You walk one last time through the empty fields of Kent. The grass has grown back over the tire tracks that were never real. Wind moves gently through the stubble. It sounds like applause. In war, Montague once wrote, the truth is often too fragile to survive, so we taught it how to hide. Chapter 8. The Cost of Belief. Part 1. The Silence After Victory. Wars end differently for different men. For some, it's a parade. For others, it's a quiet room where the telephone finally stops ringing. You find yourself in London again, 1945. The blackout curtains are gone, but the habit of shadows remains. Dust drifts through a shaft of afternoon light in Montague's office. The desk is empty now, save for a locked drawer and a single pen that hasn't been used in months. On the wall hangs a map of Europe, pins removed, holes left behind like constellations of absence. The war is over, but peace feels like an imitation of something they once rehearsed. Ewan Montague reads the news. Germany surrenders. Hitler dead. The words feel thinner than they should. Victory, when it finally comes, makes no sound. He looks down at his hands, the same hands that once built a corpse into a legend, that wrote letters of love for a man who never lived, that turned fiction into salvation. And now, those same hands tremble slightly as he closes the newspaper. No cheers, no closure, just the weight of having been right. Part 2. The Afterimage. Charles Chumley returns to civilian life. He keeps the habits of secrecy, the way he lowers his voice even in cafes, the way he pauses before answering questions no one is really asking. He applies for jobs that require precision and patience, but he finds that normal work feels flimsy after the architecture of lies he once built. Jean Leslie marries. She folds away her wartime photograph, Pam, the smiling ghost who helped deceive an empire. Sometimes, late at night, she wonders whether the real woman behind the false identity didn't become more real than herself for a time. Love letters written for someone else's grief can haunt you, even when the ink has long faded. The city moves on. Posters come down, ration cards expire, and yet, in certain rooms, the air still carries the faint smell of carbon paper and cigarettes, the smell of belief manufactured by hand. Part 3. The Man Beneath the Lie. In Huelva, Spain, the grave still stands. White stone, black letters, Major William Martin, Royal Marines. Each year, someone leaves flowers. No one knows who. Perhaps a local woman who once saw the British officers tending the burial. Perhaps no one at all, and it's only the sea's own offering. Shells, driftwood, petals carried by tide. But the truth does not rest as easily. In 1953, long after the world stopped listening, a journalist begins to dig. He discovers that Major Martin was not a Marine at all, but a Welsh drifter named John Michael, a man who died alone after ingesting rat poison, unmourned, unnoticed. The revelation passes through newspapers like a shadow through water. People read it, shake their heads, move on. But to Montague, now older, greyer, it feels like an old door creaking open in a house he'd locked long ago. He visits the grave once, quietly, in civilian clothes. He lays a small bouquet and whispers the only apology he can manage. "You did your duty, old friend, better than any of us." The wind carries the words away before they can find an answer. Part 4. The Weight of Mercy. Years later, Montague is asked to speak publicly about the operation. The war has become history. Secrets have become stories. He writes his memoir with care, The Man Who Never Was, a title that hides as much as it reveals. He recounts the details that can be told, the idea, the planning, the body, the result. But he leaves out the nights, the smell of disinfectant and damp canvas, the feeling of his own pulse echoing inside the silence of a morgue. He doesn't mention the dreams, the ones where the sea speaks in a voice made of paper, where the dead man asks if he can rest now, where truth itself demands to be buried again. When the book is published, the public calls it brilliant, clever, a perfect example of British ingenuity. No one calls it tragic. But it is, because every brilliant deception carries the burden of those it fooled, and even the kindest lie leaves a scar. Part 5. The Ghost of the Machine. Elsewhere, in Kent, the fields that once held the dummy tanks have turned green again. Children play among the ruins of airfields. The echoes of engines have faded to myth. But beneath the soil, you can still find pieces of rubber, bits of wire, scraps of falsehood that once defended the truth. In Berlin, a museum displays intercepted documents, the same forgeries that once guided armies. Visitors pass by, whispering. Few stop to notice the handwriting. Fewer still understand that imagination, not power, won that war. The ghosts of deception remain loyal. They wait in archives, in sealed boxes labeled top secret, in stories told too softly to record. They are the proof that sometimes, to save the living, we must learn to love the unreal. Part 6. The Mirror. Ewan Montague dies in 1985. His obituary mentions his wartime service, his books, his quiet sense of humor. It does not mention the man he borrowed from death, or the night he watched the sea accept a stranger. But maybe that's fitting. Some truths only live in silence. And so, the story loops back to you, to all who have ever believed or doubted. Because Operation Mincemeat was never only about a corpse. It was about the fragile bargain between faith and fact, between what we see and what we need to see. In the end, every lie told for mercy becomes a mirror, showing us who we were and what we were willing to believe. He never lived, Montague once said, but he died a soldier. The sea outside Welva still rolls against the shore. Waves write and erase his name, endlessly patient. Each tide brings something back. Shells, kelp, silence. But never the truth, because the truth stayed with him. The man who never was remains exactly that. A reminder that imagination, once unleashed, can change the world, and leave it unable to tell whether it ever really woke up. Chapter 9. The Sea Remembers. Part 1. The water holds its own history. The sea keeps nothing forever, but it forgets nothing either. It is the only witness that never takes sides. You stand again on the Andalusian coast, where the sand is fine as flour, and the wind smells faintly of oranges and salt. The tide moves in its old rhythm: forward, erase, return. Every wave whispers the same syllable, the one the world has forgotten. Still, out beyond the breakers, a fisherman's boat drifts in the same water that once carried a man called Major William Martin, and another man, General Michael, hidden inside him. The fisherman does not think about spies or wars. He thinks about nets and weather, about the price of mackerel, about the sea's mercy and its moods. But the water beneath his hull remembers every secret it has ever been asked to keep. Part 2. The Shape of Memory. Below the surface, the currents still trace invisible routes, the same lines that carried the canister in the spring of '43. Grains of sand drift in slow formation, tiny soldiers marching nowhere. The sunlight filters down in long gold spears that fade before they reach the bottom. If you listen, really listen, you can almost hear it. The hush of pages turning underwater, the sigh of paper dissolving, the ghost of a typewriter key pressed by a hand that no longer exists. Memory, here, is not a photograph. It's motion, the slow, endless choreography of forgetting. The sea remembers in patterns. A briefcase tumbling once, a chain glinting, a uniform sleeve caught in current. It keeps no moral. It simply keeps. Part 3. The Watchers. On the headland stands a memorial cross, white stone against the blue. Tourists stop, read the inscription, take photographs, move on. A few pause longer, trying to imagine the war that once stained even this quiet shore. Among them, an old man lingers. Perhaps he was a sailor once, perhaps not. He traces the carved name, Major William Martin, and nods, as if recognizing an old acquaintance he never met. He doesn't speak. Some stories are beyond speech. Far below, a gull cries, the same high, lonely note that sounded when the corpse first floated ashore. The sound crosses decades as easily as air. Part 4. The Weight of Water. At sunset, the tide begins to rise again. The light turns copper, then bruised violet. The waves build, stretch, break, gather. Each one carries a reflection of the sky, and within each reflection, a moment of that old deception. A flash of uniform, a glimpse of chain, a brief ripple that might once have been a man. You close your eyes and the wind smells like diesel and ink and salt. The trinity of this story. You think of Montague walking home in the rain, of Jean Leslie folding her photograph into a drawer, of Patton laughing among his rubber tanks, of the thousands saved because someone believed in the unreal. The water rolls on, indifferent and infinite. It has outlived all of them. It will outlive you too. And still, somewhere in its restless heart, the sea remembers. Part 5. The Whisper. Night again. The stars return, scattered like forgotten coordinates. The sea glows faintly with plankton, the smallest lives giving light where there should be none. You stand at the edge of the surf. The water moves around your boots, then recedes, then returns, as if considering what to tell you. You whisper the name that was never his. It feels strange in your mouth, too heavy, too light. But the sea answers anyway, not in words, but in rhythm. Hush, hush, hush. You realize it's not the sound of waves. It's the sound of paper. Pages closing. The story has found its ending. But the ocean never ends. It will carry the lie forever, and in carrying it, make it truth. History is only memory that refused to drown. The tide reaches your feet one last time, and the moon writes a silver line over the surface. Epilogue. Echoes. The story ends the way all true stories end, not with a bang, but with a sound that fades and never quite stops. You're standing by the sea again. It looks the same as it did at the beginning, but you are not the same. You've walked through the corridors of deception, heard the whispers of men who lied for mercy, felt the pulse of a world built from ink and courage. The wind moves through the grass in slow applause. Distant bells drift from the town behind you. Somewhere, a child laughs, a sound too alive to belong to history. And that's the point, isn't it? That all this, the planning, the sacrifice, the imagination, was for life to continue making small, careless sounds again. In the hush that follows, you can still hear the old rhythms, the tap of typewriter keys, the shuffle of paper, the sigh of a tide carrying one more secret home. They layer together like heartbeats in another room. The sea remembers the man who never was. The land remembers the armies that never existed. And history remembers the truth made from both. Because that's what echoes are. The sound of something long gone, that refuses to stop being heard. You walk away from the shore. The water slides against the sand, leaving behind a trail that erases itself with perfect patience. Above, the sky deepens to a bruised blue, the color of silence before a story begins again. And somewhere, beyond the edge of sight, a single voice continues. Not loud, not mournful, just steady, like the breath of the sea itself. Part 3. D-Day Preparations. How the Allies Fooled the Nazis. The beaches of Normandy today are quiet. The waves lap gently against the sand. Children build sandcastles where tanks once burned. Seagulls wheel overhead where dive bombers once screamed. It is difficult, standing here in the peace of the present, to imagine the chaos of June 6, 1944, to imagine the smoke, the fire, the terrible roar of war. Yet behind the bravery of the men who stormed these beaches lay another, hidden battlefield. A battlefield of shadows and illusions. D-Day was the greatest amphibious invasion in history, but it was also the greatest deception. 4 years, Allied planners labored not only to build armies, but to build phantoms, fake divisions, fake tanks, fake radio signals, and even fake generals. Their goal was not simply to land in France, but to make Adolf Hitler believe, with absolute certainty, that the landings at Normandy were only a diversion. The story of D-Day cannot be told by looking at Omaha Beach alone. To understand why the Germans were unprepared on the morning of June 6th, we must step back into the shadows, into the secret preparations, the master plans of deception, and the strange cast of double agents, codebreakers, and illusionists who helped bring about one of the most decisive victories in modern history. This is the story of how the Allies fooled the Nazis, and how illusion paved the way for liberation. Chapter 2. Building the Invasion Force. The decision had been made. Normandy was the place. But knowing where to strike was only the beginning. To put an army across the English Channel, the Allies would need to create the largest amphibious invasion force the world had ever seen, and somehow conceal it until the very last moment. the arsenal of democracy. By 1944, the industrial power of the United States was in full swing. American shipyards were launching vessels at a staggering pace. Liberty ships, landing craft, destroyers, tankers. Factories that once produced automobiles now turned out Sherman tanks and jeeps by the thousands. Britain, battered but unbroken, contributed its own resources. Specialized tanks known as Hobart's Funnies, ingenious engineering vehicles designed to tackle obstacles on the beaches. Canada, too, played a vital role, supplying men, ships, and logistical support. All told, more than 7,000 ships would be assembled for the invasion. Battleships, cruisers, destroyers, troop transports, and landing craft of every size. This floating armada would carry nearly 156,000 men across the Channel on D-Day itself, with hundreds of thousands more to follow in the weeks ahead. But the numbers only tell part of the story. Behind each figure were challenges that seemed, at times, insurmountable. How do you feed and supply an army once it lands on hostile shores? How do you keep tanks from bogging down in soft sand? How do you move men and material when every port in northern France is under German control? The answers required not just courage, but ingenuity. Mulberry harbors, ports that didn't exist. The problem of ports was among the most serious. Armies cannot survive without a constant flow of supplies: food, fuel, ammunition. Yet the Germans had fortified the major harbors, and the Allies knew they would be heavily defended. So British engineers devised a breathtaking solution. They would build their own harbors. Massive concrete caissons, called phoenixes, were constructed in secrecy and towed across the Channel after D-Day. These formed the backbone of artificial ports, known as mulberry harbors. Floating roadways connected them to the beaches, allowing trucks and tanks to drive directly onto French soil. It was a feat of engineering nearly as important as the landings themselves. Without mulberries, the invasion might have stalled for lack of supplies. With them, the Allies could pour men and material into Normandy at an astonishing rate. Pluto, fuel across the sea. Another invisible lifeline was fuel. Tanks, trucks, and planes could not move without it. To avoid dependence on vulnerable tankers, the Allies developed an extraordinary project: Pluto, pipeline under the ocean. Flexible pipelines, coiled onto giant floating drums, were laid across the Channel, pumping gasoline directly from Britain to France. It was a hidden artery of war, ensuring that the invasion force could keep advancing long after the beaches were secured. Training for the impossible. But equipment alone could not win the day. Men had to be trained for the brutal task ahead. Across Britain, villages and coastlines became rehearsal grounds. Soldiers practiced amphibious assaults again and again, storming beaches under simulated fire, learning to coordinate infantry, armor, and air support. One such rehearsal, Exercise Tiger, ended in tragedy when German E-boats attacked a convoy in April 1944, killing more than 700 American servicemen. The disaster was hushed up at the time, but it served as a grim reminder of the risks. War, even in preparation, was unforgiving. Eisenhower and Montgomery, the commanders. At the top stood General Dwight D. Eisenhower, Supreme Commander of the Allied Expeditionary Force. Calm, diplomatic, and determined, Eisenhower held together a coalition of sometimes clashing personalities: American, British, Canadian, Free French. His task was not just military, it was political, balancing egos, priorities, and national pride. Alongside him, General Bernard Montgomery commanded the ground forces. Montgomery insisted on meticulous planning and sought to simplify the invasion scheme. Where others argued for multiple complex maneuvers, Montgomery wanted a single, overwhelming blow. His influence shaped the final plan: landings on 5 beaches: Utah, Omaha, Gold, Juneau, and Sword, supported by airborne assaults inland. The scale of secrecy. With so many men and so much equipment involved, secrecy seemed impossible. Entire counties of southern England were transformed into vast camps. Roads were clogged with convoys of tanks under camouflage netting. Fields became depots for ammunition and fuel. The skies buzzed with aircraft, the seas with ships. And yet, the secret held. Soldiers were often confined to their camps in the final weeks, forbidden to contact home. Letters were censored. Movement was restricted. The enemy must not learn where or when the blow would fall. Still, secrecy alone was not enough. German reconnaissance planes flew over Britain, their cameras capturing images of harbors crammed with ships. Radio traffic spiked as units prepared to move. No matter how well the Allies tried to conceal their efforts, the sheer scale of the buildup could not be hidden. This was where deception became not just useful, but essential. The Allies would let the Germans see the armies, but not the right ones. They would feed them information, but not the truth. They would build a force so vast that even as the real invasion fleet prepared for Normandy, a phantom invasion force appeared to gather elsewhere. Operation Neptune, the invasion plan. The assault itself, codenamed Operation Neptune, was the naval component of the larger plan known as Operation Overlord. Neptune would deliver the assault troops to the beaches. Overlord would carry the campaign through France and into Germany. The landings were designed with brutal precision. At dawn, waves of bombers and naval guns would pound German defenses. Then landing craft would churn toward the beaches, each carrying soldiers packed tightly, seasick and tense. Behind them came tanks, engineers, and supplies. Overhead, fighters and bombers would provide cover. Inland, paratroopers would seize bridges and road junctions, preventing German reinforcements from rushing to the beaches. It was a plan of staggering complexity. Every unit had its role, every timetable its risks, and all of it depended on surprise. Fear and doubt. For the men at the top, the responsibility was crushing. Eisenhower carried a slip of paper in his wallet, a draft statement in case the invasion failed. In it, he took full blame, writing that the troops had done their best, but that the operation had not succeeded. The uncertainty was real. No one could guarantee success. The Channel's weather was unpredictable. German defenses were strong. Casualty estimates ran high. Some feared that thousands might die on the beaches without securing even a foothold. And yet, despite the doubts, the invasion moved forward. By late spring of 1944, the Great Armada was assembled. The men were ready, the ships fueled, the equipment prepared. But would it work? Would the Germans be caught off guard? Or would they be waiting in force? The answer lay not just in the courage of the soldiers or the strength of their equipment, but in the shadows of deception. Exercise Tiger, the rehearsal at Slapton Sands in April 1944, was a grim foreshadowing. German E-boats stumbled upon the practice landings and sank several troop ships. Over 700 Americans drowned. Survivors were sworn to secrecy. One recalled, "We were told never to speak of it. But I couldn't stop thinking, if this happened in training, what would the real thing be like?" Meanwhile, British civilians living near embarkation zones felt the war pressing into their homes. Entire villages in Devon and Dorset were evacuated to make room for training. An elderly farmer later remembered, "They came with orders, told us to leave. We packed what we could. For months we heard nothing, just the noise of tanks where our fields had been. The scale was astonishing. Over 2.5 million men eventually gathered in Britain for the assault. One American GI joked, "If you dropped a pin on England, you'd hit a soldier." Chapter 3. Operation Bodyguard. The Master Deception. By the spring of 1944, the Allies faced a paradox. Their invasion force was so massive that it could not be hidden, yet it was so vital that it could not be revealed. The German High Command knew an invasion was coming. What they did not know was where. The job of the Allies was to make sure Hitler guessed wrong. The solution was not one deception plan, but many, woven together into a grand tapestry of lies and illusions. Collectively, they were given the code name Operation Bodyguard. The name came from Winston Churchill himself, who declared, "In wartime, truth is so precious that she should always be attended by a bodyguard of lies." Bodyguard was not just a single trick. It was a campaign of deception on a continental scale, designed to mislead the enemy in multiple directions at once, until even when the invasion began, Hitler would not believe what his own eyes were telling him. A web of lies. The central idea was simple: overwhelm German intelligence with so many possibilities, so much contradictory evidence, that they could not determine the truth. Bodyguard included Operation Fortitude North, suggesting an invasion of Norway; Operation Fortitude South, suggesting the main invasion would come at the Pas de Calais; Operation Zeppelin, creating the threat of an invasion in the Balkans; Operation Glimmer and Taxable, using radar and deception ships to simulate fleets sailing toward Calais; Operation Copperhead, sending a body double of General Montgomery on a tour abroad to convince the Germans he was far from Normandy. All of these worked together like pieces of a puzzle. If the Germans suspected a trick in one place, they would find confirmation in another. Fortitude North, the Phantom Army in Scotland. The first illusion was aimed at Norway. German planners had long feared an attack there, because Norway controlled vital sea routes and iron or shipments from Sweden. So the Allies played into those fears. Fortitude North invented a fictional British Fourth Army, supposedly based in Scotland. Radio operators created fake chatter, transmitting reports of supply shortages, troop movements, and requests for equipment. Phantom units were listed on organizational charts. Even the press was manipulated, with carefully planted rumors of troops training in the Scottish Highlands. To German ears, the evidence was convincing. Hitler became convinced Norway remained a target, and he kept nearly 250,000 German soldiers stationed there, troops who might otherwise have defended France. Fortitude South, the great illusion at Calais. But the most important deception was Fortitude South. Its goal was nothing less than to make Hitler believe that the invasion would come at the Pas de Calais, the shortest distance across the Channel and the most logical target. To sell this illusion, the Allies created an entire fake army group, the First U.S. Army Group, or FUSAG. On paper, it was enormous, consisting of more than a dozen divisions. In reality, it was nothing more than an elaborate stage set. Fields in southeast England sprouted rows of inflatable tanks. Wooden dummies of aircraft dotted airfields. Harbors filled with dummy landing craft, many made of little more than canvas and plywood. At night, headlights and campfires glowed, giving the impression of vast encampments. By day, radio operators transmitted endless streams of bogus messages about fuel deliveries, supply shortages, training schedules, exactly the kind of chatter real units would generate. And presiding over this ghost army was a real general, George S. Patton. Patton, the decoy general. Patton was, in many ways, the perfect choice. To the Germans, he was the Allies' most aggressive and dangerous commander. After his victories in North Africa and Sicily, they believed he would surely lead the invasion of France. So when Patton appeared in southeast England, inspecting his divisions of inflatable tanks and plywood artillery, German spies dutifully reported it. The deception gained immense credibility. To Hitler, it was obvious. Patton and Fusag would strike at Calais. Even after the real landings began in Normandy, German commanders hesitated to move their reserves. They were convinced Normandy was a feint, a diversion meant to draw them away from the real invasion still to come at Calais. Double agents and the web of deceit. But inflatable tanks and dummy landing craft alone could not carry the illusion. The deception depended above all on double agents, spies who fed false information directly into German intelligence. Chief among them was Juan Pujol Garcia, codenamed Garbo. A Spanish double agent, Garbo invented an entire network of imaginary sub-agents across Britain. Through careful, believable reports, he built up such trust with the Germans that they believed his word over almost anyone else's. Garbo assured his handlers that Calais was the true invasion site. He sent reports describing observed troop movements toward Dover, conversations overheard about Calais, and sources confirming the build-up of Patton's Fusag. When D-Day came, Garbo even sent a message claiming the Normandy landings were a diversion. German intelligence believed him. Other double agents played their parts. Brutus, Tricycle, Treasure, Bronx, Tate, each adding threads to the tapestry of lies. By the time the invasion arrived, German intelligence was ensnared in a web so tangled they could not escape it. The Germans believed the illusion. The deception worked better than the Allies dared hope. German reinforcements remained bottled up far from Normandy. Even weeks after the landings, Hitler refused to release armored divisions from Calais. He clung to the belief that the real invasion was still to come. Historians estimate that because of fortitude, as many as 15 German divisions were kept away from Normandy during the critical first weeks. This gave the Allies the breathing room they needed to consolidate their beachhead, expand inland, and eventually liberate France. The art of illusion. Looking back, Operation Bodyguard was as audacious as the landings themselves. It combined psychology, technology, and theater on a scale never seen before. Armies of rubber and canvas, generals who were doubles, radio signals that spoke of battles that would never be fought. It was warfare by illusion, deception as a weapon, and in June 1944, it proved every bit as powerful as the tanks and ships that stormed the beaches. The artistry of deception often bordered on theater. The British Deception Unit, the Royal Engineers Camouflage Section, recruited stage magicians, set designers, and artists to create convincing illusions. As one officer put it, "We were not so much soldiers as conjurers." Patton himself added credibility. The Germans monitored his movements obsessively. When he appeared in Kent, German reports claimed he was certainly preparing the decisive blow. Allied planners knew his reputation was a weapon in itself. Even Churchill could not resist a flourish. Before the landings, he quipped to his generals, "Truth is so precious that she should always be attended by a bodyguard of lies." His words became the guiding motto for the entire deception campaign. 4 ordinary German soldiers manning bunkers at Calais. The build-up seemed undeniable. One recalled after the war, "We were certain they would come to us. Everything pointed to Calais. When word came about Normandy, we thought it was a trick." Chapter 4. The Ghost Armies. On the rolling fields of southern England in the spring of 1944, Entire armies began to appear. To anyone flying overhead, they looked formidable. Long lines of Sherman tanks, artillery batteries dug into hedgerows, fleets of landing craft waiting along the shore. Vast camps dotted the countryside, filled with tents, trucks, and men. But most of it was an illusion. The tanks were made of rubber, the aircraft of canvas and plywood. The landing craft were little more than wooden shells stretched over scaffolding. Even the men, at least in some places, were mannequins placed around campfires to give the impression of life. This was the world of the ghost armies, the physical embodiment of Operation Bodyguard's grand deception. Building an army out of air. The idea was simple but brilliant. If the Germans were watching, give them something to see. Enemy reconnaissance planes were still flying over Britain, their cameras snapping images of the invasion build-up. Instead of trying to hide the real armies, Allied planners decided to bury them in a forest of fakes. Special units of engineers, stage designers, and artists were tasked with creating convincing replicas of military equipment. Inflatable tanks were crafted with astonishing detail, so realistic that from a few hundred feet in the air, it was nearly impossible to tell they weren't real. Lightweight wooden aircraft, painted and propped at precise angles, gave the impression of crowded airfields. Dummy landing craft were tethered in rivers and estuaries, bobbing gently in the tide. Even the small details were considered. Laundry lines were strung between tents. Trucks drove in circles to kick up dust, simulating heavy traffic. At night, lanterns and campfires were lit in patterns that suggested thousands of soldiers living and training. The sound of war that wasn't there. Visual deception was powerful, but the Allies went further. They created the sound of an army. Giant loudspeakers, some powerful enough to carry several miles, broadcast the noise of tanks moving, engines idling, and men drilling. These soundscapes were carefully recorded and looped, creating the impression of massive units maneuvering just out of sight. German intelligence analysts who intercepted the sounds or saw the staged activity from the air added them to their growing body of evidence that huge invasion forces were massing across from Calais. The fake ports of England. One of the most ambitious illusions was the construction of dummy embarkation ports. Along stretches of the British coast, particularly in Kent and Sussex, scaffolding and plywood were used to create fake docks and piers. Dummy ships floated offshore, while fake fuel tanks and supply depots lined the beaches. From the air, the deception was convincing. German pilots reported bustling harbors filled with invasion craft. The truth was that the real invasion fleet was gathering far to the west, in ports like Portsmouth and Devon, destined not for Calais but for Normandy. Fortitude in action, feeding Hitler's obsession. The ghost armies were not built in isolation. They worked hand in hand with a stream of false reports sent by double agents like Garbo. When Garbo told his German handlers that divisions were gathering in Kent, German reconnaissance flights were directed to the area. And sure enough, they saw exactly what they expected: rows of tanks, camps, ships. The genius of the deception was not just its creativity, but its consistency. Every piece of the illusion supported the others. What spies reported, what photos showed, what radio signals suggested, all of it painted the same picture: a massive invasion force preparing to strike at Calais under the command of General George Patton. The mannequin paratroopers. Deception even extended to the battlefield itself. On the night before D-Day, as airborne divisions dropped into Normandy, special units released hundreds of dummy paratroopers, nicknamed Rupert dolls, over different parts of France. These mannequins, stuffed with straw and rigged with firecrackers or small explosive charges, simulated the noise of gunfire as they hit the ground. To German defenders, It appeared that airborne landings were happening in multiple locations. Confused and panicked, they spread their forces thin, chasing shadows while real paratroopers secured vital bridges and roads. Hitler's delusion strengthens. For Hitler, the ghost armies confirmed what he already believed. His fixation on Calais was so strong that any evidence pointing elsewhere was dismissed as a ruse. Even after German troops fought real Allied soldiers on the beaches of Normandy, Hitler remained convinced that the landings were only a diversion. He held back his armored reserves, waiting for Patton's ghost army to appear at Calais. In truth, Patton's divisions never existed. The soldiers, tanks, and ships that Hitler feared were mostly rubber, wood, and clever radio chatter. The power of stagecraft. The ghost armies blurred the line between war and theater. Soldiers became stagehands. Engineers became set designers. Radio operators became scriptwriters, filling the airwaves with dialogue for an army that did not exist. It was not glamorous work. Inflating rubber tanks in the rain, painting plywood aircraft, or stringing laundry lines in muddy fields did not carry the same romance as charging a beachhead. Yet without these efforts, the real armies might never have reached those beaches alive. The deception was so successful that long after D-Day, German commanders continued to hesitate. 4 weeks, panzer divisions stayed near Calais, waiting for Patton's army to strike. By the time they realized no such army existed, the Allies were already driving inland, breaking out of Normandy, and racing across France. A victory of imagination. The story of the ghost armies is a reminder that war is fought not only with steel and blood, but with imagination. Inflatable tanks and plywood planes may sound laughable, but in 1944 they were weapons as potent as any rifle. They bought the Allies precious time. They split German attention. They gave flesh and blood soldiers a fighting chance to win on the beaches of Normandy. In the end, deception succeeded because it told the Germans exactly what they wanted to believe. And in that sense, the ghost armies were not just illusions. They were mirrors, reflecting Hitler's own fears back at him until he could no longer see the truth. The men who built the ghost armies often joked that they were more stagehands than soldiers. One US engineer recalled, "We spent the war inflating rubber tanks. People laughed, but those balloons saved lives." British deception officer Jasper Maskelyne, a stage magician in civilian life, claimed he could make entire armies disappear. While his tales were often exaggerated, many magicians and artists did serve in camouflage units, turning the battlefield into a stage. For locals in Kent and Sussex, the illusion was strangely real. Farmers saw armies appear overnight in their fields, only to discover they were canvas shells and rubber shapes. One villager remembered, "We knew it wasn't real, but it looked so convincing, we wondered if even the Germans would be fooled." When German pilots flew reconnaissance over the area, they dutifully photographed what they believed were massive build-ups. The deception was working so well that Allied planners sometimes worried. Would the Germans see through it if it was too perfect? Chapter 5. The Spies Who Never Were. If the ghost armies were the stage sets of deception, then the double agents were the actors, though most of them never set foot on the battlefield. Instead, they played their roles in safe houses, backrooms, and behind typewriters. Their weapons were forged documents, carefully worded reports, and the art of earning trust from enemies who would never see their faces. The Allies called it the double-cross system. The idea was deceptively simple. Capture German spies sent into Britain, then turn them into double agents, feeding the Germans just enough genuine intelligence to keep them credible, while ensuring that their most important reports were fabrications. By 1944, The system was so effective that virtually every German spy in Britain was under Allied control. The Germans didn't know it, but their own intelligence network had been hijacked, and through it, the Allies could drip-feed whatever story they wished, especially the illusion of an invasion at Calais. Garbo, the greatest liar in history. At the center of the deception stood Juan Pujol Garcia, a failed Spanish businessman who reinvented himself as one of the most extraordinary double agents of the war. His code name, Garbo, because he played his role as convincingly as any Hollywood actor. Garbo had approached both the British and the Germans at different times, offering his services as a spy. Initially dismissed, he persisted until MI5 realized his potential. With a flair for invention, Garbo created an entire network of imaginary subagents. He claimed to have dozens of contacts, dock workers in Liverpool, soldiers in barracks, even secretaries in government offices. In truth, these agents existed only on paper. But Garbo spun their stories with such skill that German intelligence believed him completely. Reports flowed to Berlin describing troop movements, supply shortages, and morale. Sometimes the information was accurate but trivial, such as weather conditions or the arrival of convoys, making him appear trustworthy. But when it mattered most, Garbo lied. By 1944, the Germans considered him one of their most valuable assets in Britain. They trusted him so deeply that they decorated him with the Iron Cross, an award normally reserved for frontline bravery. It was Garbo who assured Berlin that Patton's Phantom Army in southeast England was real. It was Garbo who insisted, on the very day of the Normandy landings, that the attack was merely a diversion. His credibility was so great that even as German troops fought and died in Normandy, their leaders held back, waiting for the real invasion that never came. The cast of shadows. Garbo was not alone. A whole gallery of double agents helped weave the tapestry of deception. Brutus, Roman Czerniawski, a Polish officer who had once spied for the Germans, captured by the Allies and turned. Brutus provided reports on Allied air forces and, crucially, reinforced the Calais narrative. Tricycle, Dusan Popov, a Serbian playboy and gambler. Tricycle was charming, reckless, and flamboyant. He fed the Germans believable tidbits while slipping them poison pills of misinformation. Treasure, Lily Sergeev, a Russian émigré with complicated loyalties. Treasure became a vital channel for false intelligence. Tate, Wolf Schmidt, originally sent by the Germans as a spy. Tate was captured and turned, providing a steady drip of reports that built credibility for the bigger lies. Each agent had their own style, their own voice. Some cultivated relationships with handlers through carefully crafted letters. Others transmitted reports by coded radio. Collectively, they created a choir of deception, each voice harmonizing with the others to convince the Germans that Calais was the true target. Feeding the beast. The genius of the double-cross system lay in balance. Too many lies would have exposed the agents, so the British carefully mixed truth with fiction. Reports might include real convoy schedules, weather conditions, or minor troop movements, none of which would compromise the invasion. Then, amid these truths, the lies were planted. When Garbo's agents claimed to see divisions massing in Kent, German aerial reconnaissance confirmed it. Dummy tanks and inflatable aircraft exactly where Garbo said they would be. When Brutus hinted that Allied bombers were targeting Calais supply lines, German analysts saw their suspicions reinforced. It was a carefully orchestrated echo chamber. What spies said, what reconnaissance showed, and what the Germans already believed, all lined up. The illusion became reality. The message on D-Day. On June 6, 1944, as Allied troops waded ashore in Normandy, Garbo sent a critical message to his German handlers. He reported that the landings were genuine, but insisted they were only a feint, a preliminary strike to draw German forces away from the real invasion still to come at Calais. Berlin believed him. So convinced were they of Garbo's reliability that they passed his message directly to the German High Command. Even Hitler himself accepted it. Orders went out. Hold the panzer divisions in reserve. Do not commit them to Normandy. Wait for the true blow. Those hours of hesitation were decisive. By the time Hitler finally realized Normandy was the main front, the Allies had already secured a foothold. The deception had bought them the most precious resource of all, time. When lies save lives. It is impossible to calculate exactly how many lives were saved by the double-cross system, but historians agree that the success of D-Day depended as much on deception as on courage. Had German armored divisions rolled toward Normandy in the critical first days, the landings might have failed. Instead, they waited for Patton's Phantom Army. They waited for divisions that never arrived. They waited for spies who never existed. The war after the war. After D-Day, many double agents faded back into obscurity. Some lived quietly, never revealing their roles until decades later. Juan Pujol Garcia, Garbo himself, eventually retired to Venezuela, where he ran a small business. 4 years, few believed his story. Only later did historians confirm that his lies had been among the most decisive of the war. The legacy of the double-cross system endures as one of the greatest achievements of Allied intelligence. It demonstrated that wars are not won by weapons alone. They are also won by deception, manipulation, and the ability to make the enemy see ghosts. The hidden army of shadows. While soldiers prepared to storm beaches and paratroopers risked their lives behind enemy lines, a quieter army fought in the shadows, men and women whose battleground was the mind. They fought with whispers, with letters, with falsehoods so carefully woven they became indistinguishable from truth. They fought not for medals or glory, but for the chance to give others a better chance at survival. And on June 6, 1944, their victory was measured not in territory captured, but in tanks that never arrived, divisions that never moved, and decisions delayed until it was too late. The spies who never had done their job. Garbo's success was not without risk. At one point, the Germans even complained that his reports were too detailed, fearing he might be discovered by the British. Ironically, this complaint only strengthened their trust. Why would the British allow such a brilliant spy to continue sending reports unless he was genuine? The double agents were not glamorous figures. Brutus, Tricycle, Treasure, and others lived under constant pressure, aware that a slip could cost not only their lives but the entire invasion. One agent later confessed, "I dreamed in code. I woke up with cipher tables in my head. It was a madness, but it had to be done." Historians later estimated that Garbo's imaginary network of subagents produced over 300 reports in the months leading up to D-Day. Each report added a new brushstroke to the picture of Calais as the target. A German officer after the war admitted, "We were misled by an army of shadows. We believed in divisions that did not exist, and in spies who were never there." Chapter 6. Breaking German Codes. War is often remembered in explosions, battles, and blood. Yet some of its most decisive victories are silent, won not by guns but by pencils, typewriters, and machines that looked like little more than cabinets of wires and wheels. In the story of D-Day, the secret war of intelligence was as crucial as the armies and fleets. Without the codebreakers of Bletchley Park and the power of ultra-intelligence, the Great Deception might never have succeeded. The German Enigma. The heart of German military communication was the Enigma machine, a cipher device that scrambled messages into seemingly unbreakable codes. Every day, the Germans changed their encryption settings, ensuring that each new morning began with a fresh puzzle. To those who intercepted Enigma traffic, the messages looked like nonsense, long strings of random letters. But nonsense can hide meaning, and at Bletchley Park, an unassuming mansion north of London, some of the greatest minds of the Allied war effort labored to unlock that meaning. Bletchley Park, the hidden army. Bletchley Park was not a battlefield, yet it was filled with soldiers of another kind: mathematicians, linguists, crossword experts, and chess champions gathered in its huts and offices. Among them was the brilliant but eccentric Alan Turing, whose work on early computing machines helped automate the breaking of Enigma. Day and night, teams worked in secrecy, feeding intercepted German transmissions into machines called bombs, mechanical devices that churned through possible settings of the Enigma rotors until the right combination was found. Once cracked, the encrypted gibberish revealed orders, reports, and conversations between German commanders. To maintain secrecy, only a small circle of Allied leaders knew the full extent of what ultra-intelligence provided. Even frontline commanders were often told only that their information came from a special source. Confirming the deception. For the planners of D-Day, Ultra was priceless. The deception operations, Fortitude, Bodyguard, the Ghost Armies, were only as good as the enemy's belief in them. How could the Allies know whether the Germans were truly convinced? The answer lay in the intercepts. When Garbo or Brutus sent a false report, codebreakers at Bletchley could often see the German response days later. Messages between Berlin and field commanders revealed whether the lies had taken hold. Again and again, the evidence came back clear. The Germans were buying it. Reports spoke of divisions being moved to Calais, reinforcements held back, defensive preparations in Norway. Hitler himself was recorded reiterating his conviction that Normandy was only a feint. For the deceivers, these confirmations were like oxygen. Each new intercept was proof that their illusions were working, that their phantom armies were real in the minds of their enemies. The weather factor. Ultra also gave insight into another critical factor: weather. German meteorologists had limited access to Atlantic data, while the Allies, with bases in Iceland and ships across the ocean, had a clearer picture. This advantage allowed the Allies to choose the invasion window with greater confidence. When D-Day was postponed from June 5th to June 6th due to storms, the Germans were caught off guard. Intercepts showed they believed bad weather made invasion impossible. Many commanders left their posts to attend war games. Some units relaxed their guard. When the invasion came, it struck a coastline that was less prepared than usual. The silence of secrecy. The work at Bletchley Park remained one of the greatest secrets of the war. The men and women who labored there could never speak of their achievements. They lived in huts with blackout curtains, worked endless shifts, and endured the monotony of decoding message after message. But they knew that every word mattered. A single intercepted order could reveal the position of a panzer division. A decrypted report might confirm that Hitler still expected an invasion at Calais. In the quiet clatter of typewriters and machines, the fate of D-Day was being decided. Impact on D-Day. By June 1944, ultra-intelligence had become a vital compass for Allied decision-makers. It not only confirmed that deception was working, but also provided warnings of German troop movements. Commanders could see when reinforcements were being delayed, when defensive preparations were faltering, and when the enemy's attention was elsewhere. It is no exaggeration to say that without Bletchley Park, the Allies would have been fighting blind. With it, they fought with foresight, anticipating German moves, exploiting their errors, and reinforcing the illusion that Calais remained the true invasion site. War of Minds. In the end, the Battle of Codes was as much about psychology as mathematics. The Germans believed their Enigma was unbreakable. Their overconfidence blinded them to the possibility that their messages were being read. And so, even as deception agents like Garbo spun their tales, Ultra provided the proof that those tales had become reality. The war of machines, men, and ideas converged here. In Normandy, soldiers would bleed. In Bletchley, minds would bend. Both were necessary for victory. Legacy of secrecy. The story of Bletchley Park and Ultra remained hidden for decades after the war. Only in the 1970s did the full scale of the code-breaking effort become known to the public. By then, many of those who had worked in secrecy had lived quiet lives, never speaking of their contributions. Yet historians now agree. The work of Bletchley shortened the war by years, and in the case of D-Day, ensured that the deception operations succeeded beyond expectation. It was not just the guns on the beaches, nor the bravery of paratroopers in the night. It was also the quiet scratch of pencils, the clatter of machines, and the whispers of intercepted German voices that helped secure the beginning of liberation. The work at Bletchley Park was grueling. One codebreaker wrote in her diary, "We sat in silence, hour after hour, the machines clicking like insects. We lived on tea and cigarettes. The weight of the war pressed on us, though no one outside knew what we did." The secrecy was so strict that many who worked there never told their families. Some went to their graves without ever revealing their role in cracking Enigma. One veteran said, "My parents thought I spent the war filing papers. They never knew I helped invade France." Ultra was so sensitive that commanders sometimes ignored it rather than risk exposing the source. Even so, by confirming that Hitler still believed in Calais, Ultra gave the deception campaign priceless validation. In hindsight, Bletchley's contribution may have saved months of fighting. Churchill himself once said, "It was thanks to Ultra that we won the war." While that was an exaggeration, there is no doubt that without Ultra, the deception of D-Day could not have been trusted. Chapter 7. Weather, Chance, and Fate. Wars are often decided by armies and weapons, but sometimes the greatest general is the weather. For D-Day, the skies and seas of the English Channel played as crucial a role as any soldier, tank, or deception plan. The unpredictable Channel. The English Channel is narrow, but treacherous. Its tides are powerful, its weather fickle. In June, storms can sweep in suddenly, churning the sea into chaos. For an invasion fleet of thousands of ships, timing was everything. The Allied planners had chosen early June 1944 because the tides, moonlight, and hours of daylight offered the best combination for landing operations. The tides would expose German beach obstacles at the right moment. The moon would give paratroopers light to navigate by. The long summer days would extend the operational window. But within those days, the invasion required almost perfect conditions. If the seas were too rough, landing craft would founder. If the skies were too cloudy, bombers and fighters could not provide cover. If the winds were too strong, paratroopers would scatter hopelessly. The margin for error was razor-thin. The weatherman in command. Into this uncertainty stepped Group Captain James Stagg, the chief meteorologist for the Allied Expeditionary Force. Stagg was a quiet, serious man, trained in the science of weather but fully aware of its human consequences. On his forecasts rested the fate of the greatest invasion in history. Stagg and his team analyzed data from ships, aircraft, and weather stations across the Atlantic. Unlike the Germans, the Allies had access to information from stations in Greenland, Iceland, and North America, giving them a clearer picture of incoming systems. At first, forecasts looked grim. A powerful storm threatened to lash the channel in the first week of June. Winds and waves would make a landing impossible. On June 4th, just one day before the scheduled invasion, Stagg reported that conditions were deteriorating rapidly. Eisenhower listened, grim-faced, as his meteorologist told him the truth. If they launched on June 5th, the invasion fleet would be scattered, the landings a disaster. The tense postponement. The decision was agonizing. Hundreds of thousands of men were already aboard ships, ready to sail. Troops had been briefed. Equipment was loaded. To delay now risked confusion, fatigue, and exposure of the invasion's secret. But to go forward in a storm would be suicide. Eisenhower ordered a postponement. The invasion would not sail on June 5th. The room was heavy with tension. Could the operation even be delayed? The next possible window, with the right tides and moonlight, would not come until late June. Would the entire plan have to be scrapped and restarted weeks later? Would secrecy hold that long? A window in the storm. Then, on June 5th, Stagg returned with unexpected news. A brief break in the weather was coming. A 24-hour window of calmer seas and clearer skies on June 6th. It would not be perfect, but it would be good enough. The gamble was enormous. The difference between success and catastrophe might hinge on Stagg's prediction. Eisenhower gathered his commanders late that evening. Around the table, voices debated, some urging caution, others willing to take the risk. Finally, Eisenhower made the call. The invasion would go ahead on June 6th. His words were simple. "Okay, let's go." Hitler's miscalculation. On the other side of the channel, German meteorologists lacked the same data. From their limited perspective, the storm looked set to continue. They predicted the seas would remain rough, the skies clouded. An invasion seemed impossible. Confident in this forecast, many German commanders relaxed. Field Marshal Erwin Rommel, in charge of defending the French coast, even returned to Germany to visit his wife and present her with a pair of shoes for her birthday. Other officers left their posts to attend a war game. When the Allied fleet began moving, it caught the Germans by surprise. Their confidence in the weather had betrayed them. The role of chance. The story of D-Day weather understands how chance and fate can tip the scales of history. Had the storm lasted longer, the invasion might have been delayed for weeks, risking exposure of Allied plans. Had Stagg misjudged his forecast, the landings could have ended in disaster. Instead, a narrow window of opportunity aligned with Eisenhower's courage to seize it. The greatest invasion in history sailed into that gap, catching the enemy unprepared. The human side of waiting. For the soldiers crammed aboard landing ships, the delay was excruciating. Seasickness plagued them as the vessels rocked in the channel. Anxiety gnawed as rumors spread of postponement. Some feared the invasion would never come, others dreaded that it would. When the order finally arrived, "We go on June 6th, a strange calm settled over many. At least the waiting was over. Whatever lay ahead, they would face it soon. A coin toss of history. Looking back, historians often note how much depended on that single forecast. The difference of one day, storm versus calm, delay versus go, might have altered the course of the war. D-Day was not only a triumph of arms and deception, but also a triumph of meteorology, a testament to the fragile interplay between planning and chance. It was a reminder that even the mightiest armies march at the mercy of the skies. Group Captain James Stagg later recalled the tension in the room as he gave his forecast to Eisenhower. "You could feel the weight of history pressing on us. Every eye was on me, waiting for me to tell them whether the greatest invasion ever planned would sail or not." One staff officer wrote home afterward, "It came down to the clouds. Imagine all the armies, all the tanks, all the ships, waiting on a man pointing at a weather map." On the German side, overconfidence was fatal. A Luftwaffe meteorologist later admitted, "We had no data from the Western Atlantic. We assumed the storm would last for days. We were wrong, and that mistake doomed us." Rommel's absence on June 6th became infamous. Visiting his wife in Germany, he hoped to discuss her birthday. "When I returned," he said after the war, "the invasion had already begun. I had miscalculated the weather, and with it, the fate of France." Group Captain James Stagg later recalled the tension in the room as he gave his forecast to Eisenhower. "You could feel the weight of history pressing on us. Every eye was on me, waiting for me to tell them whether the greatest invasion ever planned would sail or not." One staff officer wrote home afterward, "It came down to the clouds. Imagine all the armies, all the tanks, all the ships, waiting on a man pointing at a weather map." On the German side, overconfidence was fatal. A Luftwaffe meteorologist later admitted, "We had no data from the Western Atlantic. We assumed the storm would last for days. We were wrong, and that mistake doomed us." Rommel's absence on June 6th became infamous. Visiting his wife in Germany, he hoped to discuss her birthday. "When I returned," he said after the war, "the invasion had already begun. I had miscalculated the weather, and with it, the fate of France." Chapter 8. The Final Countdown. The evening of June 5, 1944, was unlike any other in history. Across southern England, the air vibrated with the sound of engines. In ports and harbours, ships tugged at their moorings. Along darkened airfields, rows of transport planes waited with doors open, engines warming. Soldiers, paratroopers, commandos, infantrymen checked their weapons, tightened their straps, and waited for the order. For months they had trained, speculated, and wondered when the day would come. Now it was here. The airborne gamble. Before the first landing craft touched the beaches, thousands of men would already be on French soil. Their mission was among the most dangerous of the entire operation. Parachute and glider landings deep behind enemy lines. The U.S. 82nd and 101st Airborne Divisions were tasked with securing key causeways and road junctions behind Utah Beach. Without them, landing troops might be trapped on the sand, unable to move inland. To the east, the British 6th Airborne Division was assigned to capture bridges across the River Orne and silence German artillery that threatened Sword Beach. The night sky over England filled with the drone of hundreds of C-47 transport planes. Inside, paratroopers sat shoulder to shoulder, faces blackened with camouflage paint. Some were calm, others restless. Many carried small personal tokens, a photo of a loved one, a letter, a lucky charm. As the green light blinked on, they leapt into the darkness, parachutes snapping open above them. Across Normandy, fields lit up with a flicker of tracer fire as German guns sought the descending shadows. Many paratroopers landed far from their intended drop zones, scattered in hedgerows, swamps, and villages. Yet confusion, paradoxically, worked in their favor. German defenders could not tell where the main force was, or how many had arrived. The glider men. Alongside the paratroopers came the silent wings of gliders. These fragile craft, made of wood and canvas, carried troops, jeeps, and even small artillery pieces. Towed into the night by bombers, they were cut loose to glide toward landing zones. The risks were immense. Gliders had no engines, no second chances. Many crashed into fields, trees, or ditches, breaking apart on impact. Yet their crews fought their way out and pressed on. In one of the most daring actions, British glider troops landed almost directly beside the Pegasus Bridge, storming the German defenders in a lightning assault. By dawn, the bridge was in Allied hands, one of the first victories of D-Day. The French resistance. On the ground, the French resistance was already at work. In the weeks before D-Day, coded messages broadcast by the BBC had signaled them to prepare. On the night of June 5th, final instructions crackled over the airwaves. Saboteurs cut telephone lines, derailed trains, and blew up bridges. These actions sowed chaos in German communications, delaying reinforcements and forcing commanders to rely on slower, less reliable methods of control. Farmers and villagers risked their lives to guide paratroopers, hide stragglers, and provide intelligence on German positions. The invasion was not only an Allied operation, it was also a French uprising, hidden in shadows, that helped tip the balance. Eisenhower's longest night. Back in England, in the Allied Command Center, General Dwight D. Eisenhower faced the longest night of his life. The decision had been made. The invasion was underway. Now, it was out of his hands. He walked among the paratroopers before they boarded, speaking quietly to them, offering words of encouragement. Many would not return, and Eisenhower knew it. Later, he stood on the airfield and watched the planes vanish into the night, their lights dwindling in the distance. "They're on their way," he murmured, more to himself than anyone else. In his pocket, he still carried the note he had drafted earlier, the statement he would issue if the invasion failed. It was a burden few men have ever carried, the knowledge that the lives of hundreds of thousands depended on choices already made. The fleet sets sail. Meanwhile, across the Channel, the greatest armada in history was on the move. More than 7,000 ships of every size slipped out of ports, escorted by destroyers and corvettes. Minesweepers cleared paths through the waters, while battleships and cruisers took up firing positions. For the men aboard the landing craft, the journey was misery. Packed tightly, buffeted by waves, many grew violently seasick. The stench of vomit mixed with oil and salt water. Soldiers sat in silence, clutching their rifles, staring into the dark. Some prayed. Others joked nervously. A few wrote last letters, knowing they might never be sent. Deception to the last. Even as the invasion fleet crossed the Channel, the deception plan continued. Operations Glimmer and Taxable sent small groups of ships toward Calais, towing radar-reflecting balloons and broadcasting fake radio chatter. To German radar operators, it looked like invasion fleets approaching the real target. The ruse worked. German coastal defenses split their attention. Even on the very night of the invasion, the bodyguard of lies still held. Waiting for dawn. By the early hours of June 6th, the stage was set. Paratroopers fought scattered battles in the hedgerows. Resistance fighters harried German communications. Naval guns trained on the beaches. Landing craft surged forward through the waves. For the men inside, dawn would bring the unknown. Some tried to sleep, heads resting on rifles. Others sat wide-eyed, listening to the steady churn of engines. Officers whispered last instructions. Chaplains offered hurried blessings. The night had been long. The waiting was almost unbearable. But now, as the first hint of light touched the horizon, the invasion of Normandy was about to begin. For the paratroopers, The hours before the jump were unforgettable. Sergeant Wallace Strobel of the 101st Airborne later described it. The green light went on, and suddenly you were out the door, into the night sky. The wind slapped at you, tracers shot past, and all you could think was, "Don't land in a tree, don't land in water." One British glider pilot recalled the terror of descending silently toward Pegasus Bridge. You could see the moonlight glinting on the river. The Germans had no idea we were coming. We landed with a crash that splintered the fuselage, but we were alive, and the bridge was there, just as on the maps. In Normandy villages, French civilians heard the rumble of planes overhead and the thud of parachutes hitting fields. An elderly woman remembered, "At first we thought it was bombs. Then I saw men in the hedges. Americans. They gave us chocolate, and we gave them wine. That night, we knew the war was changing." Meanwhile, the men aboard landing craft endured misery. One GI wrote later, "The smell of vomit and diesel fuel was so thick you could hardly breathe. Some prayed. Some smoked. Some just stared at the floor. No one spoke of fear, but it was everywhere." Chapter 9. June 6, 1944. The Day of Days. The dawn of June 6, 1944, broke grey and uncertain over the English Channel. To the men huddled in landing craft, the horizon revealed only mist, the low shapes of warships, and the endless churn of waves. But ahead lay the most formidable shoreline in Europe, the beaches of Normandy. This was Operation Neptune, the opening strike of Operation Overlord. More than 156,000 men would land in the first 24 hours. 5 beaches stretched across 50 miles of coast: Utah, Omaha, Gold, Juno, and Sword. Each had its own challenges, its own story, its own blood. The naval barrage. At 5:30, the silence shattered. Battleships, cruisers, and destroyers opened fire, unleashing thousands of shells on German defenses. The roar shook the sea. Shorelines erupted in flame and smoke. To soldiers waiting offshore, it seemed as if nothing could survive such bombardment. But many German bunkers had been built of reinforced concrete, dug deep into cliffs and dunes. When the shelling ceased, defenders emerged from the smoke, shaken but alive, weapons ready. Utah Beach. The lucky landing. On the westernmost beach, Utah, the American 4th Infantry Division landed under favorable circumstances. Strong currents carried their landing craft about a mile south of their intended position. Fortune favored them. The defenses there were lighter. Brigadier General Theodore Roosevelt Jr., landing with the first wave despite arthritis and a cane, assessed the situation calmly. "We'll start the war from here," he declared, and directed his men inland. By the end of the day, Utah Beach was secure, with relatively low casualties compared to the other beaches. Omaha Beach. Bloody Omaha. Further east, at Omaha Beach, the story was far more brutal. Here, the American 1st and 29th Infantry Divisions faced steep bluffs bristling with German guns. The pre-landing bombardment had failed to destroy the defenses. As the landing craft dropped their ramps, machine gun fire ripped into the men inside. Water turned red. Soldiers struggled through waves under heavy fire. Many cut down before they reached the sand. Others drowned, weighed down by equipment. Tanks meant to provide cover sank in the surf or were destroyed. Chaos reigned. 4 hours, it seemed Omaha might be lost. Officers were killed, units scattered. Yet small groups of men, sergeants, privates, lieutenants, took initiative. Crawling up bluffs, using grenades and rifles, they silenced bunkers one by one. By evening, against staggering odds, Omaha was in Allied hands. The cost was nearly 3,000 American casualties. Gold Beach. The British push. At Gold Beach, British forces stormed ashore. They faced heavy resistance in fortified towns and villages, but specialized engineering vehicles, Hobart's funnies, helped breach obstacles. Flail tanks cleared mines, bridge-laying tanks spanned ditches, and armored bulldozers flattened defenses. By nightfall, British troops had pushed inland and linked with Canadian forces advancing from Juno. Their progress opened the way toward the city of Bayeux, the first major French town to be liberated. Juno Beach. The Canadians fight. The Canadians at Juno Beach faced deadly fire as their landing craft approached. Many of the first waves suffered heavy losses. But once ashore, Canadian troops pressed forward with ferocity. By day's end, they had penetrated deeper inland than any other Allied force, linking with British units and securing a vital foothold. Sword Beach. The eastern flank. On the far eastern flank, Sword Beach, British forces landed with support from French commandos. Their objective was to secure Caen, a city critical for controlling Normandy. Resistance was fierce, and though they gained the beachhead, progress toward Caen proved slower than hoped. Still, Sword connected with airborne units holding bridges across the Orne River, securing the flank from counterattack. The German response. In German headquarters, confusion reigned. Reports of landings poured in from Normandy, but commanders hesitated. Was this the main invasion, or a diversion? Field Marshal Erwin Rommel was away in Germany. Hitler was still asleep, and his staff hesitated to wake him. Crucially, armored divisions, the most powerful units in France, could not move without Hitler's direct approval. Hours passed as messages crawled through the chain of command. By the time Hitler authorized movement, it was too late. The Allies were ashore in force. The deception had worked. German commanders clung to the belief that the real invasion would come at Calais. Even as Allied troops fought on the beaches, panzer divisions remained in reserve, waiting for an attack that never came. The human cost. By the evening of June 6th, the Allies had secured all 5 beaches, though at terrible cost. Nearly 10,000 Allied casualties were recorded on the first day, killed, wounded, or missing. German losses were also heavy, though less precisely known. Civilians, too, suffered in the crossfire, their villages shattered by bombardment. For the men who survived, the memories of D-Day would never fade. The roar of guns, the screams of the wounded, the smell of smoke and salt and blood. The turning point. Yet despite the carnage, the invasion had succeeded. A foothold had been gained. From those 5 beaches, the liberation of Western Europe had begun. D-Day did not win the war in a single day, but it marked the beginning of the end for Nazi Germany. The Atlantic Wall had been breached. Hitler's empire had been pierced at last, and behind the courage of the men who stormed ashore lay the invisible victories of deception, intelligence, and weather, a convergence of factors that made June 6, 1944, not only the longest day, but also the day that changed the course of history. At Omaha Beach, Private Charles Shea, a Native American medic, remembered dragging wounded men from the surf. "I saw so many lying in the water, and I thought, if I don't help them, no one will. I pulled them out one by one. The sea was red." A German machine gunner at Omaha described it differently. "We fired until the barrels of our guns glowed. We thought no one could survive. But still they came, crawling inch by inch, and we knew, if they reached us, we were finished." At Utah, General Roosevelt Jr.'s calm decision to land from here became legendary. A soldier later recalled, "He stood there with his cane, cool as could be. It made us feel like maybe we could do this after all. On Juno Beach, Canadian Captain Paul Triquet urged his men forward under fire. There is only one safe place, and that is on the objective. His courage helped push Canadian forces farther inland than any other army that day. For French civilians, liberation came with fear. A woman in Cannes later said, "We wanted freedom, but it came with fire. Houses burned, people died, and we didn't know if the Allies would succeed. But when we saw them, tired and dirty, giving us chewing gum and cigarettes, we knew France was coming back." Chapter 10. The Aftermath of Deception. When the sun set on June 6, 1944, the Allies had done the impossible. They had crossed the English Channel, stormed the beaches of Normandy, and established a foothold on continental Europe. Yet the battle was far from over. What followed in the days and weeks after D-Day was as much a triumph of deception as it was of arms. Hitler's obsession with Calais. For years, Hitler had believed that the Pas-de-Calais was the true invasion target. Even after Allied troops were fighting and dying in Normandy, he refused to let go of that conviction. Reports from double agents like Garbeau reinforced his belief. Reconnaissance seemed to confirm that Patton's 1st U.S. Army Group was still massing in southeast England, ready to strike across the narrowest point of the Channel. To Hitler, Normandy looked like a distraction, a lure to draw German forces away from the real invasion. This obsession had catastrophic consequences. Even as panzer divisions waited in reserve, they were not committed to Normandy. Days turned into weeks. Troops that might have crushed the beachhead remained idle, guarding against a phantom threat at Calais. Reinforcements that never came. The result was a critical imbalance. The Germans had enough strength in France to launch a devastating counterattack, but only if they concentrated it. Instead, they spread their forces thin, holding back key divisions in the north. At one point, ultra intercepts revealed that 15 German divisions remained tied down near Calais, unwilling to move south. The deception had achieved its ultimate goal, keeping the enemy divided at the moment when unity could have changed everything. A fortress of lies. To German intelligence officers, the evidence seemed overwhelming. Garbeau's reports spoke of continued build-ups in Kent. Dummy landing craft and inflatable tanks remained in place, visible to reconnaissance. Radio chatter from the Phantom Fusag divisions continued, scripted carefully by Allied operators. The illusion lived on. Even in July, more than a month after D-Day, Hitler told his generals that Normandy was only a diversion. The main invasion, he insisted, was still to come at Calais. By the time he realized the truth, it was far too late. The Allies had broken out of Normandy, liberated Cherbourg, and were driving toward Paris. Buying time with illusions. The impact of the deception cannot be overstated. Every day that German divisions sat idle in Calais was another day for the Allies to land reinforcements, build up supplies, and expand their beachhead. By late June, hundreds of thousands of troops had crossed into France. Mulberry harbors funneled equipment ashore. The Pluto pipelines pumped fuel across the channel. The bridgehead was no longer fragile. It was growing stronger by the hour, and it was deception that bought that precious time. Hitler's distrust of his generals. The deception succeeded not only because of Allied cunning, but also because of German dysfunction. Hitler's paranoia and micromanagement crippled his response. Many of his generals argued that Normandy was the true invasion, that reinforcements must be sent immediately. But Hitler distrusted them. He trusted instead the evidence that confirmed his own beliefs. evidence carefully planted by Allied deception. This distrust sowed hesitation. Orders were delayed, counterattacks postponed. When panzer divisions finally moved toward Normandy in force, they were met not by a fragile beachhead, but by a fortified front bristling with Allied firepower. The Battle of Normandy. The weeks after D-Day were brutal. Fighting in the hedgerows of Normandy was slow, bloody, and costly. German troops defended every village, every field. Tanks lurked behind hedges. Machine guns covered narrow lanes. Progress was measured in yards, not miles. Yet the Allies had one decisive advantage. They were not facing the full strength of the German army. With so many divisions pinned near Calais, Normandy became a war of attrition the Germans could not win. By late July, the Allies broke out of the bocage with Operation Cobra, unleashing a flood of armor that raced across France. Within weeks, Paris was liberated. The road to Germany lay open. Deception shortens the war. Historians estimate that the success of Operation Bodyguard and its sub-plans shortened the war by months, perhaps longer. Without it, D-Day might have failed outright, or succeeded only at catastrophic cost. Instead, the deception ensured that the Germans were always a step behind, reacting to phantoms, waiting for blows that never came. By the time they realized where the real battle was, the Allies had already won it. The quiet heroes of lies. In the aftermath, the role of deception remained largely hidden. The soldiers who stormed the beaches became the public heroes, as they deserved. The spies, double agents, codebreakers, and deception planners worked in silence, their contributions veiled by secrecy. But those who knew understood the truth. The illusions of Bodyguard had been as decisive as the guns of Neptune. The greatest invasion in history had not only been a triumph of courage, but also a triumph of imagination. In Berlin, Hitler raged at his generals. Even weeks after D-Day, he insisted the Normandy landings were a diversion. One staff officer later recalled, "He shouted that the main invasion was still to come at Calais." None dared to contradict him, though many of us knew the truth by then. German soldiers stationed near Calais described the surreal experience of waiting for an enemy who never arrived. One wrote in his diary, "We were fully armed, our tanks fueled, waiting for the English to come. Each morning we looked to the sea, but the horizon remained empty." Meanwhile, Allied troops slogging through the hedgerows of Normandy were grateful for every German unit pinned at Calais. A British sergeant later reflected, "If those panzer divisions had hit us in June, we'd have been thrown back into the Channel. It was the lies that saved us." Historians agree. The historian Sir Michael Howard wrote, "No single deception in military history has had such a profound effect as fortitude. The divisions immobilized at Calais made all the difference between success and failure in Normandy." Chapter 11. Epilogue. Lessons of D-Day. On the beaches of Normandy today, the tide washes quietly over sand once soaked with blood. Visitors walk among rows of white crosses, each marking a life given on June 6, 1944, and in the weeks that followed. Time has softened the scars, but the echoes of that day still resound. The invasion of Normandy was not just a feat of arms. It was a triumph of planning, deception, and courage in equal measure. Its lessons reach far beyond the battlefields of France, into the nature of war itself. The power of deception. Perhaps the greatest lesson of D-Day is that wars are not always won by strength alone. They are also won by imagination. Inflatable tanks, fake radio signals, phantom armies. These may seem absurd, even comical. Yet they were deadly serious. They shaped Hitler's decisions, fixed his gaze on Calais, and kept his strongest divisions from Normandy when they were most needed. Operation Bodyguard proved that deception can save lives. Every German tank that sat idle near Calais was one less on the beaches of Omaha. Every hour that Hitler hesitated was another hour for the Allies to strengthen their foothold. In the end, illusion and shadow were as powerful as steel and fire. The value of intelligence. Another lesson lies in the quiet huts of Bletchley Park. The codebreakers who deciphered Enigma gave the Allies not only knowledge, but confidence. They could see into the mind of their enemy. They knew when deception had taken root, when lies had become truth in the German command. In war, information is as valuable as ammunition. The men and women who worked in silence with pencils, machines, and typewriters helped win D-Day as surely as those who carried rifles ashore. The role of chance. D-Day was also a reminder of the role of chance in history. Had the weather not broken, the invasion might have been postponed for weeks. Had James Stagg misjudged his forecast, the fleet could have sailed into disaster. The line between triumph and catastrophe was as thin as a cloud bank over the channel. Even the best-laid plans must bend to fate. On June 6th, fortune favored the Allies, but it was a fortune seized through boldness and preparation. Eisenhower's decision to go, despite uncertainty, was one of the most courageous gambles of the war. The human cost. None of this should obscure the human price. Deception may have saved divisions, but it did not spare those who faced the guns on the beaches. Thousands died before Normandy was secured. Many more would fall in the hedgerows, the towns, the fields of France. For the men who survived, memories of D-Day remained etched in their souls. The roar of engines, the scream of shells, the faces of comrades lost. Their courage gave substance to the illusions woven in shadows. Without their sacrifice, deception alone would have meant nothing. D-Day's legacy. In the decades since 1944, militaries around the world have studied D-Day for its lessons in planning, logistics, and courage. But perhaps its most enduring legacy is the reminder that wars are fought not only on battlefields, but in the mind. From psychological warfare to cyber deception, the principles of Operation Bodyguard echo in modern conflicts. To shape what the enemy believes is to shape what the enemy does. And sometimes, what the enemy believes can be more decisive than what is true. A day that changed the world. On June 6, 1944, the tide of history turned. The beaches of Normandy became the gateway to liberation. The deception of Calais became the downfall of German strategy. The courage of ordinary men became the foundation of victory. As one Allied veteran later said, "We weren't heroes. We were scared, cold, and seasick. But we knew we had a job to do. And we did it." D-Day endures because it was not just a military operation. It was a testament to what can be achieved when imagination, intelligence, and courage unite. Closing reflection. The ghosts of deception, Garbo's phantom agents, Patton's rubber tanks, the inflatable armies of Kent, will never be listed among the divisions that fought in Normandy. Yet they marched alongside the real soldiers in spirit, clearing the way, sowing confusion, and protecting lives. The lesson is simple, but profound. Truth may win wars, but lies can win them faster. And so, on that longest day, when steel met steel on the shores of France, it was not only bullets and bombs that carried the Allies forward. It was also whispers, shadows, and illusions, an invisible army that made victory possible. For decades, many of the key players in the deception lived quietly in obscurity. Juan Pugil Garcia, Agent Garbo, ended up running a small bookshop in Venezuela. Few knew he had been decorated by both Germany and Britain for the same war. When historians tracked him down in the 1980s, he was astonished to learn he had become a legend. "I only did what I thought was necessary," he said. For the veterans who stormed the beaches, D-Day remained the defining moment of their lives. An American paratrooper, interviewed at age 80, said, "Every night I still hear the jumpmaster's voice. Stand up, hook up, check equipment. Then the wind rushing past, and the darkness. You never forget." French villagers, too, carried the memories. One survivor from Normandy recalled, "We cheered the Allies, but we also buried our neighbors. Liberation was joy and sorrow mixed together." Looking back, the blend of courage and deception that defined D-Day still resonates. Military academies study it as a textbook case of psychological warfare. Yet beyond the theories are human truths: fear, sacrifice, ingenuity, and hope. As one Canadian veteran put it simply, "We didn't know about the spies, or the fake tanks, or the weather forecasts. All we knew was that we had to get off that beach. The rest, well, that was history's secret." Part 4. The Fall of Berlin, a city waiting to die. April 1945. Spring has come to Berlin, but the season has forgotten to bring warmth. Cherry blossoms hang over cratered streets, their petals settling in the dust of collapsed buildings. Somewhere in the distance, the eastern horizon glows, not with sunrise, but with the fires of a city already half destroyed. The people of Berlin no longer speak of victory. They speak of when the Russians will come. Every rumor moves faster than any soldier. Before we move on, if you've been drawn into these untold stories, the hidden truths behind the war, take a moment to subscribe. It helps us keep uncovering the forgotten echoes of history. The silence before the storm. In a basement on Wilhelmstrasse, a group of neighbors huddle around a battery radio. Its voice, thin and distorted, insists that German troops are regrouping. No one believes it anymore. When the broadcast ends, the silence is heavier than the rubble overhead. Water runs only a few hours a day. Bread is rationed to crumbs. The trams no longer run, but their rails still gleam through the dust, catching bits of sunlight like old scars. Above ground, the city smells of wet plaster, smoke, and fear. The soundscape has changed. No laughter, no footsteps, only the rhythmic pounding of distant artillery. Every explosion sends a shudder through the ground and through the people who remain. They have stopped flinching. They have learned that fear has its limits. Faces of waiting. "I have packed the baby's blanket and the family photographs," writes Marta Keller, a 32-year-old mother, in her diary on April 18th. "If they come, maybe they'll see we are just people." Her husband was drafted months ago. No letters have arrived since January. She lives now in the company of women, old men, and children, the leftovers of a once proud metropolis. In the courtyards, laundry hangs stiff in the smoke. Children chase rats for sport. Some play war, imitating the soldiers they have never seen return. A teenage boy, barely 15, wears a dented helmet too large for his head. He patrols the block with a wooden rifle, convinced that honor is still possible. The end of belief. For 12 years, the city had been a stage for certainty. Banners, parades, torchlight promises. Now those same streets are coated in the ash of burned propaganda. Posters still cling to walls. Victory or death. The glue outlasts the faith. Each night, Goebbels' voice still pierces the airwaves, shrill, defiant, disconnected from reality. He speaks of miracle weapons, of loyalty unto death. But even the most loyal listeners lower the volume now. They have come to understand that every speech costs them another night of denial. In the shelters, whispers replace slogans. "Do you think he's still alive?" Someone asks about the Führer. No one answers. The bunkers. Beneath Berlin lies another city, a honeycomb of cellars and subway tunnels. There, life continues in half-light. Soup made from boiled wallpaper, candles carved from soap. The air is thick, not from smoke, but from desperation and unwashed skin. When the sirens wail, everyone knows their part. Grab the children, the bucket of water, the photo of the dead husband. Descending the stairs feels like descending into a grave. Some pray, some curse, some simply stare at the walls, lips moving in silent arithmetic, counting explosions to guess how close the front has come. A city of ash and echoes. The Tiergarten, once green and manicured, is now a forest of blackened trunks. People cut trees for firewood, dragging branches through the streets like corpses. The zoo animals that survived the bombings roam between ruins, ghosts of another order. Horses pull carts filled with the last belongings of those who still hope to escape westward. Yet most know there is nowhere left to run. On the Spree River, bridges have been rigged with explosives. Soldiers guard them nervously, smoking the last of their cigarettes. Some look barely older than the boys who salute them from the sidewalks. The approach. By mid-April, the thunder from the east is constant. Artillery shells arc over the horizon like falling stars. Each one lands closer. In the nights, the sky flickers, orange reflections bouncing off low clouds. From rooftops, one can see the city burning in concentric circles, slowly collapsing toward the center. Civilians watch with a kind of numb awe. After so much propaganda, reality feels abstract, as if they are witnessing someone else's war. Orders from above. Official decrees still appear, nailed to lampposts. Every able-bodied man must defend the capital. Deserters will be shot. But the language of command no longer holds meaning. Even the Gestapo offices are half empty. Some officers have shed their uniforms and vanished. In schoolrooms converted into first aid posts, teachers tear textbooks into bandages. A chalkboard still reads, "Arithmetic exam, Monday." No one erases it. An ordinary morning. April 25th, 1945. Dawn breaks over a city barely recognizable. Marta Keller stands by her window, holding her daughter. She sees 3 women dragging a bathtub on a cart, filled not with water, but with bread crusts and blankets. The church bell on Leipziger Strasse rings once, then stops. Its rope has snapped. In the distance, a sound like thunder swells and then splits into the staccato of machine guns. Someone in the courtyard mutters, "They're here." The last market. In an open square near Alexanderplatz, a small crowd gathers around what used to be a vegetable stall. Now it serves as a barter market, a spoon for a potato, a coat for a loaf. Paper money is worthless. The only real currency is food and rumors. A woman whispers that the Soviets are only a few kilometers away. Another claims the Americans have crossed the Elbe and will reach Berlin first. Each rumor brings a flicker of hope, and then the familiar fatigue of disappointment. An old man recites poetry to distract the children. Lines from Heine and Goethe drift over the rubble, absurdly gentle against the background of distant shellfire. The deafening wait. When night falls, the city does not sleep. Every explosion above ground trembles through the basements below, shaking plaster onto blankets and bodies. The candlelight flickers over faces that have forgotten their former lives. Bank clerks, tailors, secretaries, now all the same. Survivors waiting for something they cannot imagine. In the darkness, one question unites them. What will they do to us? The stories from the East, of revenge, of atrocities, are too detailed to be dismissed. Yet even terror has become theoretical. Until the door bursts open, it remains a rumor. The radio dies. April 27th. The last citywide broadcast fades mid-sentence. Only static remains. Marta listens until the battery dies, then places the radio beside her daughter's crib like a coffin. Outside, the sky pulses red. The front has reached the suburbs. The ground quakes continuously, and the windows whistle from pressure waves. Glass that has already shattered continues to tinkle softly in the frames, a broken lullaby. The eyes of the city. From the top of a ruined apartment block, an old photographer named Herr Weiss sets up his tripod one last time. He wants to capture the skyline before it disappears entirely. The negatives will likely burn, but the gesture comforts him, proof that beauty once existed. Through his lens, he sees smoke columns rising like pillars to an invisible temple. Somewhere beneath them, millions of lives hang suspended between annihilation and deliverance. He presses the shutter. The click is quieter than the war. By the last days of April, Berlin is no longer a capital. It is a wound that still believes it is a heart. Inside that wound, civilians cling to fragments of dignity. A clean face, a shared crust, a whispered prayer. The city waits, holding its breath, listening to the inevitable footsteps of history approaching from the east. The collapse of faith. In Berlin, belief had once been a public performance. Flags, anthems, and speeches that turned streets into corridors of certainty. But in the spring of 1945, certainty thinned like smoke. The words still came from loudspeakers. They simply failed to land. The distance between what people heard and what they saw widened until it snapped. The last believers were often the quietest. They stood in doorways with folded arms, eyes fixed on the middle distance, listening for the sound of a miracle weapon that never arrived. The others, most of the city by now, pretended briefly while the patrols passed. After that, the truth lived in whispers. Rumor became the city's second language. One day it promised American tanks at the western gates. The next, a secret negotiation that would spare civilians if they held out just one more night. Each rumor lasted exactly until the next explosion reminded everyone what was real. In a crowded basement off Friedrichstrasse, a teacher named Frau Brand kept a notebook. She wrote the date, then 2 columns, said on the radio and seen with my eyes. Under radio, she noted, reinforcements. Under eyes, no soldiers on our block for 3 days. Under radio, courage and discipline will prevail. Under eyes, the baker cried while cutting the bread. She closed the book, ashamed of how long it had taken to begin telling herself the truth. Not all disbelief was courageous. Some of it was simply practical. Mothers who once queued to hear the party line now queued for water, learning that the shortest sermon was a full bucket. Fathers who had paraded in tidy uniforms now bartered those uniforms for tins of fish. People did not renounce belief. They outgrew it, like a coat that suddenly no longer fit. In the cafes that still had walls, the posters remained. Slogans flaked in the damp. Victory or death, one said, above a window blown inward by pressure waves. A boy traced the letters with a finger and asked his grandmother which they had chosen. She told him to sit and be still. At night, Goebbels poured his voice into the city like bitter medicine. He spoke of honor, duty, and the glory of endurance. The voice had always been theatrical. Now it was thin and sallow, a man lecturing a burning house. Some listeners turned the dial down to a hush, embarrassed to be caught in the same room with him. Others turned the dial to static, which felt closer to honesty. The churches did not fill. Faith, the religious kind, had never been encouraged by the men in brown. And yet, in the blackout hours, some slipped inside to sit with the candles, not to pray exactly, but to learn the posture of quiet. Priests spoke softly, nearly apologizing for their presence. They did not promise rescue. They offered chairs. Meanwhile, smaller religions, ration cards, forged passes, telephone gossip, continued their rituals. A counterfeit stamp could multiply a family's food by 2. A cousin with a bicycle became a minor saint. The new miracles were ordinary. A door that still locked, a roof that remained overhead, a neighbor who shared potatoes without asking return. The party still held meetings. Minutes were taken, attendance recorded, phrases like final victory spoken with the calmness of habit, as if the words themselves could postpone the world. The bravest among them were the ones who cleared their throats and asked about water and medicine. They were told not to undermine morale. They stopped asking aloud. Uniforms created their own gravity. The Hitler Youth, boys in 2 large boots, practiced salutes with solemn care. Some believed. Many simply feared the alternative. A leader barked at a boy for slouching. The boy straightened, jaw tight, then watched the officer leave and slouched again, letting the belief drain from his shoulders like rain. On a tram line that no longer ran, Marta Keller's neighbor Herr Dietz hammered a sign into a post. No crossing, unexploded shells. He did it without authorization. Nothing about it was heroic. It was an act of small authority in a city where the great authority had gone missing. People obeyed the sign. They did not salute it. The police changed their eyes. Those who once inspected documents with relish now performed a pantomime of checking, their gaze slipping past dates and seals to the hands that held them. Hands that trembled were waved away quickly. Hands that were calm were asked to help carry a wounded man down the stairs. A baker named Rudy opened his shop one last time. He had flour for a final batch. When he lifted the shutter, the queue materialized instantly, silent and orderly, the reverence once reserved for party marches now given to bread. He cut loaves smaller than the sign suggested, apologizing under his breath, handing each piece with 2 hands, as if returning a child. The collapse of faith did not announce itself with trumpet blasts. It arrived as 100-minute recalibrations, the way a woman folded a flag and used it as a blanket, the way a teacher took down a party emblem and replaced it with a timetable for water distribution, the way an old man, who had once shouted approval at rallies, now whispered the names of streets as they disappeared behind barricades, as if keeping them alive by recitation. Some still believed violently. A small unit of fanatics hung a banner, "We fight to the last man," across a courtyard. 2 days later the banner hung alone, its authors gone or dead. Children learned to step around the shadow it cast. The bunker world under the city grew crowded with new compromises. Former officials sat beside the people they had inspected for years. Eyes met and slid away. No one asked for papers underground. Down there, status smelled the same. The only ranks that mattered were the quiet ones, who brought water, who shared candles, who knew how to make broth from bone. Everywhere, people practiced that delicate skill, believing without believing. They spoke the old words when necessary, then returned to the new work, hauling, mending, tending the elderly, searching for the missing. The propaganda had promised a single, iron certainty. Daily life offered a softer, plural one, the certainty of effort, of touch, of presence. The certainty that a neighbor would knock twice on the door if she found extra onions. In a school basement turned infirmary, a nurse treated a boy with shrapnel in his calf. He winced through gritted teeth, whispering that the Führer wouldn't let them down. The nurse wrapped the bandage and said, "Then he will need help from good boys like you. Rest now." The boy slept. The nurse stared at her hands, unfamiliar to her, as if they belonged to a stranger who had learned much too quickly. To lose faith in the regime did not mean gaining faith in its enemies. The city feared the Soviets, feared retribution, feared the end of things they could not name. Yet even fear required belief. Belief that the future, however dark, still existed. The most exhausted citizens had stopped believing in the future at all. They moved hour to hour, an arithmetic of survival. Water, bread, a place to lie down, a way to keep the child quiet when the shells came close. The newspapers arrived sporadically, thin as handkerchiefs. Headlines shouted endurance. Inside, the letters shrank, the ink paled, the paper cut the fingers with its cheapness. People bought them anyway, not for the news but for the stove. Whole ideologies burned quickly and with little heat. A party official appeared with a list and a megaphone. Men to the front. Boys of 15 to report. The crowd complied with the choreography. Doors opened, steps sounded, faces appeared. Then a woman began to cough deliberately, wet and loud, the cough of infection. She touched her son's forehead in public view, performing a fever. The official hesitated. The megaphone dipped. He left the list, promised to return. He didn't. To the last. Some waited for an order that would make sense of the suffering. They had built lives around the promise that someone knew what to do. Admitting that no one did was like stepping into open air. A clerk named Vogel sat at his desk in a ruined office, stamping forms that no longer traveled anywhere. At sunset, he placed the stamp carefully in a drawer, folded his jacket over the chair, and walked home in shirt sleeves, a civilian at last. The collapse of belief also sounded like laughter, though the laughter was strange and a little frightened. When a loudspeaker repeated a line about calm in the capital, a nearby wall shed a sheet of plaster at the word calm. People laughed with their hands over their mouths. Not mockery, relief at the accidental honesty of gravity. Children adapted quickly. They traded badges for marbles, salutes for games of hide and seek in half-ruined stairwells. A girl used a party armband to tie back her hair. Another wrapped it around a doll. A boy rehearsed a speech he had been assigned weeks ago and forgot the second sentence, not out of rebellion but because other sentences, shorter, truer, took up the space. In the zoo, the last surviving animals paced their enclosures, the regularity of their steps hypnotic. A woman watching them realized she had never truly believed in the speeches, only in the routine the speeches permitted. A time to shop, a time to work, a time to listen. With the routine gone, the words evaporated. She apologized to the animals under her breath and left a crust of bread on the railing, though she knew it was forbidden. The inner emigration, the private exile millions practiced by closing the mouth and opening the eyes, found its collective expression in a new etiquette. People learned to say "we'll see" in a tone that meant no, and to say "of course" in a way that meant never again. Appearances were kept just long enough to survive them. A nighttime gathering in a cellar. 10 people, 1 candle, the smell of earth and hair oil. A former party member spoke carefully, circling his sentences so they wouldn't cut. He confessed to having believed because belief had been easier than doubt. He apologized without asking forgiveness. The others listened. No one absolved him. No one accused him. The candle guttered and steadied. When the shelling paused, someone said, Tomorrow we'll move the elderly to the south wall. It's thicker. Agreement murmured around the circle. There was work. There was always work. The last public ritual of belief occurred in a square scorched by weeks of fire. A group of youths raised a flag on a bent pole. Wind worried the cloth. A gust snapped it against the metal with a sound like a slap. People turned and watched without expression. When the youths left, an old woman walked into the square, took down the flag, folded it with care, and set it on the church steps. She did not know what else to do with it. One evening, the radio returned for a moment, a voice announcing the certainty of victory as a shell burst nearby. The voice broke off in a gasp, then silence. The city held its breath, waiting for the sentence to finish. It never did. Across Berlin, 1,000 hands clicked dials to off. The loudspeakers stayed in their brackets like dead birds. What remained after the slogans collapsed was a simpler creed. Bread shared is better than bread kept. Children sleep better when the adults whisper. A promise made to a neighbor must be kept, because the distance between the two doors is walkable even when the streets are not. Dignity may be performed without audience or uniform. A person can be wrong for a very long time and then, in an instant that feels like waking, decide to be less wrong. When the end drew close enough to taste, smoke, lime dust, the bitter metal of fear, the city discovered a final paradox. It was easier to act without belief than to believe without acting. People did what needed doing. They fetched water, dug out the trapped, drew maps of safe routes in charcoal on basement walls. They did not wait for permission. After years of command, they improvised. And this, at last, was how belief ended. Not with an argument won, but with a practice abandoned. The citizens of Berlin did not overthrow a doctrine. They starved it. They stopped feeding it attention, obedience, the tiny daily nods by which a lie becomes a country. The lie thinned and blew away in the east wind. Above ground, the fires continued. Below ground, people slept in shifts and dreamed of ordinary chores. Waking, they performed them as best they could in a city that no longer promised anything except morning. Morning kept its promise. One day more. Faith, the old kind, would return in different shapes after the shooting stopped. Faith in work, in rebuilding, in silence, in the future wearing a new uniform. But in these last days, the city lived on a small, strict doctrine that fit on a scrap of paper in a pocket. Stay alive, keep the child warm, share when you can, and do not waste words on men who have none left worth saying. The artillery grew louder. The rumors grew quieter. The people of Berlin bent to their tasks, heads down, hands full, eyes open. The sound of belief collapsing was not a crash. It was the hush that follows when a crowd finally stops repeating after the man on the stage. The teacher's last lesson. The classroom is a cellar now. 20 children sit on overturned buckets, their faces lit by one trembling candle. Their teacher, Frau Brand, opens a book whose cover is half-burned. "Today," she says softly, "we will learn the word peace." She writes the letters on the wall with a piece of chalk scavenged from the ruins. P-E-A-C-E. The children repeat it, the sound hesitant, foreign. Outside, artillery replies in its own alphabet of thunder. "Again," she says. They whisper it once more, louder this time, as if the word itself could stop the walls from shaking. When the candle finally dies, she keeps tracing the letters in the dark, her finger remembering what the chalk had written. Children of the rubble. The children of Berlin had grown up with war as the background music of their lives. They learned to read under blackout curtains and to count by the rhythm of distant explosions. For them, the word peace was a rumor passed among adults, like a story of a faraway country no one could quite remember. Their playgrounds were ruins, staircases that led nowhere, courtyards filled with dust and echoes. A child could climb a collapsed wall and pretend to be a sentry, or crawl through the hollow of a burned-out tram and call it a fortress. Games continued because games were stronger than fear. Some children still wore uniforms. Hitler Youth armbands faded to brown, belts too large, boots borrowed from dead brothers. They had been told they were soldiers. They believed it until the day they saw a real soldier weeping in the street. In the final weeks of April, those uniforms became targets. Mothers tore them off their sons and burned them in kitchen stoves. Some dyed the cloth grey, turning flags into blankets, banners into diapers. Others hid the insignia under the floorboards, too afraid to destroy them, too ashamed to keep them visible. For the youngest, the end of belief arrived without ceremony. They saw their parents' faces and understood. No one explained why the sky kept falling, or why the adults now whispered instead of shouted. The children did not need explanations. They adjusted faster than anyone. In the shelters, play continued between air raids. Pebbles became soldiers. Buttons became food. Chalk marks on the wall became maps of imagined victories. When the bombs fell too close, the children held hands and counted, learning a strange arithmetic. 1, 2, 3, still alive. They learned to read fear on their mother's shoulders. The tightness, the shallow breathing, the fixed gaze when the sirens began. They learned to copy calm. A still face could protect you better than any helmet. Above ground, the Hitler Youth units still drilled. Thin boys with rifles too heavy, their voices cracking as they shouted commands to each other. Some carried weapons that no longer fired. Others were given grenades with no pins. They fought imaginary battles against an enemy that had already surrounded them. It was play and duty at once. On one street, a group of children built a barricade from furniture, chairs, doors, a piano. When Soviet tanks rolled in 2 days later, the barricade remained untouched. The soldiers simply drove around it. The children stood watching, not defeated, not victorious, just confused that the war did not need them. A boy named Emil wrote in his notebook, "Today the thunder came from the ground, not the sky. Mama said it's the Russians. They sound like a storm that forgot where to go." He drew small tanks shaped like beetles and a house with no roof, then stopped when the pencil broke. There were no more pencils in Berlin. Some older children carried stretchers, guided the blind, fetched water. Their small bodies moved through ruins easily, slipping where adults could not. They became runners for the neighborhood, silent and quick, learning to navigate a city without streets. A girl named Lotte collected spoons. She said they were good luck. She tied them with string and wore them like medals. Each time she found a new one, she whispered a name. Her father's, her brother's, sometimes just today. When a soldier asked her what she was doing, she answered, "Keeping count." The soldier nodded as if that made sense. When the shelling stopped for an hour, children emerged like small ghosts, blinking in the daylight. They searched the rubble for anything unbroken. A toy, a photograph, a mirror. Even a piece of glass that could catch sunlight was treasure. They pocketed these fragments as proof that beauty had once existed and might return. Many of them had not seen a flower in months. Some forgot colors. The world was gray and brown and red. When spring came at last, weeds grew between the cracks, and a few children began to pick them, calling them roses. Their parents did not correct them. Hunger shaped childhood more than memory. The thin became thinner, bones sharp against skin. A crust of bread was a prize. A potato peel, a celebration. The older ones lied to the younger. said they were full, said they weren't hungry, just to see the little ones chew and swallow. It was a new version of love, quieter and more painful than any lesson they had been taught in school. In the bunkers, school continued in fragments. Teachers improvised with soot on walls, using bits of coal to write numbers. 2 plus 2 became an act of defiance, proof that thought still mattered. The alphabet mixed with artillery. A, B, boom, C. Some children learned to read by candlelight, tracing the letters with fingers blackened by smoke. Others learned different lessons. They learned that adults could lie. They learned that heroes could vanish. They learned that obedience had limits, and that kindness could appear in unlikely uniforms. A Soviet medic who bandaged a wounded child became, for that child, the first face of peace. When the Red Army entered Berlin, the children were among the first to see them. They peeked from basements and stairwells, watching boots move past their hiding places. Some cried, some ran, some simply stared. The war had filled their heads with monsters. What they saw were men, tired, dirty, human. A boy asked his mother, "Are they the bad ones?" She said, "They're just the ones who came." The boy thought for a moment and said, "Then maybe the others will come later." She nodded, unable to explain that there were no others left. In one neighborhood, Soviet soldiers handed out bread. Children followed them, wide-eyed, torn between fear and hunger. The bread was coarse, sour, real. They ate it standing, too fast, choking on gratitude they didn't understand. Some soldiers smiled, others looked away. There were moments of mercy and moments of horror, often in the same street, the same hour. The children learned to read danger the way sailors read weather, by the tone of a voice, by the smell of the air. Many had lost fathers at the front, mothers in the bombings, homes to fire. They wandered between shelters, adopted by whoever had space. They called strangers aunt and uncle, though the words had lost their meaning. Family became a shifting arrangement, built from necessity rather than blood. At night, when the city groaned under shell fire, they whispered stories to each other. Fairy tales twisted by war, wolves replaced by soldiers, witches by air raids, castles by bunkers. But the endings were always the same. Someone survived. That was the only kind of magic they still believed in. There were small rebellions, too. Boys climbed statues and painted mustaches on marble generals. Girls stole chalk and drew suns on walls blackened by smoke. These gestures meant nothing and everything. They were ways of saying, "We're still here." A few days before the final surrender, a group of children found a phonograph in a pile of debris. They carried it to a cellar, cranked it by hand, and listened to a record scratched beyond repair. The melody wavered, half music, half static. Still, they swayed to it, eyes closed. It was the sound of something that wasn't war. After the city fell, children became the first to explore the silence. Adults stayed indoors, afraid. The children climbed out, walked the streets, examined the tanks left like sleeping beasts. They filled the air with footsteps and questions. "What happens now?" they asked anyone who looked older than them. No one knew. A little girl named Greta found a doll buried in rubble. One arm missing, face scorched. She washed it in a puddle and wrapped it in cloth. When another child asked why she bothered, she said, "Because it's mine." The doll became her companion in the New Berlin, a city where everything had to be claimed again, piece by piece. Weeks later, Allied photographers arrived. They took pictures of the children playing in ruins. The world saw them and called them the children of the rubble. The phrase sounded poetic. In reality, it was just accurate. These children rebuilt the first kind of peace. They learned to trade instead of steal, to help instead of hide. They cleared debris, carried bricks, fetched water, shared soup. No one told them to. They had watched the adults obey too long. Their rebellion was to begin without orders. In the evenings, when the smoke turned blue in the air, they sat on steps and watched the city breathe again. Somewhere a bird returned, a real one, not made of metal, and the children looked up, trying to remember what song it sang. They would grow up fast. Many would never speak of what they had seen. Some would become the architects of the new Berlin, others its quiet ghosts. But in those final weeks, when the world cracked open, they carried the lightest and heaviest burden of all, to witness without understanding, to survive without forgetting. Marta Keller and her daughter. Marta Keller wakes each morning before dawn, if dawn can still be called that, a grey slow light through cracks in the ceiling. Her daughter, Elise, sleeps beside her, wrapped in an old curtain. Marta counts her breaths the way other people count prayers. When the shelling pauses, she climbs the stairs to fetch water from a broken pipe. The air smells of lime dust and smoke. She moves carefully. The steps creak like voices. At the top, she sees a boy pushing a wheelbarrow filled with bricks. His face is black with soot, his eyes bright. He nods to her. For a moment she feels something like pride or grief. She can't tell the difference anymore. Back in the cellar, she whispers a lullaby while washing her daughter's face with cold water. The child asks, "When will Papa come home?" Marta answers, "When the sky turns blue again." The child looks up at the ceiling, waiting, as if the sky might hear. Letter from the front. April 16th, 1945. The Oder River burns at dusk. A Soviet soldier named Anatoly Petrov writes to his wife by the light of a half-broken lantern. "My dearest leader, tomorrow we cross into the city they call Berlin. They say it is the heart of the beast. I don't know what a beast looks like after it's been wounded for 6 years, but I think we are about to find out." Around him, other men scratch letters onto scraps of ration paper. None of them will be posted. They write to remember who they were before they reached the capital. "If I do not return," he writes, "teach our son to plant things, not to burn them. Tell him I saw the sky turn red and still hoped it would rain." When he folds the letter, a shell explodes somewhere across the river. The lantern goes out. The letter never leaves his pocket. The encirclement. By the third week of April, Berlin had become an island of ruins surrounded by an ocean of fire. The Red Army was closing in from every direction, east, south, north, grinding the city into the narrow space between hope and surrender. The encirclement began quietly. There was no single moment when the trap snapped shut. It happened the way a storm arrives. A distant rumble, a shift in the wind, then everything at once. At first, people still spoke of the front as something far away. Then the front was the next street. Then the next house. Shells fell like punctuation marks, breaking sentences mid-word. The city's rhythm changed again. Now a steady pulse of explosions, measured like a clock counting down. Those who could still move tried to flee west, toward the Americans. But the roads were broken, the bridges blown, the fields cratered. Columns of refugees turned back again and again, circling the same ruins like moths against glass. The government called it defending the capital. The civilians called it being trapped. In the air, Soviet artillery never rested. The sky flashed without thunder. You didn't count the distance anymore. You counted the seconds between the whistle and the impact. The old buildings groaned with every hit, shedding bricks like skin. Whole neighborhoods vanished in an afternoon. The city map became an antique. Streets erased faster than they could be named. In the subways, thousands lived underground. The tunnels smelled of wet stone and kerosene, of fear held too long in the lungs. People marked the days on the walls with bits of coal, one stroke for each sunrise they didn't see. Some stations became small towns. Families built corners from blankets, shared candles, invented schedules. Babies were born to the sound of shellfire, their first lullaby a war they hadn't started. Above them, the surface world was turning to ash. For those still working in hospitals, the days blurred into a single wound. Surgeons operated by flashlight. The electricity came and went like mercy. The wounded arrived without names, without uniforms, without the energy to scream. A nurse later said that she stopped asking which side they were on. It didn't matter, she said. They all bled the same color, and it was everywhere. Water became more valuable than gold. Pumps stopped. Wells ran dry. People lined up at fountains shattered by shelling, scooping what they could from puddles laced with dust. A woman was shot by a sniper while filling a bucket. Her neighbors took the bucket and finished the job. The idea of safety disappeared first. Then came the idea of time. In the heart of the city, soldiers built barricades, walls of furniture, pianos, wrecked cars. Teenagers carried rifles and panzerfausts, the launchers taller than they were. They were promised honor. What they received was debris. A few officers still believed they could turn the tide. They moved maps around on tables, pushing paper divisions that no longer existed. Outside, the Real City moved on without them. Civilians carried white cloths at the ends of sticks, not as surrender but as prayer. Sometimes it worked. Sometimes it didn't. In a half-destroyed apartment building, Marta Keller and her daughter stayed hidden in a cellar with 6 others. The floor above them was gone. Through the hole, they could see the sky turning orange at night. Each explosion shook dust from the ceiling like gray snow. There was no more radio, no newspapers, no rumors, only sound. Sound told you everything. The deep thunder from the east meant tanks. The sharp cracks close by meant rifles. The silence afterward meant someone was gone. They lived by instinct. Move when it's quiet, freeze when it's loud. A rhythm learned faster than any anthem. The Red Army advanced block by block. Every corner was a battlefield. Tanks rolled down streets lined with corpses and kitchen chairs. The smell of oil and blood mixed with the smoke of burning wallpaper and books. Some German soldiers fought to the end. Others dropped their weapons and walked away. One was seen helping a wounded Soviet to shelter. Another was shot for doing it. No one knew what rules still applied. On April 26th, the last escape route to the west was cut. Berlin was surrounded. Inside, Goebbels told the population that the encirclement was a test of the German soul. But by then, the soul had other concerns: food, water, air. People still spoke politely in queues, even when those queues led to nothing. A woman fainted while waiting for soup that never came. Those around her waited for her to wake. When she didn't, they stepped aside carefully, as if not to disturb her sleep. The subway tunnels began to flood. Water seeped from broken mains, rising slowly along the platforms. Mothers held children on their laps, measuring the water's climb against the tiles. When it reaches the 3rd line, one said, "We'll go upstairs." She never said what waited upstairs. Some stations became graves when the exits collapsed. Others became sanctuaries. A single candle could turn strangers into a family. An old man told stories to keep the children calm. His voice trembled but never stopped. He told them about summers before the war. Lakes, music, ice cream, laughter. The children listened as if he were describing another planet. By April 28th, the Soviet shells were hitting the city center. The smell of the Tiergarten's burning trees drifted across the streets. Berliners could taste the war in the air. Bitter, metallic, final. The sky was a low, constant roar. The ground trembled as if the earth itself were retreating. For those who had waited 6 years for a miracle, it had come, but not the one they were promised. Somewhere near Potsdamer Platz, a group of civilians emerged after 2 days underground. The streets were empty except for the dead. They walked cautiously, hands raised, waiting to see who would appear first, a German patrol or the Russians. They saw neither, only smoke, moving like slow rivers through the air. One of them said, "We're the last ones." Another answered, "No, the city's still here." They looked around at the ruins and tried to believe him. In the Reich Chancellery bunker, officials still used typewriters, still stamped papers. Outside, the empire had already ended, but the habit of administration survived it by a few more days. Orders were sent, received, filed, as if bureaucracy itself might outlast the world. The soldiers guarding the entrances smoked in silence. Some had stopped saluting. The ritual felt absurd under the ceiling dust that fell like snow. At night, the horizon burned brighter than the moon. The city's edges glowed red, closing inward. The circle tightened. The roar of artillery merged with the hum of collapsing buildings. The people of Berlin lived inside that circle, pressed between two powers, and between them, the last traces of their own illusions. They no longer asked who would win. They asked what would remain. In a diary found after the war, a nurse wrote, "The city feels like a lung that can no longer exhale. We breathe smoke, and we call it air." The encirclement was complete, but surrender was still forbidden. Loudspeakers ordered civilians to resist the Bolshevik invasion. Few still listened. Those who did wondered who the message was for, the living or the dead. Each day the circle grew smaller, the sounds closer. Whole districts vanished behind fire and dust. People marked time not by the clock, but by which buildings were still standing. The zoo, the hospital, the post office, gone. The baker's sign that once read "warm bread today" now read simply "warm." By April 30th, the war had arrived everywhere at once. Streets were battlefields, cellars hospitals, stairwells graves. Children slept beside rifles, old men beside typewriters, soldiers beside strangers. Everyone had become both witness and survivor, trapped together in the narrowing space of history. When the first Soviet tanks reached the Brandenburg Gate, they stopped firing. A few soldiers climbed down and looked around, bewildered. No cheers, no orders, just whined through the ruins. They had reached the heart of the enemy empire and found only silence. The city that once shouted now whispered. The circle had closed, and inside it, Berlin kept breathing, shallow, irregular, refusing even now to die. Martyrs' shelter. In the days of the encirclement, martyr stops marking the calendar. The pencil stubs are gone, and the days have stopped deserving names. Her neighbors take turns guarding the stairwell, though there's nothing left to guard. She keeps her daughter busy counting beans, a handful that must last the week. When the artillery grows closer, she covers Elisa's ears and hums. The sound is soft but steady, like the memory of peace. Once, during a lull, Marta hears a knock at the door. She opens it to find a Russian leaflet dropped from the sky. Women of Berlin, stay in your homes. Do not fear the Red Army. She reads it twice. Then she folds it into a small square and hides it under her daughter's pillow, as if paper could protect them. That night, the child dreams of voices speaking a language she doesn't know, and Marta dreams of silence. The photographer's negative. In a half-collapsed attic near Alexanderplatz, Herr Weiss, the old photographer, sets up his tripod one last time. He wants to capture the city before it disappears entirely. Through the cracked lens, Berlin looks like another planet, a moon made of brick and sorrow. He takes 3 exposures. The final frame catches a woman carrying water through smoke, her silhouette perfectly still amid the blur of ruin. Weeks later, Soviet soldiers find the camera. The negatives survive, black ghosts on fragile film. When developed, the image of that woman appears, her face unreadable, her body caught between steps, walking through history that refuses to move with her. 4 years after, the photograph will circulate without a name. It will be called Survivor Number 3. The final days in the Führer bunker. Underground, history was still pretending to be orderly. The corridors of the Führer bunker were narrow, painted in a sickly green that made even the healthy look ill. The air smelled of damp cement and cigarette smoke, of men who had stopped sleeping and women who had stopped believing. Above ground, the Reich was ending in fire. Below, its architects clung to maps, telephones, and the fantasy of control. In that buried space, the ticking of clocks felt louder than the shellfire. Every minute was counted, as if time itself could be managed like territory. The phones rang less often, and when they did, the voices on the other end were ghosts, divisions that no longer existed, commanders speaking from nowhere. Hitler still held his briefings every morning. He listened to reports that no longer matched the world outside. Red pins advanced across his maps, closing in like blood through paper. He raged, then quieted, then raged again. No one corrected him anymore. To his secretaries, he was both smaller and larger than life, a pale, trembling figure, yet still the center of gravity in that suffocating world. They took dictation as shells shook the walls, pencils trembling but words still recorded, because that was their task. Outside, the city that had once worshipped him was collapsing one street at a time. Inside, he demanded troop movements from armies that existed only on paper. Every order was another echo in a chamber already empty of reality. Magda Goebbels visited the corridors like a ghost, her children hidden away in the next bunker room. She smiled mechanically, her voice soft, detached. "They will not grow up in a world without National Socialism," she said to a nurse, as if reciting a bedtime story. The nurse said nothing. There were no right answers left. Her husband, Joseph Goebbels, still broadcast speeches, now directly from beneath the chancellery. His voice climbed through the air vents, spilling into rooms like poison gas. He spoke of honor, of destiny, of dying as heroes. The men listening in the next room could hear him mispronounce words from exhaustion. The voice that had once ruled millions now struggled to rule a sentence. Above the bunker, the garden of the Reich Chancellery was no longer a garden. It was a graveyard of craters, twisted steel, and the sound of shells landing close enough to make the earth shudder like a heartbeat. Soldiers ran messages through smoke that no longer had direction. One stumbled and dropped a bundle of orders into a puddle. He looked at the papers, laughed once, a strange, short sound, then walked away. The city around them was dying loudly. The bunker, by contrast, was a theater of whispers. Every step, every sigh carried down the corridors. People began to speak softly out of instinct, as if noise might draw the war inside. The cooks still prepared meals from the last remaining supplies. Potatoes, a little pasta, canned vegetables. Someone managed to serve a birthday cake. No one ate it. The candles were used for light instead. Witnesses later said the days blended into each other, indistinguishable but heavy. Hitler's moods swung between despair and fury. He shouted about betrayal, about the cowardice of generals, about armies that had never existed. Then he would sit in silence, stroking his dog, staring into nothing. When he finally ordered that Berlin be defended to the last bullet, no one replied. The words hung in the air, a command with no destination. Outside, the last defenders were boys and old men. They fired Panzerfausts from basements, vanished under rubble, appeared again 2 blocks away. To the bunker's map room, they were just black dots. To the city, they were the sound of resistance fading into static. By April 29th, everyone knew the end had come. The lights flickered constantly. The air was thick, the ventilation broken. People moved slower, as if wading through invisible water. Eva Braun, pale but composed, tried to keep fragments of normality. She wore her best dress, wrote farewell letters, spoke gently to the secretaries. "It will be quick," she said once, though no one had asked. Down one corridor, the propaganda minister's children were singing. The melody drifted through the air, eerily clear amid the explosions. A lullaby for a dying ideology. That evening, Hitler dictated his last will and testament. The words were formal, detached, a bureaucratic suicide note. He blamed everyone, the generals, the Jews, fate itself. Only he was without fault. The typist later said his voice was calm, almost polite. It was the calm of a man already dead. Afterward, he shook hands with each of them, thanking them for loyalty. One woman tried to smile. Another began to cry and quickly apologized. The next day, he married Eva Braun in a brief ceremony witnessed by a handful of followers. Champagne was poured. Someone even laughed, quickly, guiltily. Outside, Soviet shells were landing less than 100 meters away. By afternoon, the explosions were constant. The walls trembled. Dust fell like snow. In one corner, a radio played fragments of old marches that no longer existed. Then came the final silence. A shot, muffled by concrete. Then another. No one moved at first. The sound was small, almost ordinary. When the doors finally opened, the smell of burnt powder filled the corridor. The war, it seemed, had finally reached its last room. The bodies were carried upstairs to the garden. The earth was soft from the rain of ash. Gasoline was poured, matches struck. Flames swallowed what was left of an empire that had promised to last 1,000 years. Above them, the sky glowed red, not from sunset, but from the city still burning. Below, in the bunker, silence settled like a final decree. For the survivors, the hours that followed were dreamlike. Some packed bags, though there was nowhere to go. Others sat on the floor, staring at their hands. The end had arrived, but the habit of waiting remained. Goebbels and his wife put their children to bed. Neighbors heard lullabies, then silence. A pistol fired once more. After that, even the walls seemed to stop breathing. When Soviet troops entered the bunker complex 2 days later, they found the air thick and cold, the lights still humming. The maps were gone, the rooms stripped bare. What remained were the smells: oil, smoke, fear, and a faint trace of perfume. In a corner of the hallway, someone had written in pencil, We did not understand. Outside, the guns were falling silent. Berlin was no longer fighting, only burning. The Red Army's flags rose over the ruins. The war in Europe was ending, but in that bunker, it had already ended days before. Not with a bang, but with a whimper beneath the ground. The empire had collapsed into a single room, a single gunshot, a handful of smoke. And in the streets above, the people of Berlin began to crawl out from under history, blinking in the ash-grey light of what came after. The day the war ends below ground. When the rumors reach the cellar that the Führer is dead, Marta doesn't react. She sits against the wall, holding her daughter, feeling the vibration of distant explosions fade. Someone asks, "Do you think it's true?" Marta says, "I think the world has stopped caring what's true." Later, a neighbor passes around a crust of bread. They eat in silence, the way people take communion, carefully, reverently. In the flickering candlelight, Marta notices her daughter's face streaked with soot, her eyes wide but dry. She realizes the child has learned not to cry. That, she thinks, is how children lose their childhood, not by growing older, but by learning when tears are useless. The Soviet storm. When the Red Army finally entered Berlin, it did not arrive as a single wave. It arrived as thunder, a sound that rolled through the streets, shaking the glassless windows and the air itself. The city, already half dead, seemed to hold its breath. For 6 years, Berlin had been the sender of war. Now, at last, it became its receiver. The first Soviet tanks appeared through the haze of smoke on the eastern avenues, shapes more than machines, blackened and heavy, grinding over the remains of the streets. Civilians watched from cellars and cracks in the rubble, eyes wide, hearts still undecided between terror and relief. They had been told the Soviets were monsters, and in some ways, that was true. The soldiers who marched into Berlin carried more than weapons. They carried 6 years of rage, loss, and hunger, the ghosts of their own burned villages, their own murdered families. They came not just to conquer, but to settle a debt. The Red Army fought street by street. Every intersection was a duel. Every apartment block, a fortress. German soldiers fired from windows, stairwells, rooftops, until the tanks simply crushed the buildings under their tracks. The air turned to dust. The smell of cordite mixed with that of burned bread, plaster, and blood. The smoke grew so thick that day and night became the same color, gray. Civilians crawled deeper underground, clutching children, waiting for the storm to pass. But the storm was everywhere. When the fighting stopped in one street, it began in another. Soviet soldiers moved cautiously, rifles raised, calling out to each other in hoarse Russian. They kicked open doors, tossed grenades into cellars, fired at anything that moved. Sometimes the enemy was real. Sometimes it was fear. A group of women hiding in a basement lit candles and prayed that silence would make them invisible. Upstairs, footsteps echoed, boots, shouting, laughter. The door creaked open. No one spoke of what happened next. The official records would later call it disorder, but the people who lived through it called it what it was: vengeance. The Soviet advance was unstoppable, but not uniform. For every act of cruelty, there was one of mercy. A soldier giving water to a child, another guiding the elderly out of a burning house. The Red Army was a mirror of its journey, brutalized and human, capable of destruction and compassion in the same breath. A young private named Anatoly wrote home, "I do not know what kind of men we are now. We walk through a city of ghosts, and they stare at us like we are the same." On the morning of May 1st, Soviet troops raised red banners over the Reichstag. The symbol of the old empire, the swastika, had already been torn down by the wind and the fire. What replaced it was another flag, another ideology, but for the people below, it all felt the same color, red. The battle for the building was savage. Room to room, grenade to grenade. The walls were scarred with bullet holes that looked like constellations, a map of violence too vast to trace. When it was over, the soldiers stood in the wreckage and listened to the silence. One of them played a harmonica. The tune was low, slow, almost mournful. Victory sounded like exhaustion. The civilians emerged slowly, cautiously, blinking in the smoke. They carried rags on sticks, white cloths that meant surrender, or hope, or both. Some tried to speak Russian, others only pointed to their children. A Soviet officer looked at them, then at his men, and lowered his weapon. "Enough," he said. The word spread like wind. Dovolno. Enough. Not everywhere listened. In some districts, the war continued. Small pockets of resistance, men too frightened or too proud to stop. The Red Army crushed them with efficiency. There were no speeches, no prisoners. Night brought a new kind of terror. The city went dark again, not from blackout orders, but from absence. The rules that held people together dissolved. Drunken soldiers roamed the streets, firing into the air, shouting victory songs. Women hid wherever they could, under rubble, behind doors, in each other's arms. The sound of laughter became something dangerous. But amid the chaos, there were also soldiers who stood guard over the defenseless, who stopped their comrades, who remembered in that final hour what they had fought for. History would forget most of them. It remembers destruction better than restraint. In the hospitals, Soviet medics treated both sides. The wounded were beyond politics. A German nurse held a soldier's hand as a Russian doctor stitched his leg. No one spoke. In that silence, the war finally began to end, not through victory, but through exhaustion. The Red Army's commanders moved into government buildings, set up radios, gave orders in curt tones. Berlin was theirs, but they looked at it with a kind of disbelief, a city that seemed more grave than prize. One general said, "We took the capital of the world. Now what?" No one answered. Outside, the fires continued to burn. At dawn, smoke curled between the ruins like fog. The sound of distant artillery faded, replaced by the corps of crows circling above the rubble. Berliners began to emerge, thousands of them, grey with dust, silent, dazed. Some carried suitcases filled with nothing useful, photographs, medals, books. Others carried only children. They moved like sleepwalkers through the city that had once promised them eternity. Soviet soldiers watched them pass. Some offered cigarettes or bread. Some simply stared. For a few brief moments, both sides looked at each other not as enemies, but as survivors. Then the language barrier rose again, and they drifted apart. In the cellars, people whispered about suicide pacts, about poison pills, about what the Russians might do next. Others whispered the opposite, that life would continue, that work would return, that perhaps the worst was finally over. The city itself seemed undecided, trembling between despair and relief. When the guns finally fell silent on May 2nd, the silence felt unnatural. People listened for the next explosion, the next order, the next lie. None came. For the first time in years, Berlin was quiet. A woman stepped into the street and lifted her face toward the sky. It was grey, but empty. No planes, no sirens. Just air. She began to cry, not from grief or joy, but from the sheer unfamiliarity of peace. Across the city, Soviet soldiers gathered in the streets, their rifles slung, their faces hollow with victory. They had reached the end of the war, but none of them knew what to do with it. A captain wrote in his diary, "We have conquered the enemy. Now we must learn how to stop fighting." Berlin was finished. But in the ashes, life began its quiet rebellion. A child's cry, a kettle whistling, a door creaking open to daylight. The Soviet storm had passed, leaving behind silence, smoke, and the fragile heartbeat of survival. Martyr and the first soldiers. When the Red Army enters their street, Martyr hides behind a stove with Elise pressed to her chest. The footsteps echo through the stairwell, heavy, foreign, final. She whispers, "Don't move, don't make a sound." Then a man's voice calls out, Russian, low, uncertain. She doesn't understand the words, but the tone isn't anger. It's exhaustion. A moment later, a hand appears in the doorway holding a piece of bread. The soldier doesn't look at her, doesn't smile, just places it on the floor and leaves. For a long time, Marta doesn't move. When she finally reaches for the bread, her hands tremble. She breaks it in half and gives the larger piece to Elise. The child eats slowly, chewing like prayer. That night, Marta lies awake, listening to the sounds above. Laughter, shouting, gunfire, singing. Somewhere between the songs and the screams, she realizes the war is over. But peace has not yet learned her address. The radio signal. May 2nd, 1945. 4:17 a.m. Somewhere under the Reichspost building, a radio operator still works. His headphones buzz with static. His logbook is soaked with sweat. He has been transmitting the same message for hours. Berlin still holds. Repeat. Berlin still holds. Outside, Soviet boots are already on the stairs. He knows it. He says the words anyway, because that's what he was trained to do, to speak order into chaos. When the door bursts open, he lifts the headphones from his ears. A Soviet sergeant gestures for him to stop. He hesitates, then keys one last line in Morse. "The war is over for me." He drops the key. The sergeant lowers his rifle. Neither of them speaks. Between ruin and liberation. When the guns went silent, Berlin did not cheer. There was no parade, no singing, no catharsis. The end of the war arrived like an echo fading into dust. Not a climax, but an absence. The city was unrecognizable. Streets had lost their names, landmarks their shapes. Buildings leaned against each other like exhausted men. The air smelled of smoke, stone, and something sweet and rotten, the scent of victory decomposing. For days, no one knew what to do with their hands. They carried buckets without water, letters without recipients, keys to doors that no longer existed. The old order had vanished overnight, and the new one had not yet learned to speak. Berlin was a limbo, between ruin and liberation, between guilt and survival. The Soviets declared the war over, but for the people of Berlin, another war had just begun, the war to stay alive. The first battles were fought in kitchens, in queues, in the slow search for food. People traded whatever they had, rings for bread, blankets for cigarettes, bodies for protection. Morality became a luxury few could afford. A loaf of bread could decide the shape of a week. A spoonful of sugar could buy forgiveness. In the ruins of grocery stores, women picked through broken jars, licking the syrup from the glass. Children hunted for anything edible, a potato, a piece of paper that smelled of flour. The hunger was total. It rewrote the body. Yet amid the wreckage, small miracles appeared. A Soviet cook threw leftover soup into a bucket and left it outside. When he came back an hour later, the bucket was clean. He began leaving it there every night. No one ever saw who took it. A German nurse treated wounded Russians with the same hands that had once tended German soldiers. She said nothing, and neither did they. They simply worked. For a few hours each day, the war was suspended by mutual exhaustion. Berliners began to speak in new phrases. Do you have bread? Is it safe? Where did you find water? The vocabulary of survival replaced the slogans of ideology. No one mentioned the Führer anymore. The name had dissolved into the silence, like a curse no one dared repeat. In one neighborhood, the Soviets set up a loudspeaker. A voice in Russian, then translated in broken German, announced that the city was now under new authority. The message promised order, food, and reconstruction. Few believed it, but belief was no longer required. Obedience was instinct. Survival was the new ideology. The first real sound of liberation came from the rivers. Boats, small, makeshift, leaking, began to cross the Spree, carrying refugees, wounded soldiers, nurses, and mothers looking for their sons. They moved slowly through the fog, the oars dipping into water black with ash. From the bridges, Soviet guards watched silently, rifles hanging loosely in their hands. In the ruins of the opera house, a violinist found his instrument beneath a collapsed beam. The neck was cracked, but the strings still held. He tuned it with shaking fingers and began to play. Not a march, not an anthem, but a lullaby. The sound drifted over the street like smoke. People stopped, listening. For the first time in weeks, no one was afraid of the noise. The hospitals filled with the living and the dying. Wounded soldiers lay beside civilians, Russians beside Germans. No one spoke of sides anymore. The only division that mattered was between breathing and not. The nurses moved quietly, their footsteps the metronome of a broken civilization. Children wandered through the ruins collecting metal scraps, buttons, coins. They called it treasure, but they were really just learning to rebuild. One boy found a burned photo of a family and carried it for weeks, convinced it was his own. The Red Army began distributing ration cards. The lines stretched for blocks, quiet and orderly. People waited for hours, not because they believed in justice, but because they had nothing else to do. Waiting had become a habit stronger than faith. At the front of one line, an old woman received a tin of condensed milk. She smiled, wept, and whispered, "We are still alive." It was not joy, it was surprise. The churches reopened, their bells cracked but still ringing. Inside, the pews were half destroyed, the windows gone. People came anyway, not to pray, but to sit. Some lit candles. Others simply stared at the light, as if it might explain something. The priests spoke softly. They did not preach redemption. They spoke of hands, of neighbors, of bread. A new sound replaced the bombs, the clatter of shovels. Men and women began clearing the streets, forming chains to pass bricks from hand to hand. Each brick carried its own history, some from schools, some from theaters, some from prisons. No one asked where they came from. Every brick was needed. The women who led the effort became known as the Trümmerfrauen, the rubble women. They cleared entire blocks with bare hands, sweat and silence, building the skeleton of a city that had no skin left. In one corner of Berlin, a small group gathered around a Soviet loudspeaker. The message that day was simple: The war in Europe was over. Someone began to clap, weakly. Another joined. Then they stopped, unsure if it was allowed. Liberation, it turned out, had no instructions. At night, the fires finally dimmed. The sky turned from red to grey. The silence felt heavier than the war itself. Not peace, but the space left behind by it. A woman walked through the ruins carrying a candle. She stopped at what had been her home, placed the candle on a broken windowsill, and whispered, "We're still here." The flame trembled but did not go out. For the first time in years, Berlin could hear its own heartbeat. It was faint, uneven, but real. The war had ended. The city had not. Between ruin and liberation. Days later, Marta walks the streets for the first time. She carries her daughter on her hip, stepping over bricks and puddles of ash. The city smells like rust and rain. On a corner, she finds a Soviet field kitchen giving out soup. She waits in line, silent among strangers. When it's her turn, the cook fills her tin cup and nods once. She says spasibo, the only Russian word she knows. He looks surprised, then smiles. They eat sitting on a curb. The soup is thin but warm. Elise laughs for the first time in weeks. A small, brittle sound that cuts through the ruin like sunlight. Marta closes her eyes, just for a second, to memorize it. The candle in the window. Night in the new silence. A woman named Marta Keller stands in what remains of her apartment, its walls half gone, its floor dusted with ash. She lights a candle and sets it on the windowsill, not for faith, not for prayer, but for direction. Somewhere out there, her husband might still be alive, or someone else might need the light. Across the street, another candle appears, then another. Soon, faint dots of flame flicker through the ruins, marking where life still breathes. From a distance, the city looks like a constellation slowly being redrawn. No borders, no banners, just small circles of light learning how to belong to the dark again. Echoes of the ashes. In the spring of 1945, Berlin was not conquered. It was emptied. The armies left, the smoke thinned, and what remained was something quieter. A city reduced to the sound of sweeping, footsteps, breathing. Everywhere you looked, there was grey. Grey streets, grey sky, grey faces, as if the world had been drawn in pencil and someone had forgotten to colour it in. The war had ended, but it hadn't finished. It lingered in the air like dust that refused to settle. Days became weeks. The people of Berlin learned how to exist inside a wound. They buried the dead in courtyards, marked the graves with wood scraps and chalk. They learned to sleep through silence, which was harder than sleeping through bombs. They learned to start fires without matches, to cook without pots, to live without certainty. The city had no clocks, but it had rhythm, the rhythm of rebuilding. Children grew used to ruins as home. They climbed walls that had once been schools, played among columns that had once been museums. The war was their geography, every street a lesson in loss. Some drew chalk lines on the ground to mark where rooms used to be. Others planted seeds in old helmets, waiting to see what could grow in the ashes. When the first shoots of green appeared, it looked almost obscene, a color that didn't belong. But people stopped and stared anyway. They needed proof that life had not forgotten them. In the first summer after the surrender, the rivers began to clear. The Spree reflected the ruins like a mirror that refused to lie. Bridges were rebuilt with wood scavenged from collapsed roofs. People crossed them hesitantly, as if afraid the city might sink beneath their weight. Berlin was now a divided city, though no one yet knew how divided it would become. Soviet checkpoints rose where parades once marched. Signs appeared in new alphabets. A different empire was unpacking its suitcases. But for the people living among the rubble, politics were abstract. Their world was smaller. The next meal, the next night, the next patch of roof that didn't leak. Freedom and occupation felt almost identical when both meant hunger. The women cleared bricks from the streets, humming songs that no longer had verses. The men who returned from prison camps looked older than their fathers. They rarely spoke of what they'd seen. They simply picked up a shovel and began again. One man found his old shop still standing. He opened the door, swept the floor, and placed a single chair in the middle of the room. He called it open for business. No customers came, but he kept opening it every morning anyway. Routine was the first form of healing. The churches held services again. They spoke of forgiveness, but the word felt heavy, almost foreign. Forgiveness is difficult when the ruins still smoke, when the faces of the missing still stare from the walls. Yet slowly, people began to speak to each other again, quietly, awkwardly, but without hatred. War had exhausted even that. Photographers arrived from the West. They captured women standing amid bricks, children with bare feet, men with thousand-yard stares. To the world, these images were proof that Berlin had fallen. To Berliners, they were proof that it had survived. At night, people gathered around makeshift fires, trading stories the way they once traded goods. Stories of who had lived, who had died, who had escaped. Stories about lost sons, lost faith, lost reasons. And sometimes stories about small mercies. A loaf shared, a stranger's kindness, a soldier who didn't pull the trigger. The fires burned low, but the talking went on. It was the city teaching itself to speak again. By autumn, the first trains began to run. They crawled out of the city like exhausted beasts, carrying refugees, soldiers, and hope in equal measure. People lined the tracks to wave, not because they knew anyone on board, but because motion itself was a form of comfort. Movement meant tomorrow. Years later, when Berlin was rebuilt, glass towers where ruins had stood, trains gliding where tanks once roared, the survivors rarely spoke of that spring. They had no need to. It was written in their faces, in the way they paused at sirens, in the silence that fell every April when the lilacs bloomed again. The children of the rubble grew up. Some became engineers, rebuilding the city they had once scavenged. Some became teachers, teaching words their parents had been afraid to say. Others left, unable to live among ghosts that still walked in daylight. But they all carried Berlin inside them, the version that existed between destruction and rebirth. The past never left entirely. It lingered beneath the asphalt, in the cellars, in the bricks reused for new walls. Sometimes, during construction, workers unearthed bones or bullets or the twisted frame of a child's toy. Each discovery was a reminder that history sleeps lightly. And yet, life continued. Markets reopened. Trams returned. People fell in love again, awkwardly, guiltily, desperately. Births began to outnumber deaths. Laughter began to sound natural again. The city remembered what it was to be alive. Years later, when asked what liberation had felt like, one woman said, "It wasn't joy. It was breath. The feeling of air returning after holding it for too long. That breath became the rhythm of Berlin's resurrection." The ruins would one day be cleaned, the streets renamed, the walls rebuilt. But the true rebuilding began in the silence, in the gestures between neighbors, in the small acts that refused to disappear, the sharing of bread, the lighting of candles, the sweeping of streets. Out of those gestures, Berlin learned to live again. The city that once burned the world became, slowly, a place where the world could gather again, to remember, to rebuild, to forgive, to forget. The past remained, as it always does, in the echoes, not to haunt, but to remind. Echoes of the ashes. Martyr's Epilogue. Years later, when Berlin has new roofs and trams again, Marta still keeps a small tin box in her cupboard. Inside are the remnants of that year, a photograph, a piece of chalk, and the leaflet she once hid under her daughter's pillow. Her daughter, now grown, asks her why she never threw them away. Marta says, "Because forgetting feels like lying." Every spring, when the lilacs bloom, she opens the window and lights a candle on the sill. It's habit now, not grief, not prayer, just remembrance. From her apartment, she can see other candles across the city, flickering in windows, one by one, like a constellation rebuilt from memory. Each light belongs to someone who survived. Each flame says the same word without speaking, again. Berlin was reduced to ashes, but from those ashes it found its voice, and in that voice, cracked, trembling, defiant, the world learned that even after the darkest of nights, the human heart still remembers how to begin again. Coda. 20 years later. 20 years have passed. Berlin stands again, rebuilt from glass and concrete, steel and memory. The streets hum with trams and traffic. Children play where rubble once stood. New trees grow where there had been only ash. But beneath the fresh pavement, the old city still breathes, a ghost layered under stone. If you listen closely on quiet mornings, you can still hear it. The echo of boots, the whisper of falling plaster, the low hum of sirens buried in time. The people who survived 1945 now carry their own silence. They shop for bread, read the papers, wait for buses. Ordinary acts performed with extraordinary restraint. They do not talk about those weeks when the sky was fire. They do not need to. It shows in the way they pause before every April storm, in the way their eyes drift at the sound of distant thunder. On one side of the city, new flags wave over new offices. On the other side, another flag flutters in different wind. A wall has risen between them, grey, heavy, absolute, dividing families, friends, memories. For the world, it is a symbol of ideology. For Berliners, it is simply another scar that must be lived with. A mother tells her son about the night the candles burned across the ruins. He asks her if she was afraid. She answers, "Yes, but I was more afraid of forgetting." History has rebuilt Berlin many times, in stone, in stories, in silence. Each version stands on the bones of the last. And yet, through every reconstruction, one truth remains. The city refuses to vanish. Every spring, when the lilacs bloom and the air carries the smell of wet stone, the survivors remember that other spring, the one that ended the world and began another. They remember the hunger, the smoke, the first fragile laugh of a child after the silence. In the archives, the photographs fade. In the squares, the statues change. But under it all, the heartbeat endures, faint, uneven, defiant. Berlin was destroyed, divided, rebuilt, and reborn. Not once, but again and again, through the stubborn persistence of people who kept lighting candles in the dark. And if you walk through the city at dusk, down unto Den Linden, across the Spree, past the Brandenburg Gate, you might see their reflections in the glass towers. The women with shovels, the children of the rubble, the men who chose to rebuild instead of avenge. They are all still here, folded into the rhythm of the city, part of its pulse. History will remember Berlin for its walls, its wars, its politics. But those who lived it remember something simpler. The taste of bread shared in silence, the sound of a violin in the ruins, the feeling of air returning after years of smoke. Because the true miracle was not the end of the war. It was that, after everything, people found the strength to begin again. And in the quiet that followed the fire, Berlin, scarred, divided, alive, remembered how to breathe. Part 5. The U-boat hunters, beneath the Atlantic silence. The sea does not speak. It remembers. Long before radar, before periscopes and depth charges, before anyone thought to listen for what hid beneath the waves, the Atlantic was just water and wind, vast, ancient, and indifferent. Men crossed it for trade, for empire, for fish. Some prayed before sailing. Others didn't bother. The ocean didn't care either way. If these quiet journeys through history speak to you, take a moment to subscribe, not out of habit, but to keep these untold stories alive. And before we drift deeper, tell us where you're listening from, or which image lingers with you the most. You're listening to Echoes of War. You're standing at a harbour in Liverpool, 1939. The war has begun, though it doesn't look like one yet. Men still whistle as they work. Dock cranes swing like tired giants, loading barrels, boxes, dreams. The gulls scream over the smell of diesel and brine. In the distance, the SS Whitby Star waits, a merchant freighter painted grey, her hull streaked with salt. She's not built for glory. She's built for distance. At her bow, the paint already flakes. Her captain says it's a good sign. If a ship looks too new, she hasn't learned respect for the sea. The crew loads crates of flour, canned fruit, spare parts, and something wrapped in secrecy. Radio equipment bound for Halifax. Ordinary cargo, extraordinary risk. They joke as they work, but the laughter sounds thin, like glass stretched too far. When the whistle blows, wives wave from the pier. Children run alongside as the ropes are cast off. No one says goodbye. They say see you soon, because it hurts less that way. The Whitby Star turns slowly toward the horizon. Her engines rumble, a heartbeat that will not stop until the Atlantic decides otherwise. As the coastline fades, the first officer checks his compass. The needle wobbles, then settles. He nods to the captain. All steady. But in the distance, under the calm water, something else stirs, unseen, listening. The first U-boats have already left port too, and though no one above knows it yet, the sea is about to learn a new kind of sound. Chapter 1. Beneath the Atlantic silence. The sea is still, almost too still. You're standing on the deck of the Whitby Star, 3 days out of port. The wind smells of rust and rope. The horizon is a wall of grey. Men smoke quietly near the rail, their faces pale with cold and sleep. There are 31 souls aboard. They move like ghosts already. The sea teaches them to speak in gestures, a nod, a glance, a tilt of the head. Words are wasted here. The waves drown them before they reach another ear. Below decks, the ship breathes. Pipes rattle. Engines throb like a slow pulse. The air tastes of oil and iron and the faint sweetness of steam. You can hear the low hum of the generator, steady, constant, comforting, until it isn't. At night, the crew gathers in the mess for tea strong enough to stand a spoon in. They talk about home, but carefully, as if mentioning it too loudly might break the thread that still connects them to land. There's Billings, the cook. Big hands, gentle voice, a superstition for every occasion. There's Davies, the radio operator, who sleeps beside his set because the captain says a warning delayed is a coffin nailed. And there's Matheson, the youngest, 17, eyes wide, still pretending this is adventure. When the lights flicker, Billings mutters, "Means someone's thinking about us." Davies answers, "Let's hope it's the right someone." They laugh quietly. The ship rocks. Somewhere outside, a wave slaps the hull like a hand. By day, they move through fog so thick it feels like memory. Other ships appear and vanish without warning. Dark shapes, masts, voices through the mist. The convoy is spread over miles of emptiness, each vessel alone yet bound together by trust and fear. Sometimes, through the fog, you hear a bell from another ship, a soft clang, distant, rhythmic. It sounds almost human, like breathing. Other times, nothing, only the hiss of the sea brushing against steel. The captain keeps his binoculars to his eyes, scanning the horizon even when there's nothing to see. He's been sailing since the last war. He knows how the ocean lies. He says quietly, when the water's too calm, that's when it's listening. That evening, Davies picks up a faint signal. Morse, clipped, hurried. He scribbles it down, frowning. The letters come in broken bursts. Sus, engine failure. Position unknown. Then static. The sound cuts through the mess like a knife. Could be real, someone says. Could be bait, says another. The captain listens, then shakes his head. We stay on course. He knows the ocean's new trick. Distress signals sent by U-boats. A siren's call made of dots and dashes. Even mercy has become a weapon. When darkness falls, the men take turns on watch. You can see only what the searchlight allows. A white beam slicing through the void. The water gleams like liquid slate. Every ripple feels alive. The air grows colder. The moon hides. The sea waits. Then, faintly, you hear it. A metallic tapping, far below. Not a wave. Not a cable. Something deliberate. Davies hears it too. He tilts his head, adjusts the dial on his headset. It's nothing, he mutters, but you can see the fear in his jaw. He knows sound carries differently here, bends, echoes, deceives, and somewhere under them, a periscope turns slowly in the dark. Inside that U-boat, the world is smaller than imagination. Steel walls sweat condensation. Every surface hums with the heartbeat of the sea. Men whisper as if the ocean might eavesdrop. They haven't seen daylight in 4 days. The captain lowers the periscope. Convoy ahead. 10 ships. His voice is flat, almost reverent. He knows what must follow. Patience, precision, and silence. The sonar operator leans close to his set. The headphones crackle with faint propeller noise. Slow, rhythmic, human. He closes his eyes. They're close, he whispers. The captain nods once. Wait. He lights a cigarette, though the air is already thick with smoke and sweat. The ember glows in the dark like a tiny star. He inhales deeply, holds the breath, and murmurs, "The sea doesn't care who wins." Above, the Whitby star sails on, unaware. The stars are hidden now, the sky a seamless black. Billings checks the galley and hums a tune no one recognizes. Matheson leans on the rail, watching phosphorescent trails in the wake. He says softly, "Looks like ghosts chasing us." Davies answers, "Maybe they are." The captain stands at the bridge, coat collar turned up, eyes fixed on the horizon. He doesn't know why the night feels heavier, only that it does. He taps the compass twice, as if reassurance could be summoned by touch. The needle trembles, the faint vibration of nearby engines. He says to himself, "Something's listening." Far below, a torpedo's gyroscope spins, a mechanical prayer whispered in steel. The captain of the U-boat watches the clock. He mouths the seconds. 35, 36, 37. Then, impact. The explosion folds the night in half. On the Whitby star, time disintegrates. Light, sound, motion, all one violent instant. The deck heaves. The galley erupts in sparks. Matheson vanishes into smoke. Water rushes in through the hull with the roar of judgment. Men shout, scramble, slip. The ship tilts, groaning like an animal dying in its sleep. The captain grips the rail and bellows, "Abandon ship," but the sea has already decided. Within minutes, the Whitby star is gone, swallowed whole, her cargo of ordinary things sinking like small prayers. Above, lifeboats scatter through the debris. Billings clings to a floating crate. Davies holds the radio until it shorts in his hands. The captain drifts in the cold, staring up at the stars that have returned, indifferent as ever. He whispers, "All steady." The sea closes over him, gentle, almost kind. By dawn, the ocean looks new again. No wreckage, no oil slick, no proof. Only grey water stretching to forever. The other ships sail on, because that's what they must do. And somewhere in the depths below, the U-boat moves silently away, leaving nothing behind but echoes. The sonar will come later, the idea that sound can find ghosts. For now, the Atlantic holds its silence like breath. The sea does not speak, but it has learned how to listen. Chapter 2. The Wolf Packs. They called them Rudel, packs, as if the ocean were a forest and ships were deer that dared to drink. But forests have edges. The Atlantic does not. You're standing in the red-lit throat of a German Type 7, the air thick with metal and breath. Condensation threads along pipes and drips in a slow, relentless metronome. Men move sideways, shoulders brushing steel. Every motion is a bargain with space. The boat hums at periscope depth, 70 meters down, where the light is memory and the pressure is law. The captain leans over a chart scarred with pencil wounds. His crew has given him a nickname he pretends not to hear. De Zuhora, the listener, a man who trusts ears over eyes. He taps a knuckle twice on the table. The navigator answers with bearings. The radio man waits for Berlin. Orders arrive as rhythm before meaning. A fist of Morse in the wireless room, letters knotted by Enigma. The rotors click, lamps wink, the plug board glitters with brass. A sentence emerges from chaos. Group Seawolf. Converge. Attack after dusk. Above, the sea is empty of faces. Below, a room full of strangers breathes as one animal. Someone passes a mug of black coffee, the flavor of rust. Someone else pats a torpedo casing like a horse about to run. The listener raises the periscope for 3 seconds. A smear of grey, a smudge of smoke. Vanish. He lowers it and closes his eyes, finishing the picture from sound alone. Convoy, he says. 10, no, 12. Escorts behind. He waits for fear to appear in the room. It does not. They've been hungry too long for fear to be anything but seasoning. Shift to the surface. The destroyer HMS Hesperus. Wind like wire, spray like glass. You feel the ship speak through your boots. A steady thrum, a confidence learned the hard way. On the bridge, a young officer keeps time with a sweep of the radar. The the circle tracing futures no one can see. The sonar room breathes a separate weather. Wool, ozone, pencil shavings, and the operator's focused silence. Ping. The operator touches the edge of his headphone as if to steady the ocean itself. Bearing 115, sir. Maybe thermal, maybe. Ping. Sharper now. He doesn't finish. No one here has ever seen a U-boat except in pamphlets and photographs. They know it by negative space, the absence of a whale, the refusal of a rock to move, a signature in the echo that says I am shaped like intent. Hold contact, the captain says. Pattern Baker. Depth charges roll, depth by depth, an alphabet of pressure, grammar of concussion. On deck, men brace for the punctuation. Below, cut to red light, the U-boat flinches, dust drifting like slow snow. Silent running, the listener says, quietly enough to sound like prayer. Motors die to a hush. Propeller blades ghost from spin to still. The boat becomes a thought trying not to think of itself. Another explosion. Closer now. Gauges tremble. A valve squirts a thin, silver thread that beads into a single, trembling tear. The engineer wipes it with his thumb and nods to no one. Not yet. They listen to the hunting pattern pass overhead. Circles within circles, like a hawk that cannot see into the grass. Minutes become longer than most lives. Finally, silence expands to fill the room. The listener exhales. They've lost us. The men do not smile. They return to waiting, which is what victory feels like down here. Night decides what kind of war it will be. On the surface, a dozen grey shadows rake east in convoy formation, each ship a little universe of rules and hopes. Signal lamps blink. A siren moans once, then remembers silence. The escorts describe slow arcs like parentheses, trying to hold meaning around the soft bellies inside. The listener chooses the old doctrine. Surface attack, on the run, muzzle into black. He knows the risks. He also knows sonar prefers sound to air. Up here, he is rumor until he opens fire. Diesels cough alive. The hatch rolls back. Cold knifes through the boat as if the sea were entering to look around. On the bridge, the night is a cathedral. Wind for organ, stars for candles. Men pull scarves higher, breath making quick ghosts. The periscope is useless now. It is the eye of a needle and the thread is too thick. Instead, he listens to the rhythm of engines ahead and places himself where math says destiny will pass. Ready tubes 1 and 2, he says. The torpedo men call back, voices flat to keep fear from gaining traction. Across the water, the Hesperus senses a wrongness too fine to name. The sonar returns nothing solid. Radar paints only ships she already knows. The captain feels the hair lift on the back of his hand. He learned long ago to trust that more than instruments. Darken ship. Keep your ears. The operator nods, as if the ocean can see him. The listener raises his binoculars and sees nothing, which is how he knows exactly where to aim. Fewer. 2 sighs. 2 wakes stitched in light too faint to be believed. He waits with the stopwatch, counting the future into the present. Impact is a new kind of daylight. A freighter shoulders upward on a column of water and fire, then breaks its own name in half. The convoy stutters, 1 gear tooth missing from a clock. The escorts kink toward the sound, guardian angels discovering they cannot be everywhere. The listener dives, the sea swallowing the boat with the tenderness of hunger. Below, heat gives way to pressure. Adrenaline decays into mathematics. Hard starboard, 15 down, trim for 120. He does not look at the men. They do not look at him. No one forgives the sea by making eye contact. Above, Hesperus throws patterns like handwriting in the water. The operator thinks he hears a change in the echo, a depth increase, a turn, and he draws a tiny arrow on his log as if to pin the ocean to paper. Charges roll. Thunder edits the night. The convoy moves, one ship lighter, all ships older. When the echoes settle, only the usual music remains, waves articulating themselves against steel. The captain writes, "Contact inconclusive. One freighter lost. Formation re-established." He closes the book a little harder than he meant to. Weeks unfurl. The pack grows. Signals dart across sky like thoughts changing minds. Rudel Seawolf becomes 3 boats, then 7, then 12, a soft ring tightening around a moving point. They do not see each other except in the way the radio feels heavier when more of them breathe at once. Inside the U-boat, time makes different kinds of men. The radio man, Jonas, writes a letter in the soundproof place inside his head. "Mutti, today the sea smelled like old coins. I held my breath to see if the boat would notice. It did. It breathes when I don't." He signs it with a nickname no one uses anymore. He folds the letter into his pocket where it will survive nothing. The engineer names each knock and creak, the way a mother knows her children by footfall. He keeps a private pantheon of good noises and bad. A new sound appears, a faint, mosquito whine he cannot place. He prays it is not a bearing learning to confess. The bosun teaches the youngest to sleep through alarms by humming Lily Marlene under his breath. It almost works until the next explosion rearranges the air. The listener dreams in bearings and wakes in the same. He has begun to feel the convoy through the hull as if the sea were a drum and he a palm-reading skin. Contrast. Mess deck on Hesperus. Tea the color of decisions. Biscuits that remember heat only as legend. A photo pinned near the kettle. A football team in peacetime. Knees muddy. Laughter archival. The sonar operator, Reed, rubs the heel of his hand against his ear until the phantom ping subsides. At night he hears it in his pillow, in his breath, in the spaces between words. He tells no one. The sea already knows. The captain carries 2 notebooks, one for times and courses, one for sentences he cannot put anywhere else. When we win, the ocean will not remember our names, only our weight. He shuts it quickly when footsteps approach, like closing a door on a room in a house that no longer exists. The pack strikes again on a night without horizon. This time they come in waves, one to scatter, one to kill, one to clean the map. Signals crackle. Short, spare, spare, short. The listener times his dive between escort sweeps, sliding under the grammar of their hunt. Tubes 1 through 4 flood. Compressed air breathes out like a man finding his courage. Fewer, fewer. Stopwatch again, waiting again. Mathematics again, unkind and true. 2 ships go down, one quickly as if relieved, one slowly, insisting on being watched. The escorts force the pack deep, but the pack is less a shape than a rumor now. Exhausted destroyers chase the wrong oil slick, while the right periscope writes an invisible sentence across the next mile. Dawn pulls dimension back onto the world. On Hesperus, Reed marks the water where the last voice vanished. He does not remember if he spoke aloud when he said sorry. Below, the U-boat drifts at 180 meters while bolts remember how to pray. The listener lights a cigarette to make a small sun he can control. He inhales and wonders whether the men above hate him as a person or only as a function. He decides function. It hurts less that way. Berlin breathes through wire. BDU sends celebration mapped as tonnage. Congratulations arrive like medals delivered by weather. They do not smell like anything. The listener files his report in the grammar of victory. He does not include the part where he closed his eyes during the second ship's long goodbye. He does not include Jonas's letter in his pocket. He signs with a name he sometimes recognizes and sleeps without dreaming. Across the sea, in a room held together by tea and certainty, another kind of listening sharpens. Bletchley hears the same sky and finds rhythm inside noise. A clerk draws lines on a map and notices that storms do not scatter wolf packs anymore. They sharpen them. A mathematician circles a column of letters and murmurs. They move in threes. Their silence has intervals. A runner carries a slip to the Admiralty. Somewhere far away, a convoy changes course by 12 miles and lives. No one at sea knows who saved them. No one in the house will ever say they did. One last night before the tide begins to think about turning. The pack is wide, the convoy tired. The listener surfaces to air his batteries and finds the sky already listening back. A low engine inland of cloud. A dull light sweeps the sea like a fingertip searching for a scar. He orders a crash dive. The boat angles down, plates sighing, coffee tilting, a pencil rolling the length of a chart as if underlining fate. The aircraft does not find them. The destroyers do not either. Not tonight. Not here. The U-boat waits on the slope of quiet, where pressure becomes conversation. Men sleep sitting up, each with a sentence unfinished. On Hesperus, Reed removes his headphones and hears the ocean with his naked ears. Just water doing what water does. He realizes he is shaking. He places his hands flat on the console and tells his bones to be still. Outside, the bow cuts a line the sea will erase behind them before the next breath. The captain writes one more line in the secret notebook and tears it out. We are all listening for our own names in the dark. He folds the paper and puts it in his breast pocket, where it will come back to land, outlive the ship, and stain a drawer with salt. Morning. Calm as a lie that loves you. A gull appears where no gull should be. Someone laughs because the world remembered how. For now the convoy moves. For now the pack waits. For now the ocean keeps both answers. And you understand that this is not a story of victory yet, but of attention. Men leaning toward the dark, asking questions with machines, and hearing themselves in the reply. Chapter 3: Life in the Depths. You lose the surface by degrees. Light, warmth, color, all surrendered one layer at a time. What remains is weight and sound. You're inside the submarine again. The hatch seals with the sigh of a lung closing. Pressure folds around the hull until it feels like the sea is wearing you. The air smells of diesel, metal, and men. Everything sweats. Pipes, skin, machinery. The temperature never changes. It only moves from damp to suffocating. Every breath tastes of what someone else has already exhaled. The red lights hum overhead, a small mercy to spare the crew's eyes. They cast everyone in the same color, erasing age and rank. You can't tell who's afraid anymore. Everyone looks the same shade of blood. The cook wedges himself in the galley, a cupboard with ambitions. He balances a pan of pea soup on a burner that tilts with every swell. Each spoonful must be bribed to stay in the pot. The men call him Uncle, though he's younger than most of them. He hums Lily Marlene until the pot rattles in harmony. A wrench falls somewhere aft. The song stops. Silence expands like smoke until someone coughs. A small permission to breathe again. You start to measure time by noises. The clack of valves means hours. The drip near the torpedo room means days. The engineer keeps a private catechism. As long as it holds, we live. He taps each gauge once every minute, more superstition than science. The boat answers with the creak of obedience. Sleep arrives in 4-hour fragments. Dreams come in flickers. Cities without sound, sunlight without warmth. When you wake, it takes a moment to remember which version of darkness you're in. The medic keeps chalk tablets for headaches and fear. He hands them out like communion. They taste of lime and futility. He writes in his log, morale steady, appetite poor. He doesn't add the part about the trembling hands. The captain allows music on certain nights, an old record spinning beneath a needle patched with wire. The song wobbles through static, filling the hull with ghosts. For 3 minutes, the war sounds almost beautiful. Then the record skips, and everyone hears what's underneath. The pulse of engines, the heartbeat of steel. You walk the corridor, knees brushing bunks, feet avoiding the low step that has already claimed 2 toes. A sailor reads by flashlight, mouthing the same sentence again and again. Another writes a letter on the back of a navigation chart. Tell my brother the sea is not blue. It's the color of waiting. In the torpedo room, 2 men play cards on an ammunition crate. They don't keep score. They only count how many times they can pretend the world hasn't shrunk to 50 meters by 6. When they surface at night to recharge, air rushes in like forgiveness. Men climb to the deck one by one, blinking at the sky as if it might forget them. The wind cuts through uniforms stiff with salt. Someone lights a cigarette just to see the flame. For a few breaths, the sea smells clean again. A young sailor laughs, wild, unplanned. Look, he says, the world still exists. The captain allows himself half a smile before ordering, below. The laughter ends where the hatch closes. Back under pressure, the radio operator adjusts his dials. The sea speaks in static, 1,000 whispers stacked on top of each other. Most mean nothing. Some mean death. He catches a British weather report by accident. Winds moderate, visibility poor. He writes it down like poetry. Then the coded message arrives. Increase patrol depth. Avoid air cover north of Ireland. He copies it, encrypts it again, recites it aloud. To anyone listening, it's nonsense. To him, it's proof that someone still knows he's alive. Morale frays quietly. Coffee runs out. Tempers arrive. A missing chocolate bar becomes philosophy. The captain intervenes without raising his voice. He's learned that authority in darkness is just gravity. Steady, unseen, undeniable. He keeps a small notebook. In it he records nothing of strategy, only sensations. Dreamed of open windows. Heard birds. Smelled rain. He never signs his name. The sea knows it anyway. When the alarm sounds, no one startles. Reflex has replaced surprise. Periscope depth. Prepare for attack. The crew moves as if to music they can't unlearn. The captain raises the scope, a brief column of light piercing the surface. He sees grey shapes, merchant silhouettes fat with cargo. He lowers it, adjusts bearings, waits. Torpedo 1 ready. Ready. He exhales once, softly. Fewer. The launch is almost gentle. A sigh of compressed air, a ripple of belief. Then silence. Then the long counting of seconds. 38. 39. The deck trembles, distant but certain. A ship has stopped existing. He closes his eyes. "Turn away," he says. "Reload." The retaliation comes as thunder. Depth charges fall in measured fury, explosions folding the sea into fists. Each detonation is a new punctuation mark on the metal skin around you. Lights flicker. Dust blooms. Someone whispers a prayer that forgets its words halfway through. Bolts stretch. Gauges twitch. The boat drops 10 meters before the ballast catches. A pipe bursts, spraying a silver thread that turns instantly to steam. The engineer's hand finds the valve by memory, closes it, burns his palm. He doesn't feel it yet. Then, silence again. Not peace, the sharp, waiting kind that lives between heartbeats. They listen. Nothing. Only the sea deciding to postpone the verdict. Hours later they surface. The sky is bruised with dawn. The captain lets them take turns on deck, 2 at a time. They stand in the wind, eyes closed, tasting air that hasn't been recycled. One of them murmurs, "If we die out here, no one will find us." The other answers, "Maybe that's mercy." Below decks, the cook starts another pot of soup. The water is grey, the flavor familiar. He ladles it into tin cups and says, "Eat." Warm keeps thoughts small. They eat without argument. The soup tastes of endurance. The mechanic hums under his breath, a tune no one knows. The rhythm matches the throb of engines, the oldest duet in the world. The captain sits at his desk, writing by the faint light of a single bulb. The sea is not our enemy. It is our mirror. He pauses, listening to the hull's low groan, the creak of pressure adjusting to thought. He closes the notebook. The radio crackles again. A new message, another patrol, another set of coordinates. He folds the note, pockets it, and calls for engines. The diesels start with a cough and settle into a steady heartbeat. The U-boat turns east, toward orders, toward more silence. The wake closes behind them as if erasing confession. On the surface, a destroyer somewhere else records a faint echo, a contact too deep to chase. The sonar operator rubs his eyes and says, "Could be nothing." The captain nods. "Mark it anyway." They move on. Far below, the crew of the submarine hears nothing but the sound of their own breathing, and in it, perhaps, the ocean listening back. Chapter 4. The Hunters Above. Part 1. Eyes in the Sky. By the middle of 1942, the Atlantic has a new voice. It hums through wires and headphones, a measured rhythm that cuts through fog better than sight ever could. The destroyers have learned to listen not with fear, but with purpose. You're on the bridge of HMS Walker. The deck tilts under you in slow, certain rhythm. Spray lashes the glass in salt freckles. Below, in the sonar room, 2 operators sit bowed over their consoles. Headphones clamp their skulls. Pencils hover above a roll of paper that trembles with each returning pulse. Ping. A question thrown into darkness. Ping. An answer, faint but there. Bearing 115, range 1,500 yards. The captain's reply is calm. Ready charges. Keep contact. On deck, sailors unchain metal drums the size of prayers. They roll them into cradles along the stern, fingers numb, faces expressionless. Each drum is set to a different depth, an argument against the sea's uncertainty. The wind smells of cordite and diesel and something metallic that might be fear. Far below, the ocean tightens. Inside a U-boat the air turns to glass. Every man holds still as if movement itself might echo. The captain whispers. Silent running. Engines stop. Fans slow. Only the heartbeat of water remains. The hydrophone operator's hands shake against the dial. Ping, ping, ping. Each one closer, like footsteps down a hallway. He mouths the numbers silently, translating fear into arithmetic. The first explosion comes distant, a pressure change felt more than heard. The next is nearer, sharp enough to make the lights shudder. Dust falls like grey snow. Depth 200, someone calls. The captain nods. Hold her there. Another blast, then another, each one a word in a language invented by engineers and perfected by panic. A pipe bursts. A man stifles a cry. Still they hold. Then the sounds drift upward, fading into static. The operator listens until the sea is empty again. They've gone, he whispers. No one believes him for several heartbeats, but belief returns slowly, like air. Above, HMS Walker circles the coordinates. Contact lost, sir, says the operator. The captain exhales through his nose, wipes condensation from the glass. Mark position, he says. We'll call for air. He turns toward the horizon, where a pale line divides sea from sky. They can run, he murmurs, but the sky's coming for them. At dawn, the sky arrives. From the west comes a low drone that grows into thunder. Swordfish biplanes, slow and stubborn, skim just above the waves. Their wings glitter with spray. Sunlight flares from the barrels of the depth charge racks slung beneath them. The destroyer's crew stop to watch, hands shading eyes. One sailor grins. Look at that. Angels with engines. No one laughs, but for the first time in months, someone smiles without guilt. The planes drop their charges in lazy arcs. For a second they hang against the grey, small and harmless. Then the sea leaps upward in 4 white towers. Sound lags behind light. When it catches up, the world contracts to a single word: impact. When the spray settles, there's only foam and a patch of oil spreading like spilled ink. The pilot banks once, salutes through the cockpit glass, and vanishes back into cloud. The destroyer rocks gently in the aftershock, the men blinking salt from their eyes. The captain closes his log. Contact destroyed, he says quietly, as though apologizing. Part 2. The Long Chase. The sky never sleeps anymore. Even the clouds have engines. You're standing on the deck of a corvette somewhere south of Greenland. The wind is a knife. Spray freezes the instant it lands. Every few minutes the crew looks up, not out, eyes trained for wings instead of waves. The ocean has grown mirrors in every direction, and the hunters live in the reflections. At the radar console, the screen sweeps a slow green circle through the dark. Each pulse feels like a heartbeat waiting for bad news. Echo at 180, the operator says. Altitude. Low. Might be one of ours. Might, the captain answers, not looking away from the glass. He knows that the war has become an argument of signals, true, false, or fatal. The blip fades. He exhales. Resume course. The logbooks fill with sentences that begin the same way and end with different names. Far below, a U-boat rides the thermocline, the layer where warm water meets cold and hides sound. They call it the blindfold. Here the sonar loses faith. Pings bend and wander, fooled by temperature. For now, the ocean protects them. Inside, men move with the precision of exhaustion. The captain traces his finger along the chart, not to find the enemy, but to stay awake. The radio man adjusts a dial and catches the faint echo of an English broadcast. Convoy safe. All vessels accounted for. He turns it down before anyone else can hear. The engineer checks a gauge, then another. He taps a pressure dial that's been stuck at the same number for hours. Still holding, he says, as if words could reinforce metal. The captain nods but writes nothing. They have learned not to trust anything that sounds steady. Above them, the chase continues. From Newfoundland to the Bay of Biscay, aircraft carve paths across the Atlantic. Catalinas, Liberators, Sunderlands, their bellies armed with radar, their eyes sharp with caffeine and hope. The sea looks calm from up there, a painting of serenity hiding the ruins below. In one of those planes, the bombardier watches the water through a glazed blister. He sees an oil slick first, a bruise on the blue, then a flash, the brief gleam of a periscope. Contact! The pilot banks hard. The aircraft screams in protest. Depth charges roll from the racks, black dots vanishing into light. A moment later, the ocean erupts. The crew cheers once, then falls quiet. No one likes what follows the spray, the waiting to see if anyone surfaces. By 1943, the Atlantic had become a machine. Convoys move in numbered grids, their escorts armed with mathematics. Every bearing, every frequency, every blip on a scope is plotted, predicted, hunted. The sea itself has become paperwork. But paperwork can kill. When a U-boat dares to surface to send a report, a radar pulse finds it before its message can finish. Destroyers turn like wolves scenting blood. The ocean fills with churn and foam and the brief, bright orange of ignition. In Berlin, the signals grow desperate. Losses unsustainable. Require new tactics. The answers come slower each week. Even the airwaves seem tired. On a calm night, a destroyer drifts above an old battlefield, a patch of ocean where 20 submarines rest unseen. The sonar operator listens to the deep hum of the world and wonders if the machine can hear ghosts. He swears there's a faint return, a soft, rhythmic echo like breathing. He turns the dial down to silence. Sometimes mercy is just the decision to stop listening. Part 3. The Tide Turns. By spring of 1943, the ocean changes color. Not the water itself, the air above it. It feels thinner, cleaner, like the sea has exhaled. Something invisible has shifted. You're standing on the flight deck of HMS Vindex, an escort carrier stitched together from a merchant hull and desperation. The wind screams over the deck, scattering spray into needles of salt. Below, the convoy creeps east, 40 ships in grey rows like gravestones moving toward dawn. Every few minutes, the horizon flashes with the mirrored wings of a patrol plane. It's no longer the sea that decides the war. It's the sky. The captain shouts through his megaphone, "Launch one!" A swordfish rattles forward, its engine coughing as if it resents the effort. The deck crew waves it off, watching the fragile biplane lift into mist. 2 more follow. Awkward, defiant, perfect. The sea used to be a secret. Now it's an open book. Radar draws its sentences. Sonar reads them aloud, and aircraft mark the punctuation. For the U-boats, there are no blank pages left. Far below, a submarine creeps beneath the thermocline, battery power fading. They've been hunted for days. The captain's voice is quiet but stripped of patience. "Surface after dark," he says. "We cannot breathe down here forever." The men nod, not in agreement but surrender. The mechanic mutters, "The sea's against us now." No one corrects him. When night finally comes, they rise. The hatch opens. Air rushes in like a ghost returning to its body. The stars are bright, too bright. They have barely begun to charge batteries when a sound reaches them. A distant buzz, rising fast. The captain looks up, heart already sinking. He sees a black shape against the stars, moving like thought. Dive! Schnell! The hatch slams. Diesels roar. The sea folds over them again. A second later the bombs fall. The submarine rolls, lights flicker, glass shatters. Men brace themselves against impossible angles. In the chaos, someone shouts, "We are not supposed to die in daylight." But they are. The ocean makes no such promise. At dawn, the destroyers find the oil slick, a rainbow bruise on the morning sea. A few planks, a cap, nothing else. They mark the spot and move on. The captain notes it in his log. U-boat destroyed. 0520 hours. Weather fine. He adds nothing more. Victory has become mechanical. That afternoon, the crew eats in silence. The cook serves tea and sardines on toast. No one tastes it. A young sailor says, "Do you ever wonder how many of them there were?" The captain answers, "Enough." He doesn't say the rest. Enough to make the sea heavier forever. In Berlin, Admiral Donitz studies his charts under a dim lamp. Red pins cover the Atlantic like measles. He moves one, then another, then stops. The room smells of tobacco and failure. He closes his eyes. "They were my children," he says softly. No one answers. At sea, the air patrols continue. Liberators sweep wide arcs, their engines steady as clocks. The radar screens fill with small ghosts, clouds, waves, fish. Sometimes they drop flares just to remind the ocean who's awake. One pilot writes in his logbook, "Saw no enemy. Sea calm. Strange loneliness at altitude." He doesn't know it yet, but the hunt is almost over. The silence that follows will be louder than any bomb. That night, on HMS Vindex, the captain walks the deck alone. The stars shimmer like wreckage turned to light. He thinks of all the ships that never returned, all the names erased by the same water that now looks so peaceful. He removes his cap, holds it against his chest, and whispers, "We have won nothing that was not already the seas." The wind takes his words and carries them out into darkness. The waves listen, as they always have. Chapter 5: Sound and Silence. Part 1: The Language of Echoes. By 1943, the Atlantic no longer hides its voice. Every ship can hear it now, a pulse beneath the waves, a pattern that feels almost alive. The war has become a symphony of pings. You're in the sonar room of HMS Snowflake, a space the color of old copper and sweat. Red bulbs hum overhead. Condensation beads on the bulkheads and slides down like slow rain. The operator, a boy barely 20, sits with headphones clamped so tight they leave bruises. In front of him, a green screen sweeps in circles, each rotation another chance to find meaning in the noise. Ping. The signal leaves the ship, a question flung into miles of darkness. A second later it returns, faint, distorted, but real. He leans closer. Between the first sound and the echo lives everything he fears and everything he hopes for. "Bearing 132, he says. "Range. Still closing." The captain nods. "Depth pattern Charlie. Keep her steady." Above their heads, The deck crew roll the charges into place, hands slick with spray. They move with ritual precision. They've done this so often it feels like prayer. When the first drum falls, the entire ship inhales. When it detonates, they exhale together, a collective heartbeat shared with the sea. The echoes fade. Contact lost. Someone jokes that maybe the ocean has finally learned to answer back. No one laughs long. Far below, a U-boat drifts through the residue of those sounds. The hull groans like an old door remembering its hinges. The captain keeps his men still. He knows the new Allied sonar is merciless. The operator on board, a thin man named Ritter, presses his earphones tighter, listening not for safety but for honesty. Ping, ping, ping. The pulses curve through the water, bending, softening. He murmurs, "They're close enough to taste us." The captain says, "Then don't make a sound they can chew." He kills the motors. Silence swells until even thought seems noisy. They wait. Each man counts the seconds between heartbeats, hoping his own body won't betray him. The pressure squeezes the hull. Rivets tick like small clocks. Finally, the pings drift away. Ritter removes the headset, his ears ringing. He whispers, "The sea talks too much." On land, the listening continues in another form. A manor house in Buckinghamshire hums through the night. Bletchley Park. Inside, rows of women in uniform feed paper through clattering machines. The sound is relentless. Keys, bells, gears. A different kind of sonar, one that listens to silence on paper instead of water. A coded message arrives from the Atlantic. Convoy sighted. Wolf pack north. Proceed to attack. To the untrained eye it's gibberish, but to the mathematicians it's a familiar rhythm. Patterns hide inside chaos the way U-boats hide beneath the waves. One analyst draws circles over groups of letters. Another mutters, "They use repetition like breathing." In a corner, Alan Turing adjusts a dial on his machine. The rotors spin, the lamps flicker. He says softly, "If noise has structure, so does silence." The bomb clatters faster. Each click another drop of rain against history's window. When the machine stops, a slip of paper curls out. U-552. Patrol grid AM 51. Estimated position 2,100 hours. A clerk runs it down the hall. A teleprinter begins to sing. Somewhere at sea, a destroyer will change course because of it. And no one aboard will ever know why. That night, the operator on HMS Snowflake leans back, eyes closed. The headphones buzz with the same low hum he's heard for months. He wonders if the ocean misses the silence it once had. Then he smiles, barely. Maybe, he thinks, we've just taught it a new language. Outside, the sea rolls on, carrying a million unanswered questions beneath a million unbroken waves. Part 2. The Listeners. The war keeps teaching the same lesson. Whoever listens longest survives. You're still in the sonar room of HMS Snowflake. The watch has stretched past midnight. Coffee trembles in a tin mug that no one drinks from. The operator, Reed, rubs the bone behind his ear until it burns. The headset has fused with his skull. The sea outside hums in monotone. Always the same note, always a different meaning. Ping. Return. Nothing. Ping. Return. Something. He marks the paper. Another small scar in the roll that already looks like scripture. Each echo is a syllable of a language that never quite finishes its sentence. Up top, the bridge lives by those half-sentences. The captain stares into fog, so thick it might be solid. "Any change?" "None, sir." Good. Let's keep it that way. He tries to sound tired rather than afraid. The helmsman glances at him. Ever feel like they hear us thinking? The captain smiles without teeth. Then think quieter. They both know that quiet is what kills. A ship in silence is a promise made to water. Far below, another kind of listening continues. In a stone basement at Bletchley Park, codebreakers work beneath fluorescent daylight that never changes. The windows are blacked out. The clocks are not. A woman named Margaret sits with a headset identical to Reed's. Her job: copy the ocean's arguments from intercepted radio bursts. Dots, dashes, pauses. The Morse of men who will never know she existed. She has learned their cadences. U-boat captains sound clipped and certain. Weather ships sound bored. Occasionally there's a pause in transmission, a hesitation you can feel even through static. She marks it in pencil. Possible distress. Her supervisor glances over. You can't read emotion from code. Margaret shrugs. Then what are we doing here? She sends the transcript upstairs, where another analyst feeds it into the machine that hums like the sea. The gears clatter. The paper flutters out. A location appears. Someone draws a red circle on a map. Somewhere out there, depth charges will fall, and the dots and dashes will stop. Margaret will cross out the call sign. Silence has been achieved. Reed doesn't know her name, but he feels her decisions. At dawn he gets a new coordinate packet, orders straight from London. Convoy will alter course to grid AM 51. Enemy subs reported. He reads it twice. That was yesterday's grid. Sir, are we chasing our own ghosts? The captain says, ghosts make good teachers. They're patient. That afternoon, a whale passes under the ship. The sonar returns an echo so vast and slow that the screen almost sings. Reed freezes. Contact. Massive. Hold on. The captain peers at him, eyebrows raised. Reed listens again, realizes the pulse is not machinery, but a heartbeat the size of a room. He grins, exhausted. Whale, sir. Just a whale. The bridge bursts into laughter that borders on relief. When it fades, the captain says quietly, even the sea needs a story. That night, Reed writes in his log, we listen until the sea begins to answer in words we never used. He tears the page out and slips it into his pocket. The paper smells faintly of oil and rain. He imagines someone finding it years later, wondering what the sentence meant. At Bletchley, Margaret removes her headset at the same moment. Her ears ring. She thinks she can still hear pinging through bone. She writes to her sister, I dream in dots and dashes now. When the kettle whistles, I translate it. She doesn't mail the letter. She folds it and tucks it between the pages of her codebook, where it will stay long after the pages go silent. Part 3. The Edge of Hearing. The sea teaches you patience, but it never teaches you certainty. There comes a point when even the most disciplined ear begins to doubt what it hears. You're in the sonar room again. Reed leans forward, elbows on his knees, face pale in the red light. The hum of the ship vibrates through the floor, a constant reminder that he's sitting inside a heartbeat. The roll of paper has grown long enough to drag against his boots. He tears off the excess and feeds a new sheet through. A clean start, though the ocean rarely offers those. Ping. Return. Ping. Nothing. Ping. A faint echo, weak, but steady. He marks it, frowning. Possible contact, he says. The captain steps closer. Bearing 157. Depth uncertain. They wait for another pulse. Nothing comes. The screen stays blank except for the slow sweep of the radar's green arm. Reed tightens his headphones, trying to will a sound into existence. But there's only static. Soft, persistent, almost human. A whisper he can't translate. He removes the headset, blinking hard. Could have sworn. The captain puts a hand on his shoulder. We all swear to ghosts out here. 2 decks down, the engineer stares at his gauges. They tick and tremble, arguing among themselves. He thinks of Reed and his invisible signals. Maybe the sea's just tired of being looked at, he mutters. He wipes condensation from the glass and writes in his log. All systems normal. He doesn't believe it, but he's learned to give the ship what it wants to hear. Far below, Ritter on the U-boat has the same problem. He's been listening for 36 hours without rest. The sea sounds crowded, layers of overlapping echoes, each one chasing the tail of another. He knows most are illusions, the way sound bends through temperature and current. Still, he plots them carefully on a scrap of paper until the lines begin to cross. They form a shape he can't name, something too symmetrical to be random. He calls the captain over. "Sir, I think they're surrounding us." The captain studies the lines, expression unreadable. "Or you've started hearing your own pulse." Ritter laughs, but it sounds wrong. Too sharp, too dry. He removes his headset, massages his temples. For a moment he thinks he hears singing through the steel. Faint, distant, female. He looks up, startled. Nothing but the creak of hull and the hiss of air. He shakes his head, ashamed. The captain doesn't ask. He's heard the same song before. At Bletchley, Margaret begins to make mistakes. The codes arrive blurred. The radio static is thicker these days. She misreads a letter, corrects it, then wonders if the correction was wrong. Her pencil breaks. She replaces it without looking up. Around her, the machines continue their mechanical prayer, rotors spinning like the hands of a god that counts instead of blesses. She hears something in the noise, a faint pattern repeating inside the static. Not words, exactly, but rhythm. Pause. Dash. Her fingers twitch. She writes it down, heart quickening. But when she checks it against the key, it spells nothing. She tears the page out and folds it into her pocket. For the first time, she wonders if the machines have started talking back. At sea, Reed wakes from a half-dream. In it, the ocean had whispered his name, drawn out across 1,000 miles of salt. He tries to laugh at himself, but can't find the humor. He slides the headset on again. The hum greets him like an old friend. He turns the dial slowly. Somewhere far off, a faint ping returns. Steady, perfect. He straightens. Alert. Contact. The captain rushes over. Bearing 163, range decreasing. They brace. Depth charges ready. Engines tense. But before he can give the order, the sound disappears. Not fades, vanishes, clean as breath on glass. Reed listens harder. Nothing. He sits back, hands trembling. "Sir," he whispers. "It was there." The captain nods. Maybe the sea just stopped talking. Later, Reed stands alone on deck. The sky is black and sharp with stars. He takes off his headphones, presses them against his chest. The wind howls through the antenna wires, humming a note just low enough to feel. He closes his eyes. It sounds like the ocean breathing. It sounds like the war itself, exhaling after too many years of holding its breath. Chapter 6. Turning the Tide. Part 1. The Light That Found the Dark. By late 1943, the Atlantic feels smaller, not because it has changed, but because men have learned to see in the dark. You're standing on the deck of a Liberator patrol plane, engines thrumming above the endless black of the ocean. The crew moves with quiet confidence now, tired but certain. Each man knows his part in the choreography of detection. Below them, the Atlantic rolls like an uncoiled map of ghosts. Inside the cockpit, the pilot squints at a dim radar screen. A faint speck blooms at the edge of the circle. Not a wave, not weather. He taps the glass once. Contact. The navigator leans over. Bearing 074. Distance 10 miles. The pilot nods. He doesn't smile. He's learned not to until the water stops moving. They descend into cloud. The sky turns from grey to black to something in between, the color of exhaustion. Rain streaks the glass. The ocean below seems endless and innocent, until it isn't. Then they see it, a thin silver line slicing through the surf, trailing foam. A periscope. The pilot exhales through his teeth. Got you. He flicks a switch on the console. A small lamp mounted under the wing hums to life. The lee light. Its beam pierces the darkness like a god remembering where it left its creation. The sea explodes into daylight. Below, a U-boat lies caught mid-breath, halfway between safety and exposure. Panic spreads through the submarine like heat. Alarm! Dive! But there's no time. The aircraft releases 4 depth charges in a perfect arc. They fall as softly as snow. The ocean answers with fire. When the glare fades, the U-boat is gone. Only oil and a single plank remain. The pilot circles once, recording coordinates in silence. The crew says nothing. Victory, they've learned, has a sound. The sound of a radio clicking off. Below the same sky, the destroyer HMS Bulldog steams through heavy seas. The men have started to believe in the pattern. Radar, sonar, air cover. A perfect triangle of death. The war is still cruel, but now it obeys rules they understand. Reed, transferred from Snowflake after 6 months at sea, sits at a new console, fingers twitching over dials that feel like old friends. The pings come steady now, rhythmic, obedient. He still dreams of the ocean whispering his name, but he no longer answers. He's learned the difference between echoes and voices. A contact emerges on the screen, faint, erratic. Possible sub, 2,000 yards. The captain, older than his uniform, nods. Send pattern Delta. Bring up Hedgehog. On deck, men load the new weapon, a cluster of small projectiles arranged like the teeth of a comb. They fire together, arcing ahead of the ship before plunging into the sea. No detonations follow. Hedgehog charges explode only on contact. Everyone waits. Then, one by one, they erupt in sequence. Sharp, short, final. The crew cheers once, then falls silent. The captain notes it in his log with the same neat handwriting as always. Enemy submarine destroyed. 1,443 hours. He closes the book and whispers, "That makes 7. In Berlin, reports pile up like wreckage, each one shorter than the last. The U-boat command tries new tactics, group attacks, shallow dives, snorkels to breathe underwater, but the Allies adapt faster. For the first time, the wolf packs are being hunted in their own den. Admiral Donitz stands before a map covered in red pins. He removes 3, replaces them with black. His aide says, "We've lost contact with 12 boats this month." Donitz nods, eyes fixed on the Atlantic. The silence there has grown unbearable. "The sea," he mutters, "used to speak German." Back at sea, Reed's destroyer joins a convoy homeward bound. The weather turns savage. Waves hammer the hull. Rain slashes sideways like shrapnel. The ocean is fighting both sides now. In the storm's chaos, the sonar becomes useless. The pings scatter and blur. Every echo sounds like a lie. 4 hours, the crew drifts blind, deaf, directionless. Then, through the noise, Reed hears it. Not a contact, but a rhythm, slow and deliberate. He adjusts the gain, filtering out the sea's tantrum until the sound stands alone. Ping, pause, ping. Not a machine. A distress beacon. A Morse pattern. 3 short, 3 long, 3 short, SOS. "Captain." He points to the scope. "There's someone out there." The captain hesitates. Storm. Enemy waters. But the code repeats, weaker each time. He makes the call. "Helm, 30 degrees port. We'll find them." After an hour, the signal fades. When they finally reach the coordinates, there's only wreckage. Wood, oil, a single lifebuoy marked U-553. Reed stares into the foam and says quietly, "Guess we were both listening." When the storm clears, dawn spreads across the Atlantic in muted gold. The sea is flat again, calm, deceptive. The captain joins Reed on deck. "Funny," he says. "When I was young, I thought silence meant peace." Reed looks at the horizon. Now I think it just means someone's finished talking." They stand together for a while, watching the light crawl across the water. The same light that found the dark. The same light that will one day fade, leaving only echoes in its wake. Part 2. The Turning Ocean. The ocean keeps its promises only in one direction, downward. You're standing on the bridge of HMS Bulldog at dawn. The storm has passed, but the light looks bruised, as if the night forgot to leave. Salt crusts every railing. The deck smells of metal and victory that refuses to celebrate itself. Reed watches the horizon, eyes rimmed red from weeks without real sleep. The sea is calm now. Too calm, the kind that feels like memory rehearsing itself. Below, the sonar room is quiet. No pings, no echoes. Just the low hum of the generators and the shuffle of men pretending to work so they don't have to think. The captain joins him, steaming mug in hand. "Strange," he says. "We've won the Atlantic and lost the reason for sailing it." Reed nods, not sure whether that was meant for him or for the sea. Below the same water, a U-boat drifts powerless. Batteries gone. Air thick with the sweet rot of carbon dioxide. Ritter sits against the hull, stethoscope still around his neck. He listens to nothing, literally nothing, and realizes how loud it is. The captain writes in his logbook with a pencil that keeps snapping. "We are ghosts already. The engines died yesterday at 0300. I will surface at dusk. If the aircraft see us, let it be quick." He pauses, then adds, "Tell my wife the sea was kind today." When he closes the book, the sound echoes like a door shutting on a life. In the air above them, a Liberator circles a patch of grey. The crew has been on patrol for 9 hours. The engines vibrate through their bones. The bombardier's hands shake as he eats from a tin of cold beans. He tells the pilot, "Feels like the ocean's empty now." The pilot answers, "That's what full looks like." They spot an oil slick stretching like handwriting across the surface. Possible contact? Could be old. They don't dive. They just mark the coordinates and turn back toward base. No one has the appetite for more ghosts. Night comes early this far north. The convoy sails beneath a sky full of fractured stars. The radio crackles. U-boat activity minimal. Continue escort. The captain folds the message, slips it into his coat pocket, and stares at the reflection of the moon trembling in the waves. He says to no one, "Maybe the sea's tired too." Reed leans on the rail beside him. "Sir, ever wonder if they hear us, even now?" Reed thinks of Ritter without knowing his name, somewhere below them in a coffin of iron. "Maybe," he says. "Maybe they're the ones listening now." At Bletchley Park, Margaret reads the last intercept of the day. It's short, formal, final. All boats ordered to return to base. Operation suspended. She underlines the date, stares at it until it blurs. The machine behind her keeps turning, rotors clicking out habit, not purpose. She removes the headset, sets it on the table, and rubs her temples. The silence feels heavier than the noise ever did. Outside, rain begins. Soft, consistent, forgiving. She watches it smear the window and thinks, "The sea has finally come to us." Morning again. HMS Bulldog receives a new signal. U-boat surrender imminent. No cheering, no music. Just the metallic cough of engines as the convoy changes course for home. The crew stare at the water, expecting something. Fireworks, maybe, or forgiveness. The ocean offers neither. Reed removes his headphones for the last time. His ears ring with phantom pings. He closes his notebook and writes one final line. "The sea remembers every sound we gave it." He tears the page free and hands it to the captain. "For your log, sir." The captain reads it, folds it, nods once. "Keep it," he says. "It's yours." Reed tucks it back into his pocket. The ship moves on, leaving behind a trail of white wake that will vanish before noon. The horizon opens like a wound slowly learning to scar. Chapter 7. Convoys in the Crosshairs. Part 1. The Frozen Line. Cold changes sound. It thins it, hardens it, makes every noise feel breakable. You're standing on the foredeck of the SS Athol Princess in the Arctic night. The air is so sharp it edits your breath. Ice plates the railings in translucent armor. Ropes glitter stiff as iron. Somewhere out there, beyond the soft glow of the bow lamp, the rest of convoy PQ-17 moves like a slow constellation, pinpricks of light trembling in a sky that has fallen onto the water. The sea is black glass. When it cracks against the hull, it rings like a bell. Men chip ice from the superstructure with wooden mallets, not for beauty but for survival. Too much weight above the waterline, and the ship will roll herself under. The rhythm of the work becomes a kind of hymn. Tap, tap, shatter, breathe. Fingers numb even through wool. Faces wrapped in scarves until every sailor looks like a roomer with eyes. The wind carries a powder of frozen salt. It tastes clean, old, indifferent. In the wheelhouse, the compass quivers as if the needle is shivering too. The captain's gloved hand rests on the rim, not to steady the ship, but to steady himself. A map is pinned beneath glass, corners frosted white. The route curls past Bear Island and into history's teeth. Visibility. 1/2 mile, sir. Less when the snow lifts off the sea. The radio man listens with his head cocked. as though the Arctic has a secret to tell. Static swarms the headphones like bees. Beneath it, a faint, civilized voice. A weather ship somewhere reporting wind and pressure, as if numbers can warm a night like this. He rubs his ears and leans closer. Another line bleeds through. Morse, clipped and breathless. Then gone. He writes fragment in the log and draws a small box around the word, as if it needs shelter. The aurora slides across the sky without heat, green silk torn by invisible hands. It lights the convoy too well. Men curse the beauty under their breath. A lookout mutters, feels like God's lantern held over a crime. No one asks him to explain. At 21:07, the first blow lands. A white bulge rises under the freighter 3 columns over, then tears itself open into flame. The sound arrives late, as if reluctant to touch your ears. Ice reflects the light in 1,000 tiny suns. "Hold station," the captain orders, voice too steady to be natural. But fear spreads faster than orders. The line wobbles. Ships drift wide, then tighter, then wide again, men trying to choose between geometry and survival. The destroyers turn outward, throwing black wake across the starlight. Somewhere beyond, something metal inhales. Cold makes courage brittle. It doesn't remove it. It breaks it into disciplined pieces. You take your place at the rail with a boat hook, as if a wooden pole could argue with torpedoes. Frost gathers on your eyelashes until every blink scrapes light. The sea looks solid, but when it opens to forever. Aircraft, the lookout calls. Dark flecks against dark sky. Heinkels, maybe, or Junkers, you can't tell through the snow and fear. The Athol Princess has one gun and a crew of hands that shake even when they're not cold. The first bombs fall wide, raising columns of shattered day. The second pass is closer, the air bending with it. A crate slides across deck. Ropes sing. Someone shouts the name of someone else who isn't there. Then quiet, the bad kind. Only the ice-hammering resumes. Tap, tap, shatter, breathe, as if work can make time obedient again. On another ship, the Paulus Potter, a steward opens the door to the mess, and Winter walks in and sits down. He closes it gently, apologizes to the cold without knowing why, and carries a pot of tea to the bridge. By the time he arrives, the tea is a slush of brown crystals. The captain thanks him anyway with a nod that'll have to do for warmth. A signal flickers along the convoy, orders that will be argued about for decades. Scatter. The word moves through the fleet like a crack moving through ice. Formation collapses into hope. You feel the ship change mind beneath your feet. Rudder, throttle, intention. The sea accepts the improvisation without comment. Somewhere under this frozen theater, a U-boat slides beneath the thermocline. Inside, breath fogs and freezes on the bulkheads in lace patterns that look like ferns. The captain watches the clock, not for time but for courage measured in seconds. He hears a convoy in pieces and chooses the slowest sound. Tubes flood. Steel sighs. He waits until waiting changes shape from patience to hunger. Fewer. The word is quieter in cold. The sea carries it anyway. On the Athol Princess, a new light appears where no light should be. Low, fast, angry. The deck tilts. You grip the rail and feel the ship try to remember which way is up. A pressure wave shoves the breath out of your chest. The air smells of cordite and winter. The captain's hand is on your shoulder, heavy as an oath. "Steady," he says. You steady. Another ship burns beyond the curtain of snow, orange trapped inside green aurora, a color no painter would dare. Men go into the water and become part of the ice in minutes. It is quick, but not quick enough. You lower a raft anyway. It scrapes the hull, drops, vanishes into a shadow that pretends to be a wave. Your hands don't hurt until much later. Near midnight, the wind drops as if remembering courtesy. The convoy, what remains of it, moves like tired punctuation across a blank page. The radio offers a weather update in a human voice that sounds surprised to exist. You want to thank it for trying. The captain writes in the log with a pencil that keeps breaking. Ice accreting on rails. Aurora bright. Enemy persistent. Men colder than belief. He underlines nothing, because the night has underlined everything already. You step back outside, and the cold climbs into your lungs with gentle hands. The sea is so clear you can hear distance. You close your eyes and listen, not for enemies, for proof that the world hasn't ended just past the bow. Far off, faint as a memory that refuses to die, another bell strikes time on another ship. You raise your head toward the sound and breathe it in. Tap, tap, shatter, breathe. Fingers numb even through wool. Faces wrapped in scarves until every sailor looks like a rumor with eyes. The wind carries a powder of frozen salt. It tastes clean, old, indifferent. Part 2. Letters in the Ice. The night has stopped screaming, but it hasn't forgiven. By morning, the Arctic looks almost peaceful again, flat, silver, and dishonest. The wreckage drifts in small, polite circles, each plank steaming faintly where fire met frost. Somewhere beneath it all, the ocean is already rearranging the evidence. You're standing on what's left of the bridge of the Athol Princess. Smoke leaks through the gaps in the metal like breath through teeth. The radio crackles weakly, half words, half static, still insisting that language means something. Any vessel, bearing north, survivors. The signal fades. You tap the mic as if the sea might answer. A lifeboat bobs 20 yards off the port side. 5 men inside, huddled shapes under frozen canvas. They don't wave. They just watch you. You wave anyway. Habit, hope, reflex, and start lowering a rope. The pulley shrieks like something alive. Below, one of the men stands. His face is white with frost, his beard glittering with ice. He's holding something, a tin box, small, rusted, wrapped in cloth. He presses it against his chest as the waves lift him toward you. When you pull him aboard, he clings to that box like a lung. Letters, he says through chattering teeth. From the last convoy. You help him sit. He opens the lid. Inside, pages, folded, stained, sealed in wax. They smell of oil, salt, and somebody else's life. He laughs once, a cracked sound. Thought I'd save them. Then he faints. The rescue ship, HMS Lotus, arrives 2 hours later. Her deck is crowded with men who all look like versions of the same ghost. They're handed mugs of coffee that steam but never warm their hands. A medic moves down the line with a flashlight, checking eyes. Name, rank, ship. The answers fall apart halfway through. He stops writing. Reed, transferred again for his good ear, stands beside the medic. He asks, "How do you tell if someone's alive out here?" The medic says, "If they answer, they're not." Reed doesn't ask what that means. He spots the tin box by the stove. Whose is that? The medic shrugs. Belonged to one of the frozen ones. Letters from somewhere. We'll send them home when we can find the names. Reed opens the lid and reads the first line of the top letter. My dearest Anna, the sea is quieter today. I almost trust it again. He closes it carefully. Don't, says the medic. They belong to the living. Reed nods, but he's already memorized the line. Far below, a U-boat watches the same wreckage through a periscope fogged at the edges. Ritter keeps his hands steady on the controls, though his stomach turns at what he sees. He speaks softly, almost to himself. Too many. Always too many. The captain says nothing. Orders from Berlin are clear. Conserve torpedoes, observe, report. But even that feels like cruelty now. Ritter lowers the scope and sits in the dark. He removes his headset and listens with bare ears. He thinks he can hear voices through the hull, muffled, indistinct. The captain lights a cigarette, passes it over. They share the glow without words. On the Lotus, Reed finishes logging survivors. The tin box sits beside him. He wants to open another letter, but doesn't. Instead, he writes in his notebook. Found words frozen harder than the men who wrote them. Don't know which to mourn first. He closes it as the captain calls for full speed south. Engines cough, then find their rhythm. The ship begins to move again, carving through a thin film of ice that breaks apart like memory. The rescued men sleep where they sit. One of them murmurs in his dreams, "Tell Anna. Tell her I kept writing." Reed looks toward the horizon. He doesn't know who Anna is. He only knows the sea will keep the message longer than any of them could. That night, a green glow returns to the sky. The aurora shimmers like forgiveness pretending not to be. Reed stands alone on deck, hands buried in his coat. The wind combs through the antenna wires, humming an old, half-forgotten hymn. He opens the tin box and removes one letter at random. It's addressed to no one. The handwriting is crooked, hurried. If you find this, you are proof that someone listened. He folds it back into the box and seals the lid. Then he lowers it into the sea. It floats for a moment, catches a beam of aurora, and disappears. Reed whispers into the wind. Message received. Part 3. The Long Road South. The sea remembers how to be water again. Ice loosens its hands from the rails. The air warms by a degree that feels like mercy. What's left of the convoy leans south, masts thin against a sky that has set its jaw in pale blue. You're on the afterdeck of HMS Lotus. Engines purr instead of argue. The ship moves with a tired grace, a dancer after curtain call, still hearing music that isn't there. Behind you, the wake folds closed almost politely, as if the ocean were embarrassed by last night. The rescued men sleep where sleep found them, on coils of rope, under benches, against bulkheads that thrum a gentle, steady lullaby. Every few minutes a hand twitches. A mouth forms a word the body refuses to say aloud. A mug rolls, a spoon rings once, a gull calls and thinks better of the sound. Reed sits with the logbook open but unwritten. He places the pencil across the seam and lets the ship do the thinking. The tin box is gone to the sea. What it carried remains in his pocket as a weight no scale can read. He replays the line he memorized, "The sea is quieter today," and wonders if that's how forgiveness begins, with volume, not with reason. At noon, the horizon discovers color. Blue peels itself from gray. Sunlight chips itself into coins on the water. Even the cold seems reusable, as though the air might be willing to try again. Convoy bearing steady, the signalman reports, voice unconsciously softer. In the wheelhouse, the captain stands with his cap in his hands, hair flattened by months of weather. He nods at nothing in particular. Keep it so. The words land in the room and settle like birds. A trawler limps past on the port side, her paint scabbed by salt, her rails tattooed by the winter just departed. Men wave. You wave back. No one shouts across the water. Language has been through enough. The radioman breaks the truce with a sound like rain captured in copper. Traffic from Admiralty, sir. Routing change. Weather improving south of Iceland. The captain glances at the chart, taps a knuckle near a penciled island name that looks colder than it sounds. Helm, 2 points to starboard. Let's choose the Kinder Sea. Far below your keel, a different south exists. A U-boat rides the slope of darkness at 160 meters, bow heavy with the mouth of recent days. Ritter listens to nothing and hears it clearly. He thinks of the letters he can't write, the ones that would begin with weather and end with apology. The captain scratches at the stubble on his jaw and stares at a patch of bulkhead paint that refuses to stay. Above, propeller noise passes. Slow, steady, uninterested. He doesn't raise the periscope. Sometimes survival is the art of not looking. Surface at dusk, he says. The order tastes like compromise. The boat answers with a creak that could be agreement or warning. Southward, the ice thins to memory. A storm line smudges the horizon and thinks better of it. Someone finds a harmonica. The first note comes out bent, as if the instrument is unsure of the new weather. On the second breath it finds the key, and the deck learns a tune it didn't know it remembered. One by one, men lift their heads. They don't smile, exactly, but their faces stop bracing for the blow. A kettle sings, an honest whistle with no code inside it. Reed pours 2 mugs and brings one to the bridge. The captain accepts it, blows once, and lowers the cup without drinking. "Do you keep any of it?" he asks. Reed thinks he means the letters. "I tried." "No," the captain says, eyes on the water. "The sea." Reed considers. "It keeps us," he says. "We do the remembering." The captain nods as if a choir just harmonized with something inside his chest. Near evening, a low coast appears, the faintest charcoal line drawn by a patient hand. Men gather at the rail without being told. They watch land become a fact. Someone mutters, "Didn't think it still existed." No one corrects him. Fishing boats cross the mouth of the bay, ordinary as breathing. The convoy gives them a wide berth, as though afraid to touch anything that hasn't been ruined. Harbor lights wink on, yellow, domestic, indecently warm. The smell changes, tar, kelp, coal, bread you can name. The Lotus eases alongside a pier that remembers her. Lines fly, knots hold. Engines let go of their work, the way a man lets go of a prayer he no longer needs to say. On the quay, dock hands move with the grace of people who believe in tomorrow. A woman in a red scarf counts heads with her lips. A boy points at the ships and doesn't know what he's pointing at. No one tells him. The survivors go ashore in a slow file, boots heavy, eyes lighter. A clerk with a clipboard asks the proper questions and apologizes with his handwriting. Names are spelled the way the sea permits them to be spelled today. Reed lingers at the top of the gangway. He looks back at the water, which looks back at nothing. He touches his pocket, the page he kept, the line he didn't write. He tells himself he'll mail it. He knows he won't. Night gathers kindly for once. The harbor water holds the stars without argument. Somewhere in town a door closes softly. A radio plays a love song that has survived the censorship of grief. You walk to the end of the pier and stand where land fails. Wind combs the dark. Ropes creak like old instruments tuning themselves to quiet. Out beyond the breakwater, the ocean waits, patient, immense, briefly at peace, as if the world has earned a breath. You take one too. It tastes of coal smoke and salt and something almost sweet. Behind you, footsteps. The captain stops at your shoulder. "We'll sail again," he says. "Of course," you answer. He nods. "Then we'll listen again." He touches the rail once, a small ceremony without audience, and walks back toward the light. Ahead, the open water thickens into night. Between here and there lies every wreck and every mercy you've learned to name. Somewhere under that black, steel and letters and prayers are turning into the same material. You close your eyes and hear the Arctic still ticking faintly inside your bones. Tap, tap, shatter, breathe, and then a softer counterbeat the southern sea has taught you. Hold, loosen, surface, home. The bow points into darkness. The chapter points toward dawn. Chapter 8. The depths take their due. Part 1. The sea beneath names. The war ends the way all wars do, not with silence, but with a change in who listens. You're standing on the deck of a trawler-turned-research vessel, 20 years after the last torpedo fell quiet. The air tastes of diesel and nostalgia. The North Atlantic lies calm, a sheet of grey glass stretching toward nothing. Somewhere below this stillness sleeps an empire of metal, ships folded into the sea like forgotten prayers. The winch rattles, the sonar pings. Not the sharp call of wartime sonar. This one is slower, almost kind. The scientist beside you, younger than the war itself, studies the screen. "There," she says, pointing. A bright arc glows green on the monitor, the ghost of a hull, perfectly preserved. She doesn't see what you see. To her, it's a shape. To you, it's a sentence finally reaching its period. She leans closer. Depth 90 meters. "We'll send the divers at first light." You nod, but your eyes are already underwater. Down there, time doesn't pass. It condenses. Rust blooms like coral. A wheel still sits locked in a sailor's grip, though the bones that held it are gone. Boots line the floor like punctuation. A cup lies upright on a table, full of silt and peace. The sea keeps everything. It doesn't sort the innocent from the guilty, the allied from the Axis. It only sorts the weight from the light. Whatever sinks stays. Whatever floats lies. At dawn, the divers descend, bright shapes against a blue that darkens fast. Their bubbles rise like reversed rain. Each exhale is a confession that never reaches the surface. They find the wreck tilted on its side, the name half buried in sand. The letters spell you, 552. Ritter's boat. You didn't know him, but you recognize the silence. Inside, the compartments are small as memory and twice as heavy. A typewriter rests where the radio once was, keys still pressed mid-message. A mug sits on a shelf, handle broken, initials scratched into its glaze. RW. It's strange how grief can bloom for strangers. The divers return with photographs. They print them in the galley, hanging the wet images with clothespins. Faces appear in shades of silver and green, the bones of machines, the ghosts of men. You study one long enough that the lines begin to move, as if the wreck still breathes. Later, the sea turns glassy again. The scientists pack their gear. The ship drifts idle in soft current. One of them asks you, "Why do you still come back?" You answer without looking up. "To make sure it's real." She nods, unsure what you mean. The younger ones never understand that ghosts need witnesses as much as the living do. You step to the rail, eyes on the horizon where color has forgotten itself. In the faint rhythm of the waves you hear something familiar. Ping, ping, pause. The sound of a world still searching for itself. You close your eyes and let it pass through you. The war is over, yes, but the listening never stops. Part 2. Wrecks and Reverence. There are places the ocean treats like museums, not the kind with signs and velvet ropes. These are quieter, curated by pressure and darkness. You descend with the diverse this time. The water closes around you in slow folds, the cold polite but final. Your breath sounds too loud, the bubbles too alive. The light from above fades from silver to green to a color without a name. At 30 meters, there is no more sky, only direction. The first wreck looms out of the gloom like a city dreaming of itself. The bow rises at an angle, its metal skin softened by rust, barnacles, and decades of forgiveness. The letters on the hull are ghosted but legible. Whitby Star. You reach out, fingertips grazing the edge of memory. The steel is rough, flaking, alive. The current hums through the gaps like a slow organ note. Inside, the corridors are narrow, the light from your torch painting everything in shades of yesterday. A kettle still hangs on its hook. A locker door swings with the lazy rhythm of tide. In one cabin, a photograph clings to the wall. 2 children, faces blurred by salt. No one here to remember them, but the sea has kept the gesture intact. You pass through what was once the mess. A plate still sits on the table, fork beside it. In the corner, the ship's bell lies half buried in silt. You brush away the sand and it rings once, faintly, the note dissolving into the water. For a second you hear it as music. Then it's gone. Outside again, the wreck stretches along the seabed, half swallowed, half whole. Fishes weave through doorways. Anemones bloom where engines used to burn. You realize the sea hasn't destroyed this place. It has completed it. What war started, the water finished, neatly, kindly. Your gauge ticks down. You start the slow climb toward air, the wreck fading below like a memory learning to sleep. At the surface, the ship rocks gently. The air feels too warm, too bright. The divers haul themselves aboard, each quieter than before. No one speaks while the captain marks the coordinates. He writes them small, careful, as though the numbers themselves might bruise. That evening, the team gathers in the galley. Coffee, wet clothes, soft light. Someone spreads the photographs on the table. Hands reach out, tracing shapes of rivets and ropes and silence. No one says beautiful, but everyone thinks it. One of the scientists, Margaret, grey-haired now, places her hand over a photo of the bell. "Do you hear it?" she asks. You listen. There's only the hum of the engine, the distant slap of water against hull. Yes, you lie. Always. She smiles, and for a moment she's young again, headset on, listening to a war end one sound at a time. Later, you walk alone to the stern. The sea glows faintly under a waxing moon. You think about all that metal below you, all that waiting. The ocean doesn't mourn, it archives. Each wreck another entry in a catalogue no one will ever finish. You lean on the rail and whisper, "We remember." The words sink, invisible, joining the long line of voices that learn to speak in echoes. Far out, a buoy clangs once, a single note carried by the wind. The sound travels, low, patient, eternal. It's impossible to tell whether it came from above or below. Part 3. The Weight of Silence. By the time you reach land again, the ocean feels like a language you once spoke fluently and now only dream in. The docks are busy, cranes swinging, gulls arguing, the ordinary noise of peace pretending it's always been here. But beneath it all, you can still hear the hum, low, constant, the sound the sea makes when it remembers. You find yourself walking toward the memorial by the harbor, a circle of stone inscribed with names that seem both endless and insufficient. People move quietly between them. Families, students, a few old sailors leaning heavier on their canes than they mean to. No music, no speeches, just wind and water. You trace one of the names with your finger. The letters feel colder than the air. You don't know him, Matheson, Art, but you remember his laughter, or someone's like it. The faces blur together. The memory remains exact. A group of school children stop beside the monument. Their teacher explains what a convoy was, what sonar meant, why ships had to move in silence. They listen politely, the way children do when the story is too big to fit inside them. One girl raises her hand. "Did they win?" she asks. The teacher pauses. He looks at the sea before answering. "They arrived," he says. "It's enough." That night, you stay by the water. The tide is low. The rocks glisten under the moon. You can almost see the outlines of the wrecks below, lines of shadow where history chose to sleep. You think of Ritter and Reed, of Margaret and her letters, of the men who heard the ocean differently every day and learned that victory is just another word for breathing. The wind carries a sound across the bay, a buoy, maybe, or something older. It's a single tone, deep and resonant, neither mourning nor celebration. You close your eyes and let it pass through you, and in that instant, the distance between living and lost collapses. The sea has taken its due, but it hasn't taken everything. What remains is the listening, the echo that answers back, the proof that they were here, that we are still. Part 4. The Surface. The ship turns homeward, engines low, wake soft enough to disappear between heartbeats. Behind you, the sea is already erasing its own handwriting. The coordinates of every wreck slide back into the arithmetic of tides. You stand at the stern, watching the horizon lift itself out of the water. The sky is pale silver, the kind that doesn't decide between night and morning. Salt gathers on your lips. The taste is memory trying to stay useful. Margaret joins you, coat buttoned wrong, hands in her pockets. She squints at the glow on the horizon. "Hard to tell where the sea ends anymore," she says. You answer, "Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it just changes depth." She nods, half smile, half tremor. "Depth suits memory," she says. "It keeps it quiet." Below, the sonar hums. No longer hunting, only mapping. Each ping is slower now, almost contemplative. The ocean replies in kind, its echo softer, like two old friends repeating a secret they both already know. In the galley, the crew sort through the day's finds. Bottles turned to sand, fragments of porcelain painted with blue windmills, a dented brass compass whose needle still argues with gravity. Every piece gets logged, labeled, stored, tiny proofs that time can be catalogued. You hold one in your palm, a button carved from bone. Its holes are still threaded with salt. You imagine the uniform it once closed, the hand that once closed it. The sea has polished it smooth, memory simplified to shape and touch. The captain walks past, notes your hesitation. He says, "Take it if you like." The sea's had its share. You slip it into your pocket, not as a trophy, but as punctuation. Evening settles. The light stretches thin over calm water. The engines drop to idle, just enough motion to keep the horizon breathing. You lean on the rail beside Margaret. The clouds are low and pink, their reflections folded neatly beneath them. She points toward the west. Tomorrow we'll be back in harbor. Papers, reporters, questions. You nod. They'll want facts. She smiles. Facts are easy. It's the quiet they won't understand. The last ping of the day rolls out across the water, slow as prayer. Its echo returns after a long pause, steady, warm, final. Someone below marks it in the logbook. End of survey, 1847 hours. Night takes over gently. The sea glows faintly in the dark, a pulse under glass. The crew drift to their bunks, the scientists to their notes. You stay a little longer on deck. Above you, the stars reform their old constellations, the same ones sailors once used to measure distance and courage. You look up and think, we've mapped everything except peace. The wind carries a single familiar rhythm across the water. Ping, pause, ping. This time, you don't listen for meaning. You just let it be what it is. The sea breathing. Chapter 9. The Codebreakers and the Decoys. Part 1. The Quiet War. The war's last victories are fought on paper and airwaves. You're standing inside a radio hut perched on the Cornish coast, 1944. The walls are lined with charts that smell of dust and damp tobacco. A single lamp hangs low over the operator's table, turning cigarette smoke into mist. Outside, the ocean hammers cliffs in slow applause. Inside, everything is made of patience. The men here no longer chase ships, they chase patterns. Every burst of Morse, every pause in a German transmission, every change in signal strength, it all becomes a fragment of a story only machines can tell. And at the center of it all, Bletchley Park still hums, its machines rotating through possibilities like priests reciting names of the lost. Margaret sits at her desk again. The war is older now. So is she. Her hair pinned back, her fingers calloused from paper cuts. She feeds another strip of cipher into the machine. The rotors spin. The lights blink. The clatter begins. She no longer watches it. She listens. The machine has a rhythm she knows by heart, like the sea breathing through steel. On the wall beside her, a map of the Atlantic is covered in thin red threads. Each line marks a guess, a possible path of a U-boat, a convoy, or an echo in the dark. She runs her thumb along one of them, tracing the path from Loire to mid-ocean. The line ends in a small X. Below it, in pencil, U-552, presumed lost. She doesn't remember who wrote it. She leaves it there anyway. A clerk approaches with a message slip. Ma'am, decoded intercept from Group Seawolf. They're moving again. Margaret reads it. Expression unreadable. Let them. The sea's listening now. Across the channel, the Germans are still transmitting. A room in Loire, half bombed, half operating, fills with the smell of oil and exhaustion. Ritter's replacement sits at a cracked radio, sending the same message for the 12th time that day. Position unknown. Awaiting orders. He repeats it because no answer ever comes. Each repetition grows quieter, like the sea reclaiming its own voice. Behind him, the captain stares at the floor and whispers, "The ocean has forgotten us." When the final message goes out, it travels farther than it should. Across weather fronts, across frequencies, bouncing from storm to storm. It reaches England, distorted but alive. Margaret hears it first. She tilts her head, adjusts the volume, listens. The words come through in fragments, half German, half static, all human. For a moment she doesn't write them down. She just listens, as if it might be someone she once knew. Then she whispers, "Message received," and turns the dial to silence. In London, the Codebreakers' work becomes strategy, then history, then rumor. Officially, they never existed. Unofficially, they've already changed the shape of the sea. Convoys move untouched through corridors of protection built from invisible mathematics. The hunters who once ruled the depths now run out of air. Margaret walks through the park outside the mansion one last time. The gardens smell of rain and endings. She pauses by a pond, its surface perfect, the reflection of clouds unbroken. Somewhere under that calm, frogs croak, insects hum, life continues without permission. She realizes this is what peace sounds like. Not quiet, but continuation. She tosses her last coded scrap of paper into the water. The ink bleeds instantly, spreading into delicate veins. The words vanish. The meaning stays. That same night, in the North Atlantic, Reed's destroyer sails one final patrol. The sonar pings only out of habit now. Small, lonely notes in a world that stopped answering. Reed listens anyway, not for enemies, but for memory. The echoes return clean, round, perfect. He closes his eyes and says, "We're done." The sea, always literal, replies with one last wave against the hull. Part 2. The Last Message. May 1945. The Atlantic is breathing differently now. No longer hunted, no longer hunting, just moving, like a creature that has finally stopped dreaming of war. You're standing on the deck of HMS Bulldog once more. The paint is faded, the guns quiet, the rails polished by salt and habit. Every surface feels like a scar that has learned to stop hurting. A wireless operator leans from the doorway of the bridge, headset crooked, grin uncertain. "Sir, transmission from Admiral Donitz. All U-boats ordered to surface and surrender." The captain doesn't speak for a while. The crew gather without being told. Some cross themselves. Others just stare at the water, unsure what to do with a sea that no longer needs them. "Read it," the captain says. The message crackles through the loudspeaker, the voice dry, almost weary. "All German submarines cease fire. Proceed to nearest Allied port with black flags hoisted." Then silence. A clean kind, the kind the world hasn't heard in years. Across the water, U-boats begin to rise like confessions. One here, another there. Dark shapes breaking the surface in slow apology. Periscopes fold down, hatches open. Men climb into air they thought they'd never breathe again. Their faces are pale, blinking at sunlight as if it's a language they forgot. A British destroyer circles them warily, but the guns stay still. Through binoculars, Reed sees the German captain on the conning tower raising a black cloth, hand trembling. He lowers his own binoculars and says softly, "That's it. The oceans run out of secrets." In Kiel, a final message leaves a radio station already half empty. It's Ritter's handwriting that drafts it, though his rank and reason no longer matter. He writes in German first, then in English. "We are surfacing now. No resistance. The sea kept us alive longer than we deserved." He folds the paper, tucks it into his logbook, and looks around the control room, his world, his prison. He touches the cold metal of the scope once more. "Auf Wiedersehen," he whispers, to no one and to everything. The boat rises. The surface gleams like a wound healing in reverse. When the hatch opens, he closes his eyes and inhales the first free air in years. It smells of oil, salt, and forgiveness. That same day, in England, Margaret receives the transcript. It arrives in a plain envelope stamped Final Signals. Atlantic Command. She opens it alone in the canteen, the smell of tea and typewriter ink mixing in the air. The paper trembles in her hands, not from fear, but from recognition. The message is short, almost tender. We are surfacing now. She sets it down and looks out the window, where the spring rain is falling softly on green fields. No ocean in sight. But she hears it anyway, the soft rhythm that shaped her life. Ping, pause, ping. She smiles, folds the paper neatly, and slips it into her pocket. At sea, Reed lowers his last set of headphones. The sonar is silent, the Atlantic still. He writes his final log entry. No contacts, no echoes, only home. The captain closes the book, draws a line beneath the words, and signs his name. Then he places his hand on the cover, as if blessing a grave. Goodbye, old friend, he says, not to the ship, but to the sea. The engines turn. The destroyer begins her slow, steady journey back through calm water. No alarms, no codes, no shadows beneath the waves. Only gulls, wind, and the sound of waves brushing the hull like an old story retold. Part 3. Return to silence. Peace, when it comes, doesn't sound like trumpets. It sounds like engines idling, papers being filed, and the sea exhaling through broken hulls. You're standing in a harbor that smells of rust and tobacco. The ships that return from the Atlantic come home like men who've outlived their purpose. Upright but uncertain. Paint flakes. Flags fade. Every rope creaks with the weight of memory. Children point at the destroyers, laughing, tossing pebbles into the water that once buried armies. Their mothers hush them gently, not because they did wrong, but because laughter feels fragile here. Reed steps onto the quay for the last time. He carries only his logbook and a chipped mug wrapped in cloth. The mug's handle is broken. Its glaze is worn smooth by 1,000 nights of coffee and fear. He sets it on the railing beside him. Steam from the harbor rises, curling around it like ghosts learning to breathe again. The captain joins him, cap tucked under his arm. Feels quiet, doesn't it? Reed nods. Too quiet. The captain smiles without humor. There's no such thing. They watch as dockworkers begin dismantling the sonar sets, coils of cable and steel, dismantled heartbeat of the war. A boy carrying a clipboard asks if they'll be reused. Reed answers, no, the sea's already memorized them. Elsewhere, Margaret walks along the Thames. Bletchley Park has closed its doors. The buildings stand silent, windows shuttered, gardens untended. She drops a pebble into the river and counts the ripples. They travel outwards, fade, and reform into calm. She imagines sound moving the same way across the Atlantic, messages long dissolved still echoing faintly inside the water. From her pocket, she takes the final transcript. We are surfacing now. She folds it one last time and releases it into the current. It floats for a moment, then sinks, vanishing into the grey beneath London's bridges. Message received, she whispers. Years pass. The war decays into story. Fishermen snag twisted metal in their nets and mutter quiet prayers before cutting it loose. Divers return with brass fittings, photographs, sometimes bones. Museums fill their glass cases with fragments of sound, recorded sonar, decoded messages, letters preserved in salt. Visitors lean close to the glass, hearing nothing, but imagining everything. On one exhibit wall, a plaque reads, The sea does not keep secrets. It keeps time. Reed, now older, stands before it during a visit he never meant to make. His reflection overlaps the black and white photos of men younger than he ever remembers being. A guide explains the Battle of the Atlantic in numbers and charts. He listens politely, then says, "They forgot the sound." The guide tilts her head. "What sound?" Reed taps his chest. "That one." Later, at dusk, he sits on a bench overlooking the same harbor. The water glows gold, calm, domesticated. But when the wind shifts, the waves whisper the old language, soft pings and distant thuds, the war replaying itself in minor key. He closes his eyes and smiles. Far out at sea, on a calm night, sonar buoys still float. They send their signals down into the dark, patient, tireless. Somewhere below, echoes return, reflections of reflections, ghosts of ships long gone. The machines record them as data. The sea records them as song. The last entry in the ocean's log is simple. All accounted for. Then, as it always does, the Atlantic turns over and begins again. Epilogue. Beneath the Atlantic silence. The sea does not speak. It remembers. You're standing at the edge of the Atlantic once more. The air smells of salt and stories. The horizon swallows everything human, just as it did 80 years ago. Waves fold and unfold with the rhythm of breathing, not yours, but the ocean's. Beneath you lies a continent of wrecks, ships, bones, metal, dreams. Some rest upright, proud as cathedrals. Others sleep on their sides like tired giants. They no longer fight the tide. They are the tide. Divers still go down. Tourists still lean over museum rails. Writers still try to find the right word for silence. None of them are wrong. None of them are right. Because beneath the numbers, beneath the history, beneath the years, there's only one truth. The sea keeps its dead and its echoes with equal care. At dusk, you walk along the shore. The light turns copper, then fades to smoke. Far out, buoys blink. Patient, pulsing, keeping time for ghosts. The wind hums low across the breakers, and in that sound you can still hear it, the faint, methodical heartbeat of sonar, the code of men who listened until the world went quiet. If you listen closely, the pings are still there. Slow, distant, steady. Ping, pause, ping. The ocean answering itself. You sit on a rock, watching waves collapse into foam. Somewhere behind you, a radio crackles, maybe a fishing boat, maybe the past. The voice is soft, half swallowed by static. You catch only fragments. Position unknown, returning home. The sea folds the words and carries them away. You don't need to follow. The meaning has already arrived. The sky darkens, stars uncoil above the water, the same constellations that once guided convoys through fear and frost. You look up, then down, and realize they're reflected perfectly in the waves. The heavens and the depths, one endless mirror. The war is gone, but the reflection remains. You breathe in the salt, slow and full. The night presses close, patient as understanding. You whisper, "Rest easy. We're still listening." The sea does not reply. It doesn't have to. You're listening to echoes of war. In the end, the war did not end with explosions. It ended in quiet rooms, where those who once lied for peace folded their hands, and let the noise finally fall away. History remembers the battles, But it is the secrets that endured. Locked drawers, sealed letters, voices that never spoke again. The world moved forward, but somewhere in that silence, you can still hear the pulse of the code, the faint rhythm of deception turning into salvation. Because every silence has its reason, every secret leaves an echo, and even the smallest deception can become the hinge on which the world turns. You've been part of echoes of war, where stories rise on quiet wings, and the past still circles above us, refusing to land.